Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you leave the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you leave the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Black hole sun,
Very talented man. The world lost a talent when he died. It was Audio Slave, like a stone. Chris Parnell, please correct me if I'm wrong. Excellent musician. Excellent band. There's something about that song that's just so evocative emotionally, of being sort of in a highway hotel on the 5 in California. Well, you can't really, I guess you could be in a hotel near a beef farm, but it's just very evocative of like a lonely freeway hotel on the West Coast. You'd think it'd be hard to be depressed on the West Coast. That's not true. In any event, we have a lot going on. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's happened. Now, a lot of you will be saying, Grant, it is impossible that one name in one obscure document on Pacer made you absolutely lose it. Yes, it is. No, Peter from Lowell, that was from years ago. God bless you. Thank you for the super chat. That was from a long time ago. I heard Jolene did a funny show today, though, which is great. I saw a little bit of it in the beginning, and then I was writing up Pacer documents. So, the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case. Listen, we got to talk. All right? There are some things that I can just present to you because they're breaking news and they have a large impact in the world. Then there are some things that are kind of like canaries in a coal mine that just send my towel alert senses into overdrive. So, this is one of those days. And you know, I don't even know if anyone else has picked up on this yet. Well, they certainly know because I wrote about it on Twitter. But we got a seriously intense situation unfolding. The forensic data expert in the Matthew Farwell case is Jessica Hyde. The very same forensic expert from both Karen Reed trials, whose primary job on the surface was to defend Jen McCabe for the 2:27 a.m. Google search. She's working with Leah Foley's office on the Matthew Farwell prosecution. I told you I was right. It was a trap. I told you it was a trap. I was right. I don't mean to gloat. But I was right. No, it's not a bad thing. Oh, that's why I had to go live. People were so confused. No, listen. It's not a bad thing. We have a lot to talk about. And we all have to breathe. Okay, everyone get your, I don't know, what, Lamaze breathing. I'm not an expert. I've never had a baby. I don't plan to have one myself. Maybe tell a girlfriend will. Everybody breathe. Practice your breathing. I know. I had the same reaction. Everybody calm down. Everybody breathe. Okay, well, as people start figuring this out, they're going to lose their ever-loving minds, okay? But it only came out, first of all, in order to find this, you had to go on Pacer and read through like 40 documents. It was hiding in the last document on the last page. It all looks completely boring. I don't mean to call a case boring, but this is like routine motion practice about admission of evidence before a serious murder trial. But there was nothing out of the ordinary other than the Walmart piece of evidence, which we'll talk about, in the filings. It wasn't until this thing that everything hit the wall, all right? So I'm going to explain. I'm going to take you through what's going on. A lot of people this is going to, first of all, I'm the first stream to talk about it. This is going to explode. You don't understand. You all don't understand. The Matthew Farwell Sandra Birchmore trial has just become like an international spectacle. I don't think you understand what's going to happen. And they didn't do this by accident. They could have picked any company in the world. She was a rat. Not a rat. She's a good, what's a good kind of rat? She was a spy. What's a good word for a rat? I told you they stung him. I saw that from a mile away. They stung him. Microdots. Jessica Hyde is a witness for Leah Foley in the Matthew Farwell trial. She was a double agent. She was not there. But at 2:27 a.m. Google search, she was spying on their forensics. Oh, I called it. I called it. I called it. I would like to take a bow. I would just like to take a bow. I don't mean to gloat. I'm only going to get to do this once. I called it. I called it. I nailed it. I saw it. Leah Foley must think I'm so smart. She didn't tell me nothing. I'm serious. Nobody from the DOJ told me nothing. I would tell you if they did. I would be like, nah, I can't go along with that. Nope. They are a stone wall. You can't get anything from them. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I just knew it. I just sensed it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. That I can't even react to this. It's so visceral. I wanted you to see my reaction live. I called it. They stung him. They stung him hard. They stung him harder than anyone I've ever seen sting anyone else ever. That's the most epic thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my word. I know a lot of you are just figuring it out. Yep. I know a lot of people are putting it all together. They're all like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It was actually a sting. Yup. Nailed it. This is my victory lap. Justice is not delivered yet. This is one of those, like, we call it the towel early alert system. So those of you new to this system, you might be a little confused. The point is the system's supposed to be an early warning, so if it succeeds, then I've done my job. I did it. I can't believe it. I don't even believe it. I can't believe it. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I can't believe it. I think I might cry. I'm so grateful. I believed in them. I always believed in Leah Foley. I said no matter what happens, all this, first of all, I was barely suffering at all compared to some of the stuff that people went through. I says to myself, all of it's worth it. I believe in that office. I didn't know why. Well, I had a lot of circumstantial evidence. I just believed in them. I was like, they're going to get him. I can't believe this is happening. I'm honestly stunned. I've covered war and been stunned. I've covered criminal cases and been stunned. I've covered civil cases and been stunned. Never in my life did I literally scream when I read a name in a court document. I was like, no, it can't be Jessica Hyde. Oh, it's Jessica Hyde. We're going to take this slow. All right, we're going to talk about it all. Now, I know a lot of you who have been watching the stream for years are like, Grant, and I saw the chat. A lot of you were like, Grant, oh my God, it can't be. Yes, it is. Yeah, and now some people will be like, Grant, I have no idea what's going on, but a lot of your friends seem to know what's going on. So can you tell me? Well, it's not really, an inside thing. It's more like reading Great Expectations for the second time. It's Magwitch. You know what I'm saying? So for a lot of you, this is going to be like reading Great Expectations the second time. For some of you, this is going to be very overwhelming, probably a little disorientating, and somewhat confusing. You might, now TA Sarah, I don't know if she's here, you're going to want to get a notepad. Okay, there is a final exam in this class. And you're going to want to get a pen or a writing instrument or some, typing instrument. And you're going to want to keep track because there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to explain to you. Now, that's like only, I'd say 25% of you. 75% of you are running around in circles right now to the point where I'm a little worried you're going to knock things over. Kofi, you got to keep Bunny under control. I'm worried she's going to scare the horses. Oh, that's okay. Bunny, I'll explain it to you. Here we go. So when I was just postulating this, it was really easy to do because I was just guessing. I was literally just like using my inductive reasoning. I didn't think, I mean, I thought I was like going to be right. I didn't know it was actually like what I said. Do you not understand how ridiculous that? I mean, even I thought it was a little ridiculous, and I was the one who came up with the theory. So my theory, if you watch this stream, you will know my theory was that the Karen Reed trials were in part actually an investigation of the state police by the DOJ. It's a very old school tactic. Very old school. I've seen it deployed once in my research. In Chicago. Operation True Rock or something along those lines. I forget what it was called. Where you use good judges and good lawyers and good expert witnesses. You kind of fake it. You have them pretend to be corrupt to sting the bad guys or the corrupt guys. It's 40 years old. It's not used very often. So I came up with this idea because there were correspondence from November of 2023 that led me to believe that the DOJ was running what's called an obstruction trap on the witnesses in the Karen Reed trial. I believed that the DOJ was trying to determine if what the Norfolk DA and the witnesses were turning over in discovery to Karen was different than what the DOJ had through its sources and methods. I believed that from day one. Now you might be saying, Grant, that is the most ridiculous. Why? No, they wouldn't. Yes, they would. And let me tell you why. We're going to use the Finnegan's Wake style of discourse of storytelling here. So we're going to loop a lot, like a commodious vicus of recirculation. Okay, so we're going to start at a certain point in time and just loop around and around at that point in time. So I want to take you to a snowy night on February 1st of 2021. It's 9:27 p.m. exactly when the door to a young woman named Sandra Birchmore's apartment complex opens. Entering that door is a man, bulky, 6'2" or so, white man, in a face mask, with a sweatshirt on. He enters the elevator. He returns 30 minutes or so later, at 9:52 or so p.m., where another man is waiting outside for him, and they both leave. Sandra Birchmore, on February 4th, 2021, a young woman who from the age of 14 was in the Police Explorers Program, then worked at the courts in the local area of Stoughton and Canton, Massachusetts, then became a teacher's aide at a local school. Sandra Birchmore was found dead, hanging from a door on February 4th, 2021. She was pregnant with an 8 to 10 week old baby boy that she was looking forward to bringing into this world more than anything else. Over the next 48 hours, and by the way, the reason police from the Canton Police Department in Massachusetts, including Kevin Albert, remember that name, went to investigate Sandra's murder is because her colleagues at her school called in a wellness check. When the Canton police got to Sandra's apartment, along with the state police, between February 4th and February 6th of 2021, the Canton police and the state police collected evidence, 3 pieces of key evidence. 1, that Matthew Farwell was the man on security camera at the time of Sandra Birchmore's death. 2, that Sandra Birchmore died in that window between around 9:50 p.m. or so, or earlier, on February 1st, 2021, because that's when her cell phone, which she used all the time, started draining. The battery went from whatever it was to 0 from that point onwards, and the phone was not used. Then, the Canton police and state police went to Sandra's school, where they got information that Matthew Farwell had been going around telling people that if Sandra was going to insist on carrying her unborn 8 to 10 week old baby boy to term, that Farwell was going to, quote, take care of the problem himself. Now, on that record alone, you'd have what I call probable cause. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I did go to law school. On that record alone, you would have probable cause. Now, in Massachusetts, all unattended deaths are in the original jurisdiction of the state police. That's the law. The way that a death investigation works is that the local police respond initially, work with the state police, and then turn it over to the state police. Okay? The state police unit assigned to investigate this case is the state police unit you're going to hear a lot about today. It's called the State Police Detectives Unit, assigned to Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA. Okay, SPDU, State Police Detectives Unit, SPDU. That unit, for the operative period of time that we're going to talk about, was run by a detective lieutenant named Brian Tully. Okay, on the org chart. Under him was a first officer named John Fanning. That man ends up writing the report exonerating Matthew Farwell, okay, for Sandra's murder. Number 3, beneath John Fanning is the sergeant, Yuri Buchanan, okay? Yuri Buchanan is the sergeant. Above him, John Fanning, the first officer. John Fanning reports to Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully. Now, those 3 guys are in charge, okay? Beneath them, within the 4 divisions of the Norfolk DA's SPDU unit, are Michael Barakta, Trooper Dwayne, Connor O'Keefe, Nick Garino, and a few, Kathleen Prince, and maybe 1 or 2 other troopers. Guess what I know? RICO indictments. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. I was just watching the Whitey documentary, and I was reading about Robert Wheeler. But let me, before we get to Oklahoma Highlight, let me explain this convoluted, very serious and sad situation. So, the State Police Unit on February 6th, 2021 takes over fully the investigation of Sandra's death. The man in charge of that investigation is John Fanning. Where did John Fanning used to work, you may ask? In Stoughton as a police officer with Matthew Farwell. Now, John Fanning exonerates Matthew Farwell in 2021 for the death of Sandra Birchmore, despite a litany of evidence on a cursory review that Farwell did it. All right. Why is this so interesting? Well, because it turns out, pursuant to a 2023 Stoughton Police Department Internal Affairs investigation, the first one, there's a second one that's still never been made public. According to the first one, Sandra Birchmore, when she was 14, maybe about 14, in 2014, when she was an underage child, joined the Police Explorers program in Stoughton. It's like a paramilitary training program for youth to get initial experience towards becoming cops. According to the IA report, 3 men groomed Sandra Birchmore while she was in that program. Then Deputy Chief Robert Devine, William Farwell, Billy, and Matthew Farwell. All of them, according to the IA report. Also in that IA report from 2023, this was after the state police cleared Farwell, by the way. It was revealed that someone, an unknown man, had texted Sandra in the weeks before her death, threatening her about the money, quote unquote, that Sandra owed to the, quote, girls in the, quote, dorm suite. Sandra lived alone in an apartment. I know where there was a dorm suite, but out of respect, and because I think the government is doing the right thing, the federal government, I don't know if I'm going to open the other rabbit hole. Now, I think a lot of you know where it goes. I think a lot of you know who the property manager was right when the Police Explorers program got their contract with the town of Stoughton, which, by the way, there's 15 years of contracts. Only one of them has ever been found. By the way, what's the parent company of the Learning for Life, of the Police Explorers program? Learning for Life. What's Learning for Life? Oh, a charity mentioned in the Epstein files? Yeah. Who was in Stoughton in 2006 when Robert Devine set this operation up? Colleen Maxwell. Who came to Stoughton in July of 2014? July 8th and 9th specifically, when Robert Devine and Michael Morrissey were hosting a basketball camp? in order to what I believe was have a visit to deal with the Tiffany Overstreet problem, which we'll talk about in a second? Jeffrey Epstein. Oh yeah. His bank records show he flew from Little St. James, and I cross-referenced this with his staff talking about him leaving the island. He flew up to Massachusetts on July 8th. Flew up to New Hampshire, actually. Went to a Starbucks, then went to a Dunkies, then visited Ghislaine Maxwell, then drove down to Stoughton, the billionaire's paradise of Stoughton. Went to an IKEA, spent about $330. Then went to a gas station, spent $33. Then disappears for a few hours right in the area of a restaurant. And then shows up again at a Dunkies the next morning before going back to New Hampshire, where his plates are tagged on the Easy Pass system. Boom. He bought a massage bed, he bought condoms, he went to a brothel that was part of his network. He had a business meeting about the Tiffany Overstreet problem, in my opinion. And then he told them what to do. Now you might be saying, Grant, do not tell me that in 2014, right as Sandra Birchmore was being groomed in the Police Explorers program, there was a young woman named Tiffany Overstreet who from the fall of 2013 through the summer of 2014 was in a romantic relationship with Robert Devine, who was married. And that young woman did not threaten, Grant. You're not going to tell me she threatened to go public. And furthermore, Grant, you're not going to tell me that within months of Epstein visiting Stoughton, the very same state police unit that would go on to be run by Brian Tully and John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan banged up Tiffany Overstreet on fake criminal charges for violating an RO held by none other than Robert Devine. They put in hundreds of man hours to search warrants for Verizon and all these third-party companies to bang her up, arrest her, and get her to stay quiet. Whose idea do you think that was? Whose Gestapo unit of the state police was this? Alright, continuing. So Tiffany Overstreet, that situation happens in 2014. Jump forward to 2021. Sandra Birchmore is murdered under very strange circumstances, and then the state police unit that banged up Tiffany Overstreet on fake charges to protect Robert Devine all those years ago covers up Sandra Birchmore's murder to protect Matthew Farwell. Alright, why does this get wild? Because guess what happens on January 28th into 29th of 2022? Karen Reed and John O'Keefe find themselves on a snowy road, again, it's a snowy night, a blizzard in fact, in Canton. And John O'Keefe somehow, after Karen Reed drops John off at 34 Fairview Road, the home of a cop named Brian Albert. John was a Boston cop. You're going to find out he was in a secretive undercover unit that investigated child SA offenses. John ends up dead on that lawn, and no one knows how it happened. That's January 28th into 29th of 2022. Guess who investigates John's death? At first, the Canton PD and Brian Tully's Norfolk DA State Police Detectives Unit. And wouldn't you know it, ladies and gentlemen, we come to find out that John O'Keefe in 2021 had recorded a drug deal outside his home. Karen actually recorded it on John's phone, and John was complaining to local police about that drug deal. It happened again. John went outside, confronted the dealer, this is in 2021, with John's BPD badge and gun. The dealer said, oh yeah, I won't come back the next day. Wouldn't you know it, the dealer came back the next day. Almost like he had gone to a boss who told him, you don't have to worry about that Boston cop. Anyway, furthermore, John O'Keefe in the fall of 2021 is talking about prostitutes with Brian Higgins, an undercover ATF agent. Alright? John didn't seem like the type of guy who was into prostitutes. He was ratting out drug dealers. So what was John looking into in Canton? Alright, that's my question. Then, jumping forward again to the night of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. The people at the home that Karen is dropping John off at 34 Fairview, it's Brian Albert, the Boston cop, his wife, Nicole Albert, his son, Brian Albert Jr., and then there's questions about which of Brian Albert Jr.'s friends were there, weren't there, etc. At least one of his female friends was there. Was it Sarah Levinson? And then there was some other adults that were also at the house. Some adults had come back to the house from a bar. Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and then, as I mentioned, Brian Higgins, the undercover ATF agent. So all these people are in the home when John dies. And a strange series of events, to put it lightly, plays out between like 1:30 in the morning and 6 in the morning on January 29th, 2022. Keeping track of what all these individuals are doing would literally require like the brain of Emily C. and the pace of delivery of Boozy Beauty, which is almost impossible to have in one person's mind. But if you were to try to do it, you would end up seeing this just very odd pattern of behavior. Strange phone calls, strange trips to the Canton police station by Brian Higgins, like unexplained sort of gaps in people's stories. All these witnesses like kind of being together and then leaving the home, 34 Fairview, and then coming back together the next morning. That's just the very sort of basics. I'm being very broad here because the details of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case do matter, but only in one specific regard. So in the morning of January 29, 2022, as Karen Reed is looking for John O'Keefe, who had gone missing from what she believed the night before, she ends up in a car with Jen McCabe, who was at the house the night before, and Carrie Roberts, who was not at the house the night before, but knew John O'Keefe. What you're going to come to find out is that there is a dispute. We're going to call it a dispute, because the exact timeline goes like this. At about 5:07 in the morning, Karen Reed leaves John O'Keefe's house. The last time she had seen him was 12:31 a.m. that morning. She goes back to John's house and wakes up in a panic looking for him and leaves his house at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's house to meet up with Carrie Roberts at about 5:25 to 5:35 a.m. She then goes with Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe back to John O'Keefe's house. They take two cars. They then leave Karen's car, her Lexus, at John's house and get into Carrie Roberts' car and go back to Fairview Road, where at about 6 a.m. all three of them arrive and find John dead on the lawn of the home, where there's a blizzard going on. The reason why Jessica Hyde comes up, and this is wild, is that according to Jen McCabe's testimony, at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., while she's standing in the cold, she Googled how long to die in cold. It was actually misspelled, so it's how long to die in cold. According to we're going to find out later, according to something called the write-ahead function of the WallDB file in Jen McCabe's phone, the search occurred at 2:27 a.m. However, this becomes hotly disputed because there are two prosecution witnesses, both of whom are very federally connected. Oh, pause, a little frame drop. There are two prosecution witnesses who are both federally connected. Ian Whiffen through Celebrite and Jessica Hyde through Hexordia. Both of whom go to the mat in a way that didn't even make sense for Jen McCabe. Like, they were riding so hard for Jen McCabe, you could mistake them for turtle riders. I'm not kidding. And all the people analyzing the Karen Reed case at the time, they were like, there's just something odd about how insistent Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde are about this 2:27, 6:23, 6:24 a.m. search disparity. How insistent they are that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24, even though it was an anomaly. Like, if you're technically proficient and you know, like, what I'm talking about with the write-ahead functions of the WallDB, Whiffen could not replicate this error that, quote-unquote, caused the timestamp to be wrong, quote unquote, in the Celebrate readout. He could not replicate it. He tried everything he could. He could not replicate it. So, oh, God bless you, Christine. Thank you for your support. So why is this so relevant? Well, because the expert, one of the experts in the Karen Reed trial that worked vociferously to defend Jen McCabe's 6:23 a.m. story about that search was Jessica Hyde. And as we're going to find out, Jessica Hyde is now working, and what has been for a while, clearly, for the federal government in Boston to investigate the very same state police unit, probably, that cleared Matthew Farwell initially. Nick Garino, the trooper in that unit who did digital forensics, data forensics, he was involved in handling Sandra Birchmore's phone and some of the extractions in the Karen Reed case. And then he randomly got hit on the Mass Pike while doing a detail and almost died, and now is retired under medical disability. Now, here's where this gets wild. On May 26th, 2022, okay, so just, I'd say, 3 months after John O'Keefe's death, a federal grand jury is impaneled in Boston under former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins. It was impaneled by Judge Indra Talwani. We know that it investigated state police misconduct because there was a leaker from the grand jury named Jessica Leslie who got banged up on federal charges but was clearly some kind of cooperating witness because she was the only defendant in my life I've ever seen escorted from the federal courthouse by FBI agents. Okay? All right? And how do I know? Because I was there at the back door of the Boston courthouse with Shelley Murphy. It was only me and Shelley Murphy. And Jessica Leslie's dad was there. Okay? And I was kind of just observing, just to see. I was trying to learn. Shelley Murphy's like a very storied journalist. She covered the Angelo's trial and Whitey Bulger's trial from the courtroom. Okay? She's like a legend. And I'm just kind of observing her, trying to learn. And at a certain point, like, Jessica Leslie's dad walks away. And we both just kind of walk after him just to see where he's going. Now, I never saw Jessica Leslie leave the courthouse, ever. Except for the one time her mom beeped at me and said I was a towel on the very last day, on her sentencing. But on the day her dad was at the back of the courthouse, he walked, along the courthouse and then took a right. And then he met up with these two plainclothes, clearly FBI agents. I mean, you can wear a backpack and a hat, but like an FBI agent is an FBI agent. They don't blend in that easily. It's like Navy SEALs trying to blend in Caracas. Good luck with that. So anyway, it's funny because there was a video yesterday of Navy SEAls walking around Caracas, and they were the most obvious Navy SEAls I've ever seen in my life. They were just wearing gray t-shirts, just like, it's go, just tatted up, just thighs bigger than most people's heads, just walking down the street in Venezuela, and we're just tourists. So anyway, Jessica Leslie's dad gets escorted by two very obvious plainclothes FBI agents to this underground parking garage. Oh, Tiffany Bob started a membership parade, so I'm going to read this out very quickly. Hold on. Oh, where's the membership parade? Oh, Christina F. Oh, may the force be with you. And Sweet Southern Honey. And also Stacy Q. And Amba. Oh, Ambush 26. God bless you all. You just unlocked Super Tell emojis thanks to the one and only Tiffany Bob. It's quite an exclusive club to be in. You can click your emoji icon and you will enjoy them. So in any event, I've been to a lot of federal trials. High-profile defendants. Political defendants, famous defendants. They have to walk out the door, the front or back door, like everybody else. Nope, not Jessica Leslie. Nope. She got smuggled in some way I've never seen before there must be tunnels under that building, because she got smuggled out of it without going out any doors. And then her dad, the FBI agents met him at it's kind of near the back of the Moakley courthouse. So if you're looking to the right at the courthouse back door, you go straight, take a right, you're on this road. Then there's an immediate left. And they met him like at the bay door, like leaving the courthouse, where there's like a gate that goes up, and they walked him across the street and then down this little side street, and then they took him into a parking garage. But I made them, and they probably knew I made them because they were smart. But I made them, so I'm just kind of like watching. Me and Shelley Murphy made them, so I'm just kind of watching. They go into the parking garage. And they come back up 3 minutes later alone, the agents, without him. And then I'm like, oh yeah, they're just going to leave in a car now. I won't be able to get them. I won't be able to see Leslie. But it goes to show you that federal grand jury leaker probably is also cooperating on something, because God only knows like what pressure she got. Because it was a state police corruption grand jury. So let me explain. During the course of the Jessica Leslie federal proceedings, we learned, I think that was in front of Judge Talwani, we learned, 1, Jessica Leslie leaked about 4 cases. We only know 3 of them, okay, publicly. The CDL case involving the state police and pay-for-play CDL commercial driver's licenses, and like getting like lawn mowers to give them out. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, and the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case. Those are 3 of the 4 cases. There is a 4th case that nobody knows about. It's never been revealed. Nobody knows what was being investigated. That I have an idea what that 4th case might have been. I think it might have been Justin Root, but I can't confirm it. All I know is the theme of that federal grand jury was state police corruption. Why is this relevant? Because in the summer of 2023, okay, a grand jury on the federal level is impaneled to investigate the people who investigated Karen Reed for John's death, including all the state witnesses. Why is this so interesting? Well, something in parallel happened at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the summer of 2022. Okay, I think the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe grand jury was initially going to start up in the fall of 2022. Okay? What happened, though, was Rachel Rollins, who was then the U.S. Attorney, the first black woman to be a U.S. Attorney in the history of the United States, mind you, appointed by President Biden, confirmed by the Senate. She does a few stupid things. Firstly, and she knows what she did, you can read it in the DOJ's OIG May 2023 report about Rachel Rollins. Firstly, Rachel Rollins uses a government vehicle and a staff member to go to a fundraiser for Jill Biden in Andover. Hatch Act violation. You can't go to political events in your official capacity unless you're the president. Okay, it's called the Hatch Act. Whether the White House follows it, but anyway, the point is, it's a federal law. You're not supposed to violate it. Number 2, Rachel Rollins, more seriously, uses her office. She had been the Suffolk DA. She's running again now, and she was the DA who was known nationally for not prosecuting like 26 crimes. She was viewed as like a crazy person, you know. Mind you, she told me when she was asked a question on like Young Jerks about the OIG report, and like Young Jerks attributed the question to me, and she was like, yeah, tell Grant I'll send him the report and he can read it. Ma'am, I've read that report so many times, I know the pseudonyms of the officials who testified against you. Okay? I know Bill Abley, Dustin Chow, and Josh Levy, and Boss Lady, the executive officer, testified against you. All right? I've read that report 100 times. Now, if it were up to me and I were in Congress, I would have had that DOJ OIG in there answering questions. Well, I would have got the Biden administration on it, because I'll tell you what happened. So there was a district attorney primary in September of 2022. August, September 2022. Rachel Rollins didn't like that she was going to lose her legacy, because when she left to take the position of U.S. Attorney in January of 2022, we had a Republican governor named Charlie Baker. He's basically a Democrat, but he's a Republican in Massachusetts. So he appointed a very moderate Democrat to replace Rollins as DA. And that's how it works. If you leave your DA post until the next election, the seat is filled by the governor. So the governor appointed Kevin Hayden. Kevin Hayden's a moderate Democrat. In the primary in September of 2022, September of 2022, Ricardo Arroyo is running against Kevin Hayden. Ricardo Arroyo is a Boston city councilor who is like Rachel Rollins, okay? He's like her protege. He's going to keep up her progressive policies and save her legacy. She was kind of seen as like causing the mass and cast problem because she just didn't prosecute anything. You could break the window of the Shell station that down by South Bay. You could just break the thing and she wouldn't prosecute you because, the system's unfair. It's not your fault that you threw a rock through a gas station window. It's capitalism's fault. Hell if I know what her logic was. The point is, Rachel Rollins did dumb things. Okay? And one of the dumb things she did was weaponize her office to try to help Ricardo Arroyo. And, maybe she did something really dumb, like starting a fake pretextual investigation into Kevin Hayden over something that was her fault, the MBTA officer shooting, that she was the DA when it happened, not Hayden. So Rollins comes up with this scheme. It's a scheme to create a fake investigation, recuse herself from it, and then get a Northeastern professor named Daniel Medved to leak it to the Globe. Well, first to the Globe. They wouldn't run with it because I guess they have some integrity. They did at that time. Maybe they still do. Who the hell knows? And then to the Herald when the Globe wouldn't take it. Ironically, to a Herald reporter who now works at the Globe, Sean Philip Cotter. So Rollins leaks this recusal letter from an investigation that did not exist. She made it up just so that Hayden could get smeared. Why, though, did she do this? Well, because Arroyo was facing an October surprise because the Globe knew about his DV charges or whatever it was from 2005 and was going to drop it in mid-August, which is exactly what they did, and it tanked Arroyo's campaign. And, ironically, Rollins promised to go to a book signing for Medved if he wrote a letter asking for Hayden to be investigated. And then the DOJ OIG was like, Rollins, you can't go to his book signing. Now, that alone would be freaking ridiculous, okay? And this is all relevant because, again, the grand jury started in May of 2022. It was actively investigating the state police. The president's wife must be above reproach. All right? So, Rachel Rollins gets caught. And from the fall through December of 2022, she gets investigated by the Department of Justice's Office of the Inspector General, OIG. Okay? She gets formally interviewed in November into December of 2022 and lies to them. On the record, under oath, she violates 18 U.S.C. 1001. She lies to them about whether she leaked to the Herald, which, by the way, to the Herald's credit, they wouldn't run either. They held it till after the election. They knew what she was doing, and they wouldn't help her. And frankly, why would the Herald want to get Arroyo elected? The Herald's like a more right-leaning paper. If the Globe wouldn't run it, the Herald's not going to run it. The Herald did run it eventually after the primary. Now, Rollins, in January of 2023, gets referred by the DOJ OIG for criminal charges. And Biden's White House saves her. And then she's allowed to resign in May of 2023. Immediately, Josh Levy and Dustin Chow and Adam Deitch pick up the federal grand jury into the state police. Immediately. That was the only reason it stopped. Immediately, they hit the ground running. Now, why is this so important? Because over the summer of 2023, there's a flurry of investigative interviews related to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe investigation by the DOJ. They're calling all sorts of witnesses into the federal grand jury and really grilling them on who was responsible for John O'Keefe's death. But then weirdly, you know what the DOJ does in August of 2023? Everything goes quiet on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe front, mostly. Proctor and some other state police are brought back in February for final interviews. But in August of 2023, the Matthew Farwell, Sandra Birchmore grand jury, the federal grand jury opens, which would be tied into the same state police unit, Brian Tully's state police unit. Well, this really gets interesting at that point. Because as the federal grand jury is then investigating Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's murder and potentially a cover-up by the state police thereof, discovery is starting in Karen Reed's case for John O'Keefe's death. And that case is going to trial in April of, well, originally it was going to be like early 2024, late 2023, early 2024, and then it got pushed to like April, May of 2024. Okay? You know what you got to do in a state level criminal case, right? Under Rule 14, even the old Rule 14, you got to turn over discovery to the defendant. Now, if you're the feds, and you got this unit in your crosshairs, and what you think they're doing is either covering things up or covering things up and then putting fake charges on people, well, you might want to bump them. If you straight up say to them, drop the case, if you're Josh Levy and you say to Morrissey, drop the case, and he doesn't drop the case, you bump him. And now everything's going to tie together. Because in the fall of 2023, you start getting discovery turned over from Jen McCabe, from Brian Higgins, from Michael Proctor. And all of it's a little weird, to put it lightly. They're allowed to, these witnesses, like some of them are allowed to turn over their own evidence, determine what they're going to remove. No forensic extractions, one forensic extraction is eventually done on Jen McCabe's phone. Now, why is this so interesting? Well, it's interesting for a few reasons. One, because if you're the feds, you may, if you're investigating obstruction of justice, you may actually have to let the trial play out. If they're going to force it to go to trial, you may as well just let the trial play out. Now, you better be damn sure that you can get 2 to 3 informants on that jury, at least one, but 2 to 3 who, and I'm talking about seated, not alternates, who will vote to cause a mistrial no matter what, and ideally vote to acquit. And if they try you again, you better get enough informants in there to the point where you guarantee an acquittal. And that, I truly believe that's not obstruction. I think that is a legitimate investigative technique. How can you ever investigate obstruction of a trial unless you actually stung the trial? All right. So, where does this all crash together? Well, Karen's tried twice. She's acquitted in 2024. She's acquitted, mistrial in 2024, acquitted in 2025. Who testifies for the prosecution in both of those cases? Jessica Hyde. Not just for Hank Brennan, but also for Adam Lally. And it always was weird that Jessica Hyde, with all those contracts, she's worth millions. Her company is worth a lot of money. Little weird that Hexordia, with all of its resources and all of its connections, was putting its reputation on the line over that search. It never made any sense. But you know when it started to make sense? In July and August of 2025. When Michael Proctor went from saying he had no responsive records in the Miles King case to suddenly 12 years of Michael Proctor's cell phone showing up. There was something to this day unexplainable about that. But it ties into exactly what I think was going on with the discovery process in Karen's trials and also the trials themselves. And it also speaks to why Jessica Hyde being a witness for Leah Foley in the Farwell case is everything. Jessica Hyde would have got an inside view into everything that was going on in the Norfolk County District Attorney's office. Everything. She was their expert. She would have been eyes on the ground. They're geniuses. Listen, the only way, first of all, it's Farwell that revealed this. So we're going to back up and talk about what the documents that came out. But with all of that background, you must understand why that name right there, these two words, Jessica Hyde, in that context are such a big deal. Because it means the federal government, when you are someone's witness, we can speak broadly about the federal government, the DOJ. Fine, you might work for like the DOJ in Arizona and not know Leah Foley. But when you are the DOJ in Boston's witness on this case, in this context, in this year, at this time, in this moment, it means they trust you. It means they trust you to look into state police corruption. They told her stuff. She wasn't helping the Norfolk DA and the state police. She was not. No. She was not. Think about the conflict of interest that would present. She was spying on them. She was a cooperating witness. Now all the people who mocked her are going to feel bad. They're going to feel terrible. Oh, hello, Valhalla. We got big news. Jessica Hyde has been cooperating with Leah Foley on the Matthew Farwell prosecution this whole time. This whole time. I don't know exactly when they brought her on, but she has produced work already for Leah Foley. Yep. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you didn't need all that backstory, that's fine. Now those of you who needed the backstory are at where the people were in the beginning of this chat who were just losing their mind. All right? This is a very big deal. And it's way bigger than you think. So, I was watching a really good documentary. Now, it's not great. Hank, I respect you a lot. I watched the documentary. You kind of came off to me like you were mad that Whitey flipped on the... No, excuse me. The state police came off like they were mad that Whitey flipped on the Angelos, and Hank came off like he didn't want to say it. Hank, did you know my uncle owned the First National Bank of Boston? Yeah. You know who got me into BC? Well, I got in on my own, but you got to have a letter of reference. Archbishop Darcy. You know who Archbishop Darcy was? He reported Father Gagan in the 80s to Cardinal Law. And then the church got all mad. And so they made Archbishop Darcy, who was a lifelong Boston College football fan, go to Notre Dame and be the Archbishop of South Bend, Indiana. It was terrible. I got all mad. Father Neenan and my uncle Father Neenan told me one time, well, Father Neenan was a fascinating man. You must understand. I thought this was all very normal. I should just go talk to these people. Father Neenan told me they used to watch a lot of football, like my uncle and Archbishop Darcy, and they would just watch football. They loved football. And then Father Dita told me that he, when he became a Jesuit, he had to go to a farm in St. Louis, and he was only allowed to speak Latin the whole day. And I was like, that must have been hard. And he was like, it was interesting. He was a nice old man. He considered me for a very high-ranking job. I didn't take it. My point is, okay, that's enough. I don't know how we got down that sort. Oh, Archbishop Darcy, and then I was talking about the state police and Hank Brennan. I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole there. Let's pull me back. Okay, so let's go back to 1975. Oh, the good old days of 1975. So the Norfolk County District Attorney in 1975 was a man by the name of William Delahunt. Now, William Delahunt was having dinner down at a restaurant somewhere in Norfolk County. Hell if I know. Probably near Quincy. And Stevie Fleming, who was Whitey Bulger's guy, comes in and threatens a dude over an $100,000 debt. That's the story. That's how Black Mass starts. That's the story. All right. So William Delahunt, ostensibly, goes to the FBI and says to them, will you please investigate this, because I cannot. I'm a fact witness. I saw the extortion attempt. The FBI, according to Black Mass, comes back and is like, no, we're not going to prosecute that. So Delahunt and his state police unit go spy on Whitey's Hanover Street garage. Okay, Whitey was like an Irish mobster who was doing contract hits for the Angelos, who were the commissions men in Boston via the Patriarchas in Rhode Island. Everyone understand? All right. So Delahunt gets mad and goes and has the state police spying on Whitey and Stevie Fleming. That's what it looks like. Oh, God bless you to the person who found the Venmo. I didn't even do a donation read. You're wonderful. So that Whitey and Stevie are being spied on by the state police. Whitey and Stevie are operating out of Hanover Street in the North End. Is that Mimi? Oh, Mimi, it's so good to see you. I was thinking about you the other day, my friend. God bless you. You're so wonderful. Mimi gives me such wonderful energy. Mimi, towel girlfriend Nikki, she's coming to the U.S. I saved your gift for when she arrives. I'm going to use it to buy her dinner. It's going to be great. I'm so excited. Okay, so William Delahunt goes to the FBI. The FBI won't prosecute Whitey and Fleming, so William Delahunt and the state police spy on Fleming and Bulger on Hanover Street in the North End. Around the corner, the Angelos, who are the Italian mob, are operating out of 95 Prince Street. It was called In Town, okay? Now, the FBI was spying on the Angelos using Whitey and Stevie, in part. Although, depending on who you ask, Whitey and Stevie, were hangers-on. You can't be in the Italian mob unless you are 100% Italian. It used to be you had to be 100% Sicilian. Then they bent the rules, and you could be 100% Italian. Sometimes, if you're like the son of a boss, you can be non-Italian, but it's very rare. You have to be 100% Italian. No exceptions. 100% Italian. If you are not 100% Italian, the most you're ever going to be is like a hanger-on or an associate. So you can go to places where the mafia might be, but you cannot be part of the mafia. Whitey and Stevie didn't even get to talk to the Angelos. Okay, they didn't even get to talk to them. They talked to a lower ranking Angulo brother at best. But they were part of the FBI's network that was spying on Prince Street. Now, you want to know something interesting? There was a Greyhound racing track called Wonderland up in Revere in the 80s and 90s. It has to do with something called pari-mutuel betting, which we'll also talk about in the context of World Highlight and Oklahoma and David Wheeler, because Whitey comes up in that context too. So up in the 90s, the former head of the state police, named Americo or something, was working at the Greyhound track as a manager. But he was accused by the feds of taking $100,000 a day in off-track bets for the Angelos. Okay? All right? Now, why do I say that? Because I think the real reason that William Delahunt and the state police were mad at Whitey is because they found out, through William Delahunt inadvertently probing the feds, that Whitey and Stevie had flipped and were informants, okay? In the like a very compartmentalized, what was called top echelon informant program for the FBI. And Stevie had been an informant since the 60s. He was the one who had been an informant forever. Whitey did not become an informant until John Conley took over for H. Paul Rico. H. Paul Rico, interestingly enough, H. Paul Rico was the FBI agent who initially was running Stevie Flemmi, and then like in charge of the Boston office. It got really bad. H. Paul Rico retired and then went to work security for this thing called World High Ally. What's really weird about this and what freaks me the F out, I didn't even know this until the other day. The reason why the guy out in Oklahoma, the owner of World High Ally, let me just get you his name because this is very important. I was just reading this story the other day. World High Ally Murder, Oklahoma. This man's name was Robert Wheeler. All right, so Robert Wheeler was this like very wealthy, self-made baron in Oklahoma. And there was this guy working for the Bank of Boston, which my uncle owned. He was married into the family, but still, he was my uncle. He owned that bank. It turns out that a guy, like Dave Conley or something, working for Bank of Boston, went to Robert Wheeler, and they thought that he would be this absentee owner so that the mob could skim off World High Ally. Wheeler was not an absentee owner. His son was actually very adept in computer forensics and audited the World High Ally, which caused Bolger to order Mataramo to hit Wheeler in Oklahoma, which eventually got H. Paul Rico arrested, which is just a wild sub-story to all of this. The fact that my family has so many connections to this, it really, really bothers me. Okay, thank God I'm so publicly prolific. All I know is I'm going to guess Leah Foley sits around and she's like, yeah, thank God that kid's publicly prolific, or we probably would have to move him somewhere like years ago. They did come. Somebody came in my house and threatened me. And I'm starting to think that had less to do with Kathy Rumler. Kathy Rumler was probably sitting around like, Grant, I did not send some dude to your house, Grant. Dude, does that sound like something I would do? I didn't really think it was Kathy Rumler. I knew who it was right away. So my point with that is, when you look deep enough into this, you're going to find that there is something very wrong, all right, about all of this. Because when you really look at Black Mass from that perspective, then the FBI losing face in the 90s was the only reason why the FBI got embarrassed over John Conley and H. Paul Rico and Whitey and Flemmi was because the state police were mad that Whitey flipped on the Angiulos. That's the real story of Black Mass, in my opinion. Okay? That means that FBI in Boston and that DOJ has been waiting for 30 or 40 years to hold the state police accountable for what they did. Yeah, maybe the FBI did enable some really, really bad behavior. But the real story there is that the state police weren't on some moral crusade to bring down organized crime. They were just pissed that Whitey was giving up their guys. And I don't know if Hank Brennan either didn't want to say that or like won't say that. If he like was being cautious, I understand. But I can't read that man. I gotta tell you, there's only two people during Karen's trial that gave me a look that was like, don't worry, kid, you'll get there. And it was Karen and Hank Brennan, and it was the exact same look. They are both very similar. Very, just different, like, realms that they operate in. So, I can't get a read on Hank Brennan, but I'm almost certain that the person, like, who Hank Brennan was actually mad at, I believe, or who I would have been mad at, was the state police. I wouldn't have been mad at John Conley. I would not have been mad at the DOJ, even after watching that whole hour and 40-minute documentary. After reading what happened to Robert Wheeler, the person that I would have been the most upset with, or the people, would be the state police. And listen, if I'm right about this, okay, this means that Jessica Hyde that whole time was in the inner workings as a witness of the Norfolk DA, to learn how they go about manipulating forensic data for presentation during trials, or lack thereof. They got him. And listen, once you reveal this, it's over. Do you realize all these people are going to cut and run? Do you understand the level of panic that all of these people now have? Now that they've realized Jessica Hyde was talking to Leah Foley's office that whole time, they're going to lose their freaking minds. So watch, if I'm right about this, which I know I am. I can't prove it yet, but I know I am. If I'm right about this, how apropos that Laura from London sent me my Turtle Boy shirt and I got it today. Turtle Boy was right. There you go. He was right in more ways than he imagined. Now, I have a theory about Turtle Boy too, which is that he knows a lot more than he can say publicly. Okay, because he is, as strange as it is, as brash as he is, I think he's respectful of the work that the DOJ does. I don't think Dustin Chow would treat Turtle Boy the way that he does if Turtle Boy didn't make cases. You see what I mean? So, in turn, I think today was a big day. Now, you might be like, Grant, no. You did not get that from 2 words in a filing. Yep, I did. I absolutely did. It was the biggest 2 words I've ever read. If you watch back to the beginning of the stream, I could barely explain the intensity of what was going on. Because this was my theory the whole time. That it was a bump. I mean, in the words of the wonderful Cupcakes and attorney Melanie Little, it was a bump. Oh, sweet nothing, you're so kind. I didn't even set a chat goal. You all are so kind. It was. I just can't believe it. I didn't think it would happen. You know, my analysis was based on what I thought was a fair inductive reading of everything that had happened from someone who was close to it. I never in a million years thought I was going to be right. And I don't mean that in a gloating way. I just didn't think anything this complex could actually be deployed. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. And there's no way I'm not right. Because to do the Farwell case, you have to be read in on compartmentalized information. There's no way they let Jessica Hyde in on that if she was just, like, if she had a conflict and really believed Jen McCabe. Nonsense. They wouldn't let Jessica Hyde within 1,000 yards of the Farwell case. You can pick any computer forensic, digital forensic expert in the country. Okay, Hexordia is not the only one that understands how Celebrite and Axiom and those other tools work. This was not, there are no coincidences. This is not a coincidence. Think about the implications of this, just so I can really tie this up in a bow. No. The federal government did not read Jessica Hyde in on secret information about Brian Tully's state police unit unless she was working with them the whole time. They got him. Kudos. And by the way, the only way this got filed publicly is with Leah Foley giving the nod. Otherwise, she would have asked for it to be filed under seal. The name Jessica Hyde has not been mentioned in the Farwell case until right now. They kept that close to the vest. You know why? Because if you are the federal government and you reveal you have Jessica Hyde as an expert in this case, listen, a smart man, if you're underground, can tell where you are based on the rock in the bed, in the stone in the bedrock. And to a smart man, that is a bombshell. Everything, listen, it's going to take a little bit for the media to catch up, like probably 2 months, in fact. Everything that you thought, everything you had been hearing on this stream, everything that was sort of on your radar, T.A. Sarah's going to lose her mind, because she's been writing all of this down, because she was convinced that this was, and it was right. And if you actually took notes, if you actually go back and watch this stream and this coverage, this news coverage, over the past 4 to 6 months, this was the theory. It was that the whole trial, Karen's trial, was a sting. It's hard to reconcile Brian Albert being tricked by Jessica Hyde for 2 years. Jessica, have you ever looked into Hexordia? God bless you, Mr. Monks. Have you ever looked into Hexordia? So here's the thing. I kind of backed off a little bit when I realized what Hexordia was. Because have you ever, and I'm not kidding, if you actually Google Hexordia's, which is her company, Jessica Hyde's company, federal contracts, oh my God. I've never seen anything like it. That woman single-handedly pulls in more money than any forensic data analyst I've ever seen in my life. You're talking like her company might be worth over $100 million. I'm not over-exaggerating. I'm probably underestimating. No, that's the thing. So I know there's one case I think out of Maryland where Jessica Hyde's like analysis of a phone came up or something. There's an adverse ruling. That's not what Jessica Hyde does. It may look like that's what she does, but if you look at her contracts, that's not what she does. Though she's oh, thank you, Chinatown K9. I saw your wonderful comment earlier. You're wonderful. Jessica Hyde, and I wasn't too public about this. I need to be forthcoming with you all. No one's told me anything, especially from the DOJ. They just don't. They wouldn't. They don't talk to me. But I'll tell you, I figured this out when I looked up, and I never published it. You can look back. I might have talked a little bit about it, but I did not publish it. I looked up all of Hexordia's contracts in the federal contracting database. She's one person. It's her company. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions. No, and the work that she did on Karen Reed's case was very, it was like odd what the amount of effort she was putting in for the amount of money she normally makes. Like, this is a woman, if you look at her financials, and this is all public because they're federal contracts, so they have to be public on the federal website. It's a condition of getting the money. It's crazy. I'm talking about commits too, and payouts, not just what the contract was valued at. She actually got paid out on all these different federal contracts. She's a high-level operative. And that's when I was like, oh yeah, it had to be her. Because her argument didn't make any sense. Same thing with Whiffins. I think Whiffin, that's why I didn't get too deep into the Unit 8200 thing. I think Whiffin might have been a spy too. From a technological perspective, their arguments literally made no sense. To a layman, they sounded plausible, even to like a lay journalist, but to someone who's technologically proficient and has done anything to do with anything related to extractions or MD5 hashes or whatever, forensic data analytics, whatever you want to talk about. If you have even a cursory, like, if you can convert from base 2 to base 0 to base 10 to base 8 and vice versa, whatever, you knew that was nonsense. The argument was nonsense. The whole thing should have fell apart when Whiffin couldn't replicate it. All right? And I mean fell apart, like they shouldn't have put their professional reputations on the line for that. Unless there was another reason. This is the reason. I need you to take in the weight of it. There is no way in hell that the federal government let Jessica Hyde learn protected information over years about the Matthew Farwell case, which involved the very same state police unit that she was helping in the Karen Reed case. No way, unless she was read in. Vinell, just a thank you and some parking money. Watched you on Melanie. You are brilliant. Oh, God bless you. That was such a kind super chat. I'm so blessed to be able to read my super chats in real time. So apologies if I ever break the flow to do that, but it's important to me that I say thank you. So God bless you. Now, to circle back one more time. There is no doubt I got recruited by the DOJ. I did turn them down. I'm probably one of the few people in the world that can say they got recruited by the DOJ, which I did. It's true. It happened. I told the story. It's fascinating. I don't know how they actually work, and frankly, I don't want to know, because it's easier for me as a journalist to not know protected information. I like to analyze things. So if you tell me stuff I can't talk about, I get mad. Just let me figure it out, and then we'll talk about it after. All right? Don't tell me anything. I'll figure it out. You don't. I actually instruct people explicitly. Do not go looking for protected, classified information for me. Do not. Don't do it. I say it. It's explicitly. It's very important to me. Now, whistleblowers, etc., depending on what the information is, if it's very, very serious, like military, I'll make the person go to Congress. I won't do it. If it's like something with like regulatory agencies, I might cover it. But on the whole, no. So it's very important to me. And I won't let people, if people try to tell me stuff that I think will compromise my ability to analyze things, I tell them to stop talking. I've done that a lot, even with government officials. I'll be like, just stop. Why are you doing this to me? Like, just stop. It's hilarious. The government looks at Little Towel. The government is very protective of me, speaking broadly. I think there are like a lot of you in the chat. They look at me as this like abandoned, kind of like very intelligent, but like emotionally like kind of stunted, like little child. And I'm not a little child. I'm kind of smart. I'm just a little Tao. But anyway, the government's very protective of Little Tao. They get all mad. They get all mad when people mess with Tao, which is a good thing. But I don't let them tell me anything. I'm very strict about that. And getting back to the point, no one ever told me anything that would lead to this conclusion. I needed this document to have this moment. I needed them to write, someone to write in a filing something like this. I can't believe it was Jessica Hyde, though. I kinda knew, but I didn't. I never, unless I saw this, I wouldn't believe it. Even me. I would never have gone out there and been like, yeah, forget Hank. No, it was Jessica Hyde that was cooperating. Wild. I've blown my own mind. I was here for this. I never thought this would happen. So many people must feel so relieved. Aiden must be breathing such a sigh of relief. Karen, by the way, I think Karen knew the whole time. She can go out there and front all she wants. I think she knew the whole time. She can't wait to tell that story. I can sense it on her. We almost talked. I probably could have talked to her, but I was sweating profusely in the hallway outside of court. And I was like in a suit. It was like 100 degrees. And there was just like 50 people in the hallway. And that was not going to be the first time I talked to Karen. Nope. She's too smart. Nope. I was outnumbered. I was sweaty. I was not going to do it. Nope. We will talk, but it was not going to be under those circumstances. Karen's such a G. Did you know I have my initials tattooed on the back of my skull? Yeah. Nailed it. I'm so proud. You know, let's just say it's probably, like, there are probably some people who are literally having meltdowns right now. Because if you, out there, retaliated against the federal witnesses, you're in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. Serious trouble. And they know. They were on the inside. You think you all were good at running moles? Welcome to the Department of Justice. Well played. Well played. We're closer than ever before. This next 2 months is going to be wild. There have been people, justice deferred is not justice denied. And there have been people who have been waiting a very long time. It's not time yet. It's time for us. This is sort of my time. I get to do this because of that one word. But this isn't even like the laid out bombshell of it all. We don't even know what's coming. Adam Deitch is going to win. I think we might, all of us together, Karen, Aiden, all of you, all of your commitment, it was not in vain. I think we actually changed history. Wow. What a day. I didn't think I'd be here to see this. Oh, one Hindu says, thank you, Grant. I watched you and Lindsay on RFD. It was an awesome show. You are truly a hard worker. Oh, Ray is great. God bless Ray. God bless you and God bless Ray. Ray's wonderful. I think he's great. I think he's got a heart of gold. Even when I was critiquing Turtle Boy, Ray was like, you know what? I'm going to listen to Grant. I don't like anything. Ray was out openly saying, I don't like anything he's saying, but you know what? I find him interesting. And then we would just talk about politics on the air, and he'd be like, well, he's very interesting. I'm like, yeah, he's interesting. Ray was like, you just got to give him a chance. And I want to talk about something else. No one on the Free Karen Reed or Pro Turtle Boy side ever threatened me, ever tried to make me feel a certain way, ever manipulated me. They were only unconditionally supportive. It was the other side that was preying on me emotionally, tried to manipulate my family, got in the orbit of my mother, tried to torment me, nearly bankrupted me, made me suffer, which I did not mind. There's people who have it a lot worse. It was threatened me, tried to bribe me, and made it all conditional. It was only the other side. But that's the truth, and I'll tell it. You damn right I'll tell it, and it won't be to Netflix. Oh, Tora NZ sent 5 gift memberships. You're very kind. Oh, Mishigama and Tora NZ, you gave yourself a membership. That's great. And Sharon and True Crime Justice and Turtle Power. Oh, what a wonderful day. Emojis everywhere. All right, so if you're just tuning in, the exaltation for me. Now, I know it's a very intense thing, and I want people to understand how many people perish without anyone ever saying their name. That's why I say Sandra Birchmore's name so much. That's why I say John O'Keefe's name a lot. That's why I say, even though Tiffany Overstreet is alive, and she's going to stay that way, or I'm going to be the one that comes knocking juridically, I promise you, don't even think about it. Seriously, don't even think about it. That's why I say other people's names, Justin Root's name, a lot. Because there are people out there who die and have their lives taken without anyone ever knowing. They die in silence. And then the people who hurt them tell their story. And it's wrong. It makes me mad. But the exaltation comes not from the recognition that there are so many voiceless out there. The exaltation comes from the hope that it will stop. That Sandra Birchmore's name and John O'Keefe's name and Tiffany Overstreet's name and Aidan Carney's name and Karen Reed's name will be the last names we have to say, because this will stop. Corruption Revealed says, you're a treasure, Grant. I'm going to keep saying it. Oh, God bless you. You're so kind. What a wonderful username. How apropos for this moment. But I said, somebody finally heard me. I was getting so mad. I said, it ends now. Like, I was begging them, like, through this stream. I know people listen to this stream. I know a lot of people in the government listen to this stream. Okay? Even before they were listening to this stream. Last year, in May of 2025, I had someone come to my dad's celebration of life. And he was like, Grant, we were all sitting around at a bar. I won't tell you who he works for or what he does, but he's in the government. He was like, we were all sitting at a bar in Washington, and we were talking about your post about your dad. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, we read your coverage. He was like, that's the only reason I'm here. No one told me your dad died. It was very overwhelming. So, yeah. Oh, right. The government. So I'm well aware that the government watches this stream. I don't really think too much of myself because of it. I don't really care. I'm glad that they want to be informed and understand what the people are thinking and talking about and get the information that I think is relevant, and that will help to make good decisions. That's cool. But I don't really care, and I really don't think too much of myself. But I'll tell you, when I get mad and I say I want something to stop and I want the government to fix it, I expect them to do it. And it was really frustrating me. I know they had their reasons, but I was so mad that they were letting this go on. All they had to do was drop one little thing and it would stop. And this is what they had to drop. Now I get that this means that everyone who they were targeting is going to realize they were being targeted. So they must think they have everything they need, which is what I was waiting for. So, yeah. It was very intense to get to this point. Now, I'm just telling, it's not written in black and white. It's one name on a paper, okay? But the implications of Leah Foley's office reading Jessica Hyde in on the Farwell case only can mean one thing. Because otherwise, the Farwell defense would rip Hyde apart on cross. But how do you even do this? I don't know how this is all going to play out. Please read my chat from Jessica Hyde. I spoke to her. She was in Dartmouth with me. All right. She is in section 12. Section 12 because of... Well, hold on. I will look more into her history, but have you looked up her company, Hexordia? I mean, you can't... Whatever she's doing, you can't fake those records. She's a high-level federal contractor, and we're staring at evidence that she was read into the Farwell case. The thing I can't get over is that no matter how many times I analyzed Jessica Hyde's testimony and Ian Whiffin's testimony, it wasn't that what they were saying wasn't possible. It could happen. It was the degree, it was like the fervency of their vociferous sort of like defense of Jen McCabe. It didn't make sense. That's not what the data said. The data said, like, maybe we had some kind of, like, weird 1 in 4,000 whatever anomaly. That is not how Ian Whiffin and Jessica Hyde presented it. It never made sense to me. No matter how much I thought about it, no matter how much I tried to, like, mull it over, I just couldn't, explain why they were so gung-ho about it. Well... I'm not saying I can't, it's not written out, okay? I'm admitting that, obviously. If I had that, I probably wouldn't be streaming. I probably would be, like, running around outside in circles, okay? I don't know if I'd even be able to talk. But the implications here are that the government, the federal government, on a case that goes back to August of 2023, a federal case, has been working with Jessica Hyde. When she was brought in, it's unclear. Anytime between August of 2023 and probably 6 months ago. We need far more information about when exactly she was brought in. But, yeah. Hello, South Boston Kev. Oh, Amanda, thank you so much for your support. Where there's smoke, there's fire. All right, and this is the biggest fire we've seen. And it explains everyone's just weird behavior. Like, Karen's, Aiden's, everybody's. they all knew something they couldn't say, and they're very proud of us for supporting them, but there was something they just could not say, and I think this is it. Nightbot's on the prowl, and I have some. I'm not a lawyer. I did go to law school, so I have some sense of what you have to do in pretrial witness prep, especially when it's an expert. And especially when it's like a case with serious federal protective orders. I kind of know a little bit about, because you have to train, put it this way, in law school, when they ask who wants to be a prosecutor, maybe one or two kids will raise their hand. Most people want to be a defense attorney if they're doing criminal law, or a corporate lawyer. That's where the money is. So there's no money in being a prosecutor. If you want to be a prosecutor, you're either like into political power, which is weird, don't do it for that reason, or like you really care about the justice system, or you want trial experience before you go to big law, which is, I mean, yeah, okay. But the point remains the same. Nobody wants to be a prosecutor unless they really care. But I did. So I happen to like be in the orbit. Like I would always talk to, the people who were interested in like being prosecutors, or like the judges, or like whatever. I always talk to the people who are prosecutors. That's just how it works. You tend to talk to the people who do what you're interested in. And I don't know a lot about like federal witness prep. It's probably a little different. But if you're going to prep an expert witness for a trial, it takes a very long time. And first of all, we haven't seen any motions from the feds about Jessica Hyde. They kept this close hold. That's how I know this is a big deal. Because, trust me, I've read every document in the Farwell case, every Sandra Birchmore case, every one. I didn't go to all the hearings, but if the name Jessica Hyde ever came up, it would have been discussed. No. They kept this very, so close hold, it almost doesn't make sense. You have to prep an expert. They put this under protective order. She was only allowed to mention this now because he needs to tell the court why he needs a rebuttal witness. Why would they do that? Why would they go to those lengths to protect who the expert witness was? I'll tell you right now, it's because the state police are being spied on. And frankly, you can't really impeach, now that I think about it, how are you going to impeach Jessica Hyde about 227? There was never any adverse findings. All she did was render an opinion on data. You can't impeach her on it. It's not material. If there were an adverse finding against her credibility, in that case, maybe. All she did was offer an opinion. She's insulated from impeachment on that, in my opinion. You can't impeach her on the 227 thing when there was no adverse finding about her credibility. So, for the DOJ, what's the problem? I love everything about this. If they actually did this, I'm so proud. The system works. It's glorious. I'm stunned. I've been looking at the same page for an hour and 40 minutes. I talked about this one phrase here those two words for an hour and 40 minutes. Felt like 5 minutes. It's like my worlds collided and then exploded in this glorious ball of light. And what's so glorious about this is, it's not the type of thing that would have attracted a headline. You really wouldn't have noticed it. It was just kind of like thrown on the last page of a bunch of filings, and nothing in the filings would have led you to believe that it was in there. It just looked like a bunch of arguments over like DNA experts and evidence of trial for Farwell. And then at the very end was this notice from Farwell about his witness, his evidence, his witness, his expert. And even if you look at the first page, you wouldn't exactly think that this thing has anything of value. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to introduce Mr. Loper. Well, as Towel, I'm like, oh, you're going to introduce an expert? I wonder if it's because the government has an expert. Oh my God, wait. And then I was scrolling, and then I was like, oh my God, the government has experts. Oh my God, it's Jessica Hyde. And then I lost it. I didn't even know what to say. I think I put Towel Girlfriend to bed, and then I was just like, I have to go live. You know what, actually, I thought? I was like, should I record a video about this? Like, should I cut a video and just upload it? And I was like, wait a minute. I think I have to go live. All right, Nightbot. We don't have to. Nightbot. We don't have to time out Birdie P for saying hit like in all caps. Be nice, Nightbot. I welcomed you back, Birdie P. You have a wrench now. You're good. Ema says, why haven't more people in prison asked to have their investigations looked into if the state wants to claim the Celebrate can be wrong? Oh, Ema, I think people are going to be asking that question. Oh, Francine is here. God bless you. I think people are going to be asking that question about Proctorgate. I think they're going to be asking that question about the integrity of a number of criminal cases, not just that Michael Proctor investigated, but that Nicarino may be investigated. There's a lot of that John Fanning may be investigated. Here's the thing. When you run into a situation, with banks, it's called too big to fail. With police officers, it's more like, can we really go down the road of opening every conviction that this cop got to challenge? Like, the system has to protect itself. And so, yeah, the system will look, and I've talked about this before. Boston Brandy actually clipped it. Shout out to her. It was a great clip. I didn't even know I said it so eloquently, but I've talked about how with the Annie Dukem drug lab scandal in Massachusetts, that resulted in like 20,000 convictions getting like thrown out basically, or at least reviewed. Those were bad. Some of them were bad hombres, as Mr. President would say. They sold like Fent and like contaminated blow, the worst of the worst. They killed people with the drugs they sold, and they had to get released. Somehow, what Proctor did and what these cover-ups, especially the Birchmore case, could do is expose far more serious crimes to being challenged. And I'm talking about people who took lives, people who abused children, people who essayed vulnerable women and men, the worst of the worst. That's why this is so bad. It's not in magnitude by number and volume worse than Annie Dukem. It's orders of magnitude worse in terms of the severity of the offenses for the people in jail that could be open to challenge. Chat Mom Lynn, God bless you. And Chat Mom Lynn says, you're my hero for breaking all this down, Grant. And then Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins, so if you love penguins, feel free to consider dropping a penguin in chat. Now, I haven't even dropped my donation links. Some of you have found them in the description. God bless you. I try to go through and click the hearts on each one. We have a Discord. I would be remiss if I did not mention this. If you want to join and chat with Chat Mom Lynn and me and others, feel free to join. We also have some rules here. We have 182 countries that have visited since February 28th of 2026. And then we have donation options if you'd like to buy Towel some lunch. Thank you for all your super chats and your membership gifting. You're wonderful. You can donate through Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. You can find the links in the chat and in the description. You can also scan the wonderful little emojis on screen. That would be money sign Grant Smith Ellis for Cash App, Venmo at Grant-E1. It's a picture of an inflatable Elmo. My friend was named Elmo. He was a veteran. It's a sad story. I wanted to send him that picture before, like he passed away. I didn't know he was going to pass away, and I never got to send it to him. His nickname was Elmo. Another long story. Anyway, and he really loved the character Elmo. And so That's not actually why he's called Elmo. It actually is because one time he was doing a lot of L, and then he was like, no L, like no more Elmo. Like he was trying to say no L, no more, but he ended up like saying no Elmo or something. It was hilarious. So we called him Elmo. He was a vet, really good guy. And I made that inflatable picture of Elmo, my profile picture there, so that if anyone ever asks me, is that you? I can be like, yeah, that's my friend Elmo, so that no one ever says his name a last time. See what I mean? I mean it. When I say no, if I commit to people's names not being said for a last time, I really mean it. So God bless you all. Thank you for indulging me in that story. And if you're just tuning in, we're analyzing the implications of the federal government calling forensic expert Jessica Hyde in the Matthew Farwell case, which in turn means that the federal government, this DOJ office in Boston run by Leah Foley, has been working with Jessica Hyde for probably 6 months at minimum. I think it's a lot more. We don't know yet because this has been a closely held secret. This was more closely held than the freaking nuclear codes, ladies and gentlemen. And trust me, people would have known if this were out there. This witness, Jessica Hyde, was a central witness against Karen Reed, working with the Norfolk County DA and the state police. Oh, someone said Emily D. Baker recommended people check the stream out. God bless you. Thank you, Emily D. Baker, and to all the people who are doing such good work out there. And let me tell you, this trial, the Matthew Farwell trial, we don't know 1/100th of what's going to come out. This thing, I've tried to say to people, it's a very big deal what happened to Sandra Birchmore and how it was covered up. What this means, this has just taken this thing to another level. It's going to take the news probably like 2 days, maybe a week or two to catch up. When they figure out what this means, that trial is going to be bigger than the Bolger trial. You don't understand. This is going to be wild. I bet Christina Rex has figured it out. She's a smart cookie. Don't underestimate Christina Rex. I don't trust that, what's her name? The woman, note my objection though. I don't trust her because her cousin works for the Norfolk DA's office, or did work for him. I don't trust her. So now her emails to Tully about the defense contacting her make sense. That was a little bit weird, wasn't it? Wow. Just incredible. It's like it's a beautiful painting that so many people worked on. I bet Karen's, I don't know how she celebrates. Maybe she feeds her houseplants. She pours some water in them. She likes houseplants, I heard. It's I've never, even when I was on the opposite side, never had a problem with her love of houseplants. I thought it was cute. I had no problem with it, right? So I don't know how Karen celebrates, but she's probably, feeding the houseplants, running around in circles. She's probably like, oh, I can't say anything yet, but look, he's finally saying it. Someone can finally say it. That would explain why, David Yannetti was so proud. That's why Al Jackson, was beaming. They couldn't say anything. But I can't believe it. If this is true, you don't understand. Maybe you do understand. Maybe that's why there's so many Tao friends here. I never thought it would happen. I've been stunned, hoisted by my own petard. I've baffled myself. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, a lot of people are going to prison. Oh God. This is going to be wild. Oh my. Dude, they're brutal, huh? They're so smart. The DOJ is so smart. South Boston Kev's like, South Boston Kev is catching the first flight to Vietnam. The Donna Adelson strategy. Oh, another question just came in. Thank you so much for that. Your opinion, going right back to the start of John O'Keefe, why has no one been interested in finding where his blood was? It is obvious he did not lose his life where he was found 3 to 4 hours missing. Oh, yeah. I think that, plus the mystery man, plus the taillight showing up at Fairview in the CERT team report, right after the footage was manipulated and edited at the Sally Port. The question, I think, isn't why weren't people interested? It's why did the feds keep all of this so close to the vest? You don't have to hide the fact that Jessica Hyde is your expert in the Farwell case. Unless by revealing that Jessica Hyde's your expert in the Farwell case, you tip your hand. Which means the whole plan, this whole time, Farwell revealed this early out of spite. Because Leah Foley's office was not ready to reveal this. Oh, he blew their op, huh? What a jerk. And he has litigation privilege. So he is probably permitted, even under a protective order, to argue to the judge, this is why I need my expert. Damn. Dude, I think so. What are these people going to do? Do you understand? They're going to put this together. They did it. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You know what I'm saying? Like the Norfolk DA's office does not need Towel to read that to know what that means. They're lawyers. They figured that out immediately. The laity might have needed to read the Post about it, but the lawyers knew right away. They got played. They got rolled. And now they're sitting ducks for prosecution. They can't go anywhere. And they're about to lose the office, too, to Deitch, who was the man who was investigating them. Oh, my. Oh, they're so fucked. I've never seen a group of people in so much trouble in my life. Dude, they pissed off the whole system, huh? They really made some people mad. I've never seen anything like this. No wonder Maine Justice had to be involved. This is some serious stuff. They must be onto something really serious to do this. I'm like the most serious thing possible. I'm going to guess a lot of people on Karen's team knew about this, so they wouldn't inadvertently say something. That's what made me the wild card. But by the time I came around, they were like, it's Grant. Like, Grant covers a lot of stuff, you know. So, just don't say anything. He'll move on. I figured out right away that Karen figured out the strategy with me is to just say nothing and do nothing. And eventually I'll just move on to something else. So that's why they never, if you react to what I'm putting out there, then you'll tip me off. To answer 3 Clerk Monty's question. So yeah, I would guess I was probably one of the only people who was not read in or told to stop talking about this. Because by telling me to stop talking about it, they would have been confirming I was right. So they just were like, it's Grant. Just let him rant. He'll move on. He'll go cover the war or something. He'll get distracted by goats. He'll move on. We'll eventually have to tell him, but, you know, he's just let him talk. But all of you who were watching, in turn, were able to put it all together, too. And they were like, I'm going to guess the powers that be were like, all right, at a certain point, we're going to have to reveal this, you know. So maybe he's right. Let's just end this. But still, I think this was Farwell blowing their op out of spite, his lawyers in particular. Because why would you reveal this? I know you got to make the motion, but clearly Leah Foley's office did not want it out there that Jessica Hyde was their expert. Clearly. They said nothing, and she's been working with them for a while. What are the gamers? How do the gamers describe it in the parlance? Boom. Headshot. Literally. Greatest prosecutorial legal maneuver I've ever seen. Stunning. In scope, in breadth, It spanned administrations. This was the one thing the Republicans and the Democrats could agree on. Getting these people. Thank God. I gotta think Mr. President Trump had some role in this, or at least someone at Main Justice briefed somebody in the White House. There's no way this happened without a lot of people approving this. They're going after cops. The only reason they're doing this under this administration, in my opinion, is because it's going to make Democrats look bad in this state, the Democratic Party. It just works politically. I said it from the beginning. It just works. It works for everybody. And it works for the DOJ and FBI in Boston. I guarantee you there's some guy there, or girl, who's been there for 40 years, some secretary, who's like 80, who's really mad at the state police, and tells everybody that comes into that office about how much she hates the state police. If this actually happens, it'll be a miracle. These people never go down. Ever. Ever. I've never seen it. I thought this was I literally thought they were going to sweep it under the rug. But no. 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 Think about, again, I'll reiterate this because I've always heard it said if you have a good point, reiterate it 3 times. Think about what Jessica Hyde would be exposed to on cross if she legitimately was going to bat for the same state police unit that covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. You think the DOJ would read her in? You think they were born yesterday? The most high-profile criminal trial in their jurisdiction in the past 20 years. You think they just didn't know? And they got him. She was planted with them. Which means somebody involved with the DA's office or the witnesses tried to really call in some contacts. Because you don't get rolled like that unless you really push it. That's serious. Planting an expert around them, it's completely legitimate as an investigatory tactic. Why not? Why the hell not? As long as you get approval. What's illegal about it? She might have honestly held that opinion regarding the phone search. Just because she was so vociferous about it, there's nothing illegal about being overly vociferous. And if she's an informant, they can waive her out. They can immunize her. She'll never be charged with anything. Even if she lied, she couldn't be charged. So, I don't know what to tell you. I think they rolled him. I wouldn't have... Hold on. Frame drop. 1 sec. What are we, 63 days from trial? We weren't probably supposed to find this out until right before trial. If not, during the lead up to trial. Because you do motions in limine up to the start of trial. Even during trial. And I know a lot of you have put it together now, but it still's hitting home for me what this means. It's incredible. Watch the people that go silent now. Before we move on, and I tell you the larger context and what was on the docket today, the new Walmart evidence in the Birchmore case, watch who goes silent now. Watch who runs. Some people are going to go quiet and never come back because they realize they just got rolled hard. Harder than almost anyone has ever been rolled. This makes the state police look like amateurs. That is a real investigation. Hello, Jen's dog, Jonah. Oh, yes, there's a lot to catch up on. The federal expert witness in the Farwell prosecution for Leah Foley is Jessica Hyde. Yep, that Jessica Hyde. Rolled hard and put away wet. Yeah. I mean, and the crazy thing is, as you've seen from the Donna Adelson case, when the FBI gets involved, they want you to run. You know why? Because evidence of flight is consciousness of guilt, especially federally. And that's a sentencing enhancement, not to mention they'll use it against you in the trial. They want you to run. They want you to try to run. You're not getting anywhere. Where do you think you're going? Yep, it's that Miss Hyde, Kitty Coco. Yes, indeed. Listen, there are crisis meetings going on right now. This is gonna. We talked about news that had explosive potential. No, this thing hit like a shockwave. That thing hit like a hypersonic ballistic missile. It's gonna radiate out. People are gonna panic because they're gonna realize, even if it's not 100%, which it's not written out there. Even if you're just reading between the lines, even if it's just 60 to 70% probable, which it is, easy, that Hyde was cooperating that whole time, dude, they're gonna freak out. Every one of them. They got brought down and they didn't even see it coming. It's glorious. Look, watch how they panic about this. They're not even going to be able to talk. What do? If this is right, and Hyde was actually spying on them, they're screwed to the wall, and they know it. They're going to cut and run. A lot of people are going to go to Florida. You know what I'm saying? They want to go hang out on the Gulf of America, down in Naples. It's a nice place to retire, you know. It's got some nice retirement communities. Register some cars down there. Send them around the country as needed, you know what I'm saying? Nice area to live. I've always wanted to go visit the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami myself. I got questions about Max Eater and Jack Ruby, you know. Fontainebleau's a nice area down there over in Miami. It's got some nice office buildings around it. I've always wanted to go for a visit. Maybe not me personally, but I got some, friends. Call the government. Florida sounds nice. You know? Real nice place. Get some sun. Relax on a beach. Do some golfing. Say hi to an alligator. Yeah. Florida. Nice place to be this time of year. Now, let's just say there was a very large operation that just put together, that it got stung and rolled harder than Sonny Liston, than Muhammad Ali really realizing Sonny Liston through the fight up in Lewiston, Maine. Let's just say it was a very big operation. Let's say it touched multiple U.S. states, multiple foreign countries. Let's say it was already kind of on the rocks, doing kind of last-ditch stuff, using the D team to create a lot of artificial drama. Let's say some of these people didn't even really know who they were working for or why. Oh, it's going to be quite a night. It's going to be quite a night. I don't think a lot of people are going to be sleeping. Oh my word. And then if Deitch gets in there on September 1st, if he wins that primary, do you understand what that means? They put it in our hands. They really were like, listen, democracy, you all want change? Fine, prove it. They sent Deitch down there. Listen, think what happens when they put Deitch in there. If he wins that election, the guy who prosecuted and investigated the state police will be in the Norfolk DA's office. They can run joint prosecutions with the U.S. Attorney's office. Listen, you know what's crazy? If you were going to bump people, this is like an inadvertent bump. Yes, the bank records show Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein both went to Stoughton. That's true. If you were going to bump people inadvertently, this is actually a great way to do it. And I don't know, like they obviously the government, the U.S. Attorney's Office knew this was getting filed. They probably could have objected and had it filed under seal if it was an emergency. They might have just said, fine, let it go out there. It's the perfect bump. They're going to panic. If you don't panic, you're a sitting duck. If you panic, you did what they wanted. They got these people. They got them. Incredible. You think they're going to get her up on the stand? You think they're going to get her up? Hello, Chandra C. You think they're going to get her up on the stand and be like, so, were you able to determine the way the state police covered this up because of any prior experience you had? Yes. What was that prior experience? Well, I was asked to testify as a witness in the Karen Reed trial, and in the context of being an expert, this state police unit did X, Y, and Z. Wouldn't that be interesting? What a great question. Did you feel pressured as an expert witness by the state police to reach a certain conclusion? Did you feel there would be consequences if you failed to reach a certain conclusion? Was there anything that you were told that made you feel that the prosecution's presentation or the state police's presentation of evidence in that case was not authentic? Who do I think will be freaking out the most? So, now again, it's not written out here, right, in black and white. But if you're a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, I did go to law school though. If you're a lawyer and you read this, especially the Norfolk DA or anyone in that office who hired Jessica Hyde twice, you're going to know immediately what that means. They're freaking out the most. 100%. This would be like, so think about the Angulos. The Angulos knew that they were doing bad things. They also knew that the feds were watching them. This would be like if the Angulos read like a public court document that was like, you know, the federal government's going to call Stevie Fleming to the stand in a trial. Mercury Star, I don't know the full truth of it. Someone in TB's chat was saying Judge Belzios was seen out with the Red Sox owner. Meh. There's nothing that would prohibit a judge from having known someone like John Henry. Judges go to conferences. There's nothing untoward about it on the face. That's just how it works. Now, I'll tell you, John Henry can never appear in front of him. Instant recusal. But, yeah, there's a reason recusal exists. You can have, like, you're still a human. You should not ever do that with someone when you have a case related to them in front of you, but you're a human. You can go out and talk to people. Judges will not do that on purpose to avoid, because otherwise they'd have to recuse from a lot of things. So they're not, especially judges who hear governmental cases and things like that, they're not going to go out fraternizing with officials from departments where they might have to hear a case. But that's specific kind of judges. And on the whole, judges know they're being watched. They're very high profile. People see them. They follow a very strict code of judicial ethics, and they know if they get caught, they're going to get in trouble. Hey, Grant, joining late, going to have to watch on replay, says Carol, keeping you... Oh, Carol, you're going to enjoy this replay. I went over it all. We haven't even gotten to... There's only 2 more things I got to cover. Except Turtle Boy heavily criticized John Henry's wife. Well, is there anyone in Massachusetts that didn't criticize John Henry's wife after that Gretchen Voss article? I mean, I'm not... Listen, I think, for example, I know someone that works for John Henry's wife. I think Abby Packin is a great journalist. So I've had high praise for Boston.com, and I've also criticized them. Even the other day, they were writing articles about like $1 million homes on the Cape, and I was like, bro, I'm trying to afford food, but thanks, I guess. So I guess my point with that is, there's something to be said about it all. There really is. About like politics. You're always going to have that kind of thing going on, but it's a question of integrity. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like when I was writing my ideal special prosecutor reform statute in Massachusetts, I had to think about like what the definition of conflict of interest was. I had to look at other states, and I had to really think about what that meant. And the way I defined it was basically like just having a political affiliation with a person is not a conflict of interest. But if you have a material, financial, like indirect or direct, personal or familial or friendship-based relationship, that's a conflict of interest. So it's kind of like that with business. Like, I don't know, there are judges who invest in stuff and make disclosures about it. I think that's weird. I don't think judges should be investing in things. But at least they disclose it. But then again, I mean, it's the same thing with lawyers, right? You really shouldn't be investing in like companies where you might have some kind of involvement in the case. So a lot of times they'll do just like generalized like stock investment. They'll like invest in the market, not individual companies, to avoid that. But I was answering a question there, though. All right, so to reset us, we now have God bless you to the person who sent us a donation. You're very wonderful. I'll get some dinner later tonight. I think I'm going to be up tonight as well. The news of the night, which is going to ripple. I don't care what anyone says. These two cases are connected now inexorably, and they're not connected tangentially. This is not like... let me give you a tangential example. This is not like someone from a crime lab at Quantico, okay, who happened to come into the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case because a sample got sent to like 3 confirmatory labs, okay, and one of them was a lab at Quantico, and now the FBI happens to be using an analyst who testified in the Karen Reed trial because they also worked at the lab in Quantico. No. I wouldn't be jumping up and down. That's not what this is. This is a private DOJ contractor, okay, who specializes in cell phone forensics, being involved in the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case for Leah Foley's DOJ as a prosecution expert witness, and then also for years being involved as a state expert witness for the very state police and DA's office that was basically involved in the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Lib Mr. Duck says, I'm an hour behind, but how do the Foyed Morrissey emails about Hyde's hiring fit in your hypothesis? Wasn't it Fanning or Tully's email? That's a great question. So it was Tully, if I recall, and God bless you for the super chat. I am actually going to defer to the record. I need to pull up these emails. We did get them in the FOIA dumps. It did have to do with Tully's initial reach out. Actually, we should look at it. Does anyone have a link? You're all mods. Would anyone be kind enough to drop a link to where Kyle Sharkey or Emily C. posted that specific FOIA? The reason I need it is we are on NOD 63. I have gone through 7,000 FOIA files, and although I know exactly which one you're talking about, if you want me to bring it up on the screen, it would be very helpful if someone has a link. We're looking for the FOIA from the Karen Reed discovery about Jessica Hyde's hiring. If you give me the NOD, I can probably find it, but what would be ideal is the PDF link. I would guess Kyle Sharkey or Dee Dee or Emily C. uploaded it. If we can't find it, it's okay. But I do think that the relevance of that document is, if we read it from the perspective of Jessica Hyde was playing them, maybe we'll see something new. Dee Dee knows everything. Actually, let's just look for it. We have a little time. Let's look for it. Hold on. DA told defense media they had an expert to refute 227. That was like 2 or 3 weeks. We're back. All right. I think what I'm going to do is go to Kyle's page, all right? And then I'm going to search on Kyle's page for this for you. Oh, Gretchen Voss has made a statement for her part, speaking about Boston Magazine. Here's what Gretchen Voss had to say about, David Yanetti's definitely going to have something to say about this. Here's Gretchen Voss's latest tweet.
Conversation. David Yannetti has made baseless allegations about my work and Boston Magazine. Contrary to his claims in numerous tweets, we issued 2 clarifications, including one providing additional context around a text message between himself and Aidan Kearney. We stand 100% behind the in-depth reporting and fact-checking in the story. Concerned citizens await his responses to facts revealed about his professional conduct and participation in the campaign to acquit Karen Reed.
And then there's a note that's proposed already that says, Gretchen Voss is retaliating against Aidan Kearney in her article because he previously revealed emails between her and Michael Morrissey's spokesman, David Traub, planning a dinner prior to publication of pro-Commonwealth stories. She is not objective. Good luck with that one, Gretchen. But yeah, so that's going to lead to David Yannetti lighting her up. I just want to let you know rhetorically. But I'm going to check now on Kyle's feed. We're looking... No, so Mimi, and there was a question as well from Renee. Mimi asked, was Jessica Hyde playing both sides? No. Mimi, I think what Jessica Hyde was doing was pretending to be pro-Commonwealth during Karen Reed's trial to gather derogatory information about how the state police might go about manipulating digital forensic evidence in a trial to use it against them when the federal government was investigating that same unit for covering up Sandra Birchmore's murder to help Matthew Farwell, who used to be a cop in Stoughton, and John Fanning, who was on that state police unit that investigated Karen Reed and worked for Brian Tully and with Yuri Buchanan, used to work as a cop in Stoughton with these cops, Matthew Farwell and others, that were abusing Sandra Birchmore. So I don't think Jessica Hyde was playing both sides. I think she was working. And I think all these people who were working for the Commonwealth that thought they were so smart and they were running ops, okay, they got railed juridically by a Department of Justice that clearly got fed up with the games. They rolled them up unlike anyone I've ever seen. They hit these people more uniquely, more in a more refined way, with more like sort of operational genius than I've ever seen anywhere. Kyle Sharkey's here with the Jessica Hyde documents. Kyle for the win. Do you know Kyle likes goats? I gotta actually download the file, Kyle, because it's too big. 676 megabits is too big to display, so I'm downloading it now. Alright, we got it, ladies and gentlemen. It's downloading. Did you know Kyle likes goats? If you'd like to say thank you to Kyle for providing this wonderful document and letting us look at Jessica Hyde being hired, feel free to post your goat emojis. Kyle loves goats. I mean, anybody who loves goats is cool with me, you know what I'm saying? We protect the goats here, the goats in southern Lebanon, the goats around the world. We protect the sheep, ducks, turtles, goats, various animals. I said goats twice. Goats are so nice I had to say it twice. Sometimes I think some of you watch this just because you enjoy me commentating. I feel like I could just commentate on random things. You know, like there's a duck outside. The duck has this, like, you know, gray wings. Oh, look, there's a red bird. It's a robin. It's talking to the duck. They seem to be having some kind of conversation. Oh, look, now the duck's running around in a circle. This is great. I feel like I could just commentate on random things and you all would be very entertained. I'm not really sure what that says about the state of the world. But, you know, either way, Kyle likes goats. So, you know, take that for what you will. Now, if you're wondering, Grant, are you saying this because you're waiting for this PDF to download so we can look at Jessica Hyde's hiring documents related to the Karen Reed case and read it from the perspective of as if it were Great Expectations and we were doing it the second time, so we knew Magwitch was actually the one who gave Pip the endowment or was his benefactor and not Miss Havisham, and in turn we'd be able to see something that we might have missed the first time? Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Now, I don't know how you got that exact imagery in your mind or how you knew I was thinking about, a good book being like Great Expectations on the second read through when you already know Magwitch is the one who's the benefactor. But, Kyle likes goats, so do what you will with that information. Obviously it's very pertinent to world affairs. I'm also a little tired. So, I need some water. I can wake myself up, can't I? We're having a night. A night like this only comes once in a while. And as I said, if this were something just like a FBI crime analyst who worked at a tangential lab in both cases, I would not be doing this. I would not be jumping off the walls and telling you that this is a sign of the apocalypse, in a good way. But because it's Jessica Hyde, I'm telling you, this is a very big deal. This is not the first time you're going to hear about this. In fact, these two cases, the biggest two cases in Massachusetts in decades, have now collided. Do you think the DOJ did that by accident? Oh, yes, that's right. The Epstein connection through Learning for Life to the Police Explorers program is a big deal, but that's for Congress. As Judge Woodlock said, hey, by the way, did you all know that I was the first person in history to live tweet verbatim an entire federal trial? So, you might all be wondering, wait a minute, Grant. Does that mean that you're going to basically be the first reporter in real time if you can get approved to be able to do the Birchmore trial in real time as it's happening? Yes. Now, you might not believe me, right? Because the notion that any human being would sit in Judge Woodlock's virtual courtroom and do an entire trial verbatim when Kevin Reddington was Giselle Correa's lawyer, when Giselle Correa, the former mayor of Fall River, got charged federally for taking bribes related to the adult medical use industry. Yes, I did. I absolutely did. Look at it. Look at it. That's an entire federal trial, tweeted verbatim every day, every freaking day, all the testimony, everything Reddington asked, everything the prosecutor asked. I did it all day, every day. You don't understand. This is what it's like when I cover a federal trial. So if you want me to cover this Sandra Birchmore case, we're doing it. All right, I've had some very kind support recently. I think we can do it. And when I say I cover a trial, I mean it, ladies and gentlemen. I cover everything. This was a federal trial. I bet Kevin Reddington's like, oh my God, I remember that. Grant tormented me. He covered everything in real time. It was the first time in history, and I've checked with some lawyers about this. What you're looking at here is the first time in history that any reporter anywhere live tweeted a federal trial verbatim in real time. And I cross-referenced this. I talked to multiple people. There is no one in history that had ever before, and it's never happened since, actually, and I don't mean live tweeted, because plenty of people live tweet federal court hearings. I live tweeted a federal trial verbatim with stenography of the transcripts of the testimony in real time over weeks. I earned Judge Woodlock's respect, I'll tell you that. There was one point where the lawyers complained that I was doing that, and Judge Woodlock was like came out of sidebar and went back to open court and was like, we've had some complaints about how the media is covering this trial, but and how what is being said in the courthouse is being relayed to the outside world. But, that's a matter for them, not for us. We're going to focus on what's going on in the courtroom. Moving on. I was like, thanks, Judge. Judge Woodlock actually designed the federal courthouse in Boston. He was on the steering committee. That's a jewel of the federal court system. And I think he's still around. I think he's emeritus, or retired status now, senior status. But Judge Woodlock was a power player. He might have actually sat on the Angiulo trial. I don't remember. But he designed that courthouse. That's why the Moakley Courthouse looks the way it does, because of Judge Woodlock. He's a boss. And I watched him do that trial. Listen, you think you've seen a trial? No. I had the privilege of watching Judge Woodlock preside over a trial. Dude, you don't know what efficiency is. Oh my God. He would scream at them. Oh my God. If the sides didn't have witnesses for him, when the jury wasn't in the room, he would just scream at them. Like, he would say things like, this is why the justice system does not function efficiently. Okay? You are supposed to have witnesses ready for me and for this jury. Do you understand that this jury is serving honorably the people of the United States of America, and you have just wasted their time? I have to send them home now. He would be screaming. This is exactly what he would say. I have to send them home now because you weren't prepared, and I'm going to tell them. The next time this happens, I'm going to say, it was because this lawyer wasn't prepared for this side to present witnesses. You all now have to have your time wasted. And I'm sorry on behalf of the government of the United States and the court system that this has happened. Oh, he would scream. It was great. So I think that's why I have so much respect for the court system. I've actually had the honor and privilege of watching some of probably the country's best jurists try cases in federal and state court. And I've seen the difference between a jurist who has command of the courtroom and when something's wrong. And Judge Woodlock is the epitome of integrity. I've never in my life seen anyone try a case like that. The greatest jurist I've ever seen. I could sing his praises from now until kingdom come. Just a genius of a human being. I have the document now from Kyle Sharkey. I managed to talk you through the period of me downloading said document. It was 629 megabits, if you're wondering. So we're going to take a look at this. I have to control F Jessica Hyde, apparently, so it's going to take a second here. That's what you get when you open a 629 megabit file. It's probably like 4,000 pages. Kyle spends most of his day buried in court documents, so for him, a 4,000 page document isn't that abnormal. But for a computer, that's a lot. Sometimes I'm convinced that Kyle is half goat, half shark, and half, computer. The man processes developments on mass courts faster than any human in the history of the world. Literally, I'm good. Okay, I see mass courts sometimes when the document uploaded just has an apostrophe, which means that that's before the clerk has titled it. But I'm not as good as Kyle. He's really good. Alright, the document is loaded. It is 3,000... Oh, I called it! 3,494 pages. Thanks, Kyle. Alright, here we go. Jessica Hyde. It starts on page... Kyle, am I right that it starts on page 170 of 3,494? I think that's correct. I'm a Southern Maine. You can ask Kevin from South Boston and Standing Stones. I'm a Southern Maine. Kyle, this document is so large that it's bothering my computer to move it from tab to tab. You've upset Towel, computer. We're going to wait. We're going to wait. It's such a large file. It's 3,494 pages long. Oh, Southeast Sally started a membership parade before we go on to this wonderful email overview, which is now incredibly important. If your name is Michelle, or eChase21, or Miss Chris, or Fiona H, or Tinty897, you have just unlocked towel emojis thanks to Southeast Sally. You're wonderful, Southeast Sally. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being so wonderful. And thank you all for your support of Towel Chain. God bless you, Southeast Sally. That was very kind. All right, so I got the emails. We're going to take a slight breathe, all right? Thanks to Kyle. Now, Kyle likes goats. So if you just unlocked emojis and you want to show Kyle your appreciation for finding the exact email that... Oh, Chat Mom Lynn, hold on. We have a double membership parade. If your name is Dennis Simpson, or Renee, or Slandry99, or Quiet Things, or Damiana9, you just got gifted a towel membership from Chat Mom Lynn. Now, Kyle likes goats. I was going to say you could post goat emojis, but now I have an excuse to tell you that Chat Mom Lynn loves penguins. So God bless you, Chat Mom Lynn. Thank you for all of your support and making me feel like, or always know that I have support and I'm loved. And tell Chat Mom Lynn, has been here for so long, and she's always been so supportive, and I just adore her. So you all got very special memberships there, and if you'd like to say thank you, Towel Chad Mumlin loves penguins, and you can post penguin emojis. A lucky Towel Day surprise. Mishigama, you're wonderful. God bless you, my friend. All right. Let us take a look at these emails. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to scroll back to the first email that I can find involving Jessica Hyde. Okay? And then we're going to read them up, like from the top to the bottom. All right? So, this is the first email that I can find involving Jessica Hyde. There's a lot of them, okay? And it's through a 3,000-page document. This is helpful. It's indexed. This might actually have transcripts in it, too. Oh, dear God, Kyle. What did you give me here? What is this? Oh, it does have transcripts in it. Okay, what else does it have? This thing, what is this document? Kyle, why do you have a 3,000-page document? Why was it produced this way? I object. It's not Kyle's fault, obviously, but it's just so inaccessible. So I'm trying to find the initial discussion about Jessica Hyde. You're going to have to give me a second. I have to go through each yellow section on the right of this document. And to say I've made it mad is an understatement. Because, it's 3,494 pages. All right. Let's see. Is this Jessica Hyde? Why does this have Jessica Hyde's name on it? Let's see. I don't see it there. This seems to be mostly DNA. Why does this have Jessica Hyde on it? Nope. That's not what we need. How about up here? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something there. Hold on. We're just going to Control F Jessica Hyde, because I'm getting made. Okay. Hold, please. Now we're going to jump down. Just have to review a few things. Okay. There were more emails hidden in there. I told you. Sometimes this is what it's like when you're researching. You got to be exhaustive. If you're ever wondering what I do during my research, this is what I do. Okay? All right. So that was 2025. We need earlier than this. Is this the earliest we have with her? Yeah, that's the earliest emails we have with her. So what's this? Okay, that was when the Commonwealth tried to exclude Green. Talks about Jessica Hyde, but that's not what we want. We want the hiring email, so I think they were up here. So the first ever email that we see involving Jessica Hyde is this the first one? March 29th, 2024. They would have hired her earlier than this. They would have had to hire her earlier than this, I figure. Because this is about the retrial. So on October 24th, they're talking about the retrial. Hello, Jessica. Hope all is well. We're looking at a retrial date on this case of 1/27/25. This is Adam Lally. I wonder if I could ask one more favor of you on this. We were wondering if you could take a look at the McCabe phone data with the newest updated version of Celebrate 7.26.0.59 and write something up regarding any findings, opinions you may have based on that. Thanks so much, Adam. And then Jessica Hyde says, this is leading up to the retrial. Absolutely. I have a few things going on at the moment and am traveling. When do you need the report? Regards, Jessica. Lally says back on October 15th, a week later. Hello, Jessica, and thanks so much for getting back to us. I've CC'd Hank Brennan and Mary Ellen Gray on this email, as well, as they are both working on this case with us now. We really do appreciate all of your assistance with this and fully understand you've likely got plenty of other things going on, but as soon as possible and practicable on the report, we intend to file some motions in relation to this issue, and your report would be incredibly helpful in determining issues related to those. Please let us know if you need anything further from us. Thanks so much, Adam. She says, Jessica Hyde says on October 15th, same day, great, lovely to meet the rest of the team. We have an existing master services agreement on file. However, our period of performance on our statement of work has expired. Would you like just a new statement of work with a signature line, Exhibit A, or an entire new master services agreement? It would be identical, question mark. I can send over either way so that we can get started. I am leaving for Australia on Thursday and return the 27th, so I will work on this upon my return as priority number 1. Oh! Went off for a quick jaunt to Australia, did you? What government were you working for over there, Miss Hyde? What? Who really are you, Miss Jessica Hyde? Listen. Never, ever judge a book by its cover. Ever. This woman's a G. I don't know what she's into, and I don't want to know, frankly. But do you understand what she was doing? I don't have the emails from the first trial yet, so I don't know when she got hired and how that went. I think someone mentioned Tully was involved. But let me tell you right now, do you see what she's got here? Adam Lally is telling her internal information about the Commonwealth's case. Now, I'm trying to find the initial contact. I don't know if Kyle's still here. It might be in this document, it might not. This has at least the part I'm at now, has the emails from when Hyde was brought back on the second time for the retrial. We're going to read through these, but based on just this, you can see, you reading it like from a second time, thinking about whether Hyde was feeding information to, then it would have been Josh Levy's office, but soon Leah Foley's office. This was a whole op that Foley got handed. She was forced to keep it up. That thing about the investigation into John's death ending was fake. She modified limited hangouted them. Can you verbify that? Yes, Jessica Hyde was retained in the first trial too. I want to find those emails. I don't know if they're in. I will find them. I will track them down. We really should read them now. Hopefully I can find them. Getting a little tired, but that's all right. This is an important day. Because if you think about just looking at what we're seeing on the screen now, Hyde, even going into the second trial, had a direct line into what the state was thinking on the Karen Reed prosecution. Yes, if anyone has a link, you're all mods, so you can drop the link. Normally I would do it, but this PDF is 3,400 pages, so my computer's a little slow. And I'm a one-man operation. If you have a link to the initial emails or a document containing them from when Jessica Hyde got hired, whether it's on X or Google Drive, just drop it in the chat, tag me, so I'll see the orange, at Grant Smith Ellis, and we'll review those too. But just looking at this, you can see Hyde had a direct line in to everything that was going on in her realm with Lally and Brennan's prosecutions. Of course Karen was always going to be found not guilty. The first time, it was a little bit more up in the air because Lally, I think, knew the foreman. The reason Karen didn't get acquitted the first trial is Lally knew the foreman. That's my opinion. She was always meant to be acquitted. Okay? Always. They had people on that jury, the first trial. They didn't have enough. They didn't know how sly. I believe the feds didn't know how sly Adam Lally and the Norfolk DA were. They were really sly. The only thing that was different in the second trial is they ran way more informants onto that jury. That second trial jury was seated with informants. And they knew Judge Cannoni always picks the person in the seat closest to her to be the foreman. So they made sure this time the foreman was their guy too. Anyone that was repped by Reagan Communications were David Traub and Chico, whatever his name is, DeCiccio, the spokesman for, not DeCicco the trooper, the spokesman for the state police. Both went to work there in December of 2024. That was a federal op. I know for a fact, okay, that there was a movement in the fall into winter of fall of 2024 into the winter of 2025 at that firm. Okay, some weird shit. All right, that screams federal op. Now it all makes sense. All right, the feds couldn't stop Morrissey from trying Karen because of prosecutorial discretion. So they did the next best thing. They made sure he could not put an innocent woman in jail. How's that? They got to him in every sense of the term, dude. That net is tightening. They got to his experts. They got to his jury. They probably got to at least one of his prosecutors. Hint, Laura McLaughlin. They're good. Best in the world. Never doubt him. Tried to tell you all, don't doubt him. Don't doubt the DOJ. They sometimes make political decisions, but don't doubt how ruthlessly effective they are. Just incredible. If this woman, the emails you're reading right now, the whole time, was actually working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I'm talking across administrations, so Josh Levy and Leah Foley. Because remember, Josh Levy impaneled the grand jury into Matthew Farwell in August of 2023. Leah Foley took over in January of 2025 and did a second superseding indictment in the fall of 2025. Leah Foley is trying the case. Leah Foley is a boss. Do you know how rude it was of Channel 5 to interview her the way they did the other weekend? You got a legend in front of you, dealing with corruption on a level most people cannot fathom. And you're asking her questions about immigration in Maine? U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, I know I cannot interview you because I'm an analyst, but you deserved better. You really do. And I think President Trump knows that U.S. Attorney Leah Foley is great. I think he really likes her. Frankly, she's one of the best he's got. She'd be a great Attorney General. She really would. She is a Republican. She doesn't hide that. But who cares? It's a Republican administration. She would be great at it. She needs to be where she is right now. But her, as Attorney General, Mr. President. I know you like Blanche, but you're too bogged down with the Senate Republicans over Blanche. I don't know if he finally got confirmed or not. But if you can't get it over the line, she's a great alternative. She's been in there. She's a career prosecutor. She's been in there for like 20 years. I'm just saying, consider it. But also, she's doing a great job in Boston, and she can't talk about it clearly. I can't believe how well they hid this. Oh, and it's not about excellent insight, Amanda. It's what I'm trying to convey to people here is it's not about the quality of Hyde's work or what position she took in Karen's case. It's about the implications of Hyde actually working with Leah Foley to prosecute Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's murder, which was clearly covered up by the same state police unit that Hyde was working with on the Karen Reed prosecution. Nailed it. Turtle Boy was right. But notice, just because Aiden, and this is true for, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I figured this out because I saw it all nonsense. Without the work Turtle Boy did, and the work that Karen put in, and the work David Yannetti put in, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Jackson, and all of the people involved, and Attorney Betterow, unnamed people. There's no way anyone could have put this together, and I've never asked any one of these people individually, but I bet if I went to them and were like, could you have put this whole thing together by yourself, they'd be like, no chance, because no one person could do this. This took a group. First of all, it's movement politics. Have you not realized what you all created is actually movement politics? So movement politics is mostly a progressive thing. There hasn't been movement politics in the Republican Party for a while. You could call MAGA movement politics, but that's not really movement politics because it's not top down. Movement politics is when you have an idea, when you believe in justice so much that no system of control can stop the reforms from happening because the idea is bigger than any one person. And that's what I mean by you all created movement politics. It's why Karen and Aiden and your movements were targeted by Contelapro, because you created, whether you realized it or not, you created a, in limiting, you're not wrong, but Leah Foley is not the U.S. Attorney for Maine. She's the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts. But let me get back to the point. You all created movement politics. That's why you were targeted with Contelapro. They put fake people in your orbit, okay? Now, we're not talking about the feds. I'll get to that in a second. But the reason why everything felt so artificial online about Karen and Aiden is you all were targeted by a low-level form of what's called Contelapro. They put fake agents, low-level agents, in your orbit, okay, to pretend to be pro-Karen or pro-Aiden or both or one or the other, to do specific things, divide and conquer you, make you emotionally unstable, put drama in your face so you wouldn't pay attention to cases. Think about it. Your attention span and the number of hours in the day is finite. If they pack your day every day with streams with drama, you might miss an important case document. You might not notice a development, or ideally you might tune out entirely because you don't like the drama. See what I'm saying? So that was their Contelapro up. Disrupt, disorganize, destroy. However, it was low level, okay? It did have some like federal components, okay? It had some state components, it had some local components, it had some private intel components, but it was outsourced. And what they ran up against was the real deal, the real enchilada, if you want to say it that way, in the DOJ. And unlike these low-level stoolies who spend all their time going after kids and innocents and doing control dramas and manipulating people and familial alienation, that's childish. That is cowboyitis. Those are people who want to get caught. And it's offensive to the discipline, frankly. The DOJ it would never be so crude. If they're going to get you, you're never going to see it coming, and they're going to run people right in your circles, and then they're going to smile in your face till the day you figure it out, and then when you're not even going to contact them. They're gone. They're ghosts. They'll show up at your trial. They're ghosts. And you're not going to reach out, and there's nothing you can do to get to them. That is how you do them. And that's why these people who ran this operation around Karen and Aiden, they're going to lose their minds when they put this together, because they got played at their own game. That's what makes it so glorious. It's genius. And I've said all along, if you're going to target a paramilitary intelligence gathering operation like the state police for a cover-up, you got to use tactics that they're not going to see coming. Yeah, that's why you, not you, South Boston Kev, but that's why someone had a Queen for a Day proffer interview, I'm sure. I get it now. Everyone get it now? The target the whole time was Morrissey and the state police. Everything else was a smokescreen. Everything else was a smokescreen. Oh my goodness. Ginger, God bless you. So I would never acknowledge something like that publicly unless you specifically ask for it. But yes, our coverage of the Sandra Birchmore case is almost entirely funded. I might not even have to do a fundraiser because of Ginger, who sent a $5,000 donation for coverage of the case going forward. The only reason I didn't say anything is I don't announce donations unless people ask for it in chat, to protect people's privacy. But yes, God bless you, Ginger. That was hands down it's why I had actually mentioned earlier in the stream that the coverage of the case was funded almost entirely. God bless you, Ginger, in every single way. I did break down into tears when that came in, and I am eternally grateful. It wouldn't let me comment on it on the PayPal. I didn't know how. Actually, I was waiting for you to pop up, and I was excited to announce this. So yes, I want to take a brief moment to thank Ginger and their compassion and support, which single-handedly will allow Towel News basically to cover wall-to-wall the Matthew Farwell trial. Now, I have not done a budget yet, so I have to look at all of the equipment. I have to look at coverage for the month. I have to look at what we're going to be doing, where I'm going to host the panels. Towel Girlfriend and I are on it. I promise you, I told her right away. She was so excited. I was almost bawling my eyes out. So I'm going to spreadsheet it all. My plan, and I was actually already thinking of this today, but I wasn't ready to announce it. My plan is to spreadsheet it, include that amount in it, and then let people know what we're looking at. And then that way you will have coverage of that trial that is completely independent. It won't answer to any corporate sponsors. It'll just be your conventional Towel News, and it will be directly thanks to the compassion of Ginger. I obviously am good at not revealing things to protect people. I'm a journalist, but I have been wanting to say thank you for like a week or 3 days, and I'm so glad I got to do it on stream. I really can't tell you how much that meant to me, because things have been very hard, and I didn't know how I was going to cover that trial. I was going to make it work no matter what. I would have made it work. But now I know I will be able to get professional microphones, and I'll be able to get a camera, and I'll be able to treat that trial with the reverence that it deserves, and I'll be able to do nightly reports for you after being in court, which hopefully will be, I'll be able to compile interviews, and it's just something that really took a lot of stress off me, and I just want to thank you personally for your support. It was one of the nicest things anyone's ever done for me, and I don't really have, outside of my Towel family, you're also wonderful, I don't really have any family that support me right now. So you all are my family, and I'm just eternally grateful. And I don't know how to accept gifts. It's hard. I'm learning, and I'm just very grateful to God and also to you. So I'm just thankful I got to do that live. I'd been holding that in for a few days. It meant a lot to me. I was going to figure out a way to send you a letter. I was going to figure it out. I didn't know how, but I had plans. And just God bless you for everything. That was one of the nicest things anyone's ever done for me. So thank you so much. I just want to go back to the super chat because Ginger is just God bless you, Ginger. And when the coverage of the Birchmore case and Farwell case does happen, I just want you all to remember that it's your enduring compassion that made it possible. And this kind of thing did not exist. I'm very blessed as a disabled person in particular to be able to provide information to so many countries that people find helpful, and without you all, I wouldn't be able to do it. And I'm just very grateful. Every day, no matter what's happening, I take a moment and I thank God and I pray. And I'm just very grateful to be able to help, even when things are very hard. I just think I'm able to help, and that makes me feel fulfilled. So I'm very grateful to all of you. Oh, I had been holding that in, so thank you so much. In so many ways, we are blessed to all know each other, Kitty Coco. That's so true. Oh, I kept it together there. I didn't cry. Oh, you're all so wonderful. That was I almost started bawling. I did my best. They used to take my gifts away when I was a kid, like for months after Christmas if I did things they didn't like. It was tough. I always think things are gonna just get taken away. So I try not to have anything, because then nobody can take it away. Well, I collect little, trinkets, I suppose. I have my Kofi Kingston card. I keep this near me all the time. See? He's a Kofi Kingston card. Kofi's a dog. How you doing, Kofi? This is your namesake. I know his dad. His dad's cool. He's a wrestler. I do. I feel so supported and loved by all of you. You're all so wonderful. And I'm honored to be able to provide this information to you, and your love and compassion makes me feel very safe, which is something I didn't really have. I sometimes wonder, I am on the spectrum. So I have, certain compulsions for justice. I feel very strongly. And I'm like a Kantian. Well, a Rawlsian. You can't be a Rawlsian without being a Kantian. You can't be a philosopher without being a Kantian first. But I kind of think from the perspective of the categorical imperative. So I'm always just thinking, how would I act if I wanted to will this as a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times? So every decision I make, that's why I like Matthew 25:31 through 46 so well, just a restatement of the categorical imperative. Kant went to a pious religious school. Did you know that? Most people don't. He's known as a secular author, but he wasn't really secular. He was very pious. He just was rephrasing Jesus's message for enlightenment thinkers. He was manipulating them basically. He was a German. He worked himself into a shoot a lot. He waffled a lot. He didn't make waffles. He waffled. So, Francine, my dear friend, how are you? Pete Bunny Towel is here. Pete, your friend Francine is here. And this is Pete. So, God bless you all. Pete wants to say hi to his friend Francine. He's a stuffed Pete Bunny Towel. You're wonderful. All right, Pete, you can come back in a moment. But yes, I'm just very grateful for all of you, and I'm glad that this work is finding an audience that thinks that it has meaning and that uses it to make the world better. As I mentioned, I'm very rigid with my application of the categorical imperative, and I understand that. But that I understand, and I think in some ways that's why it's hard for me to relate to the world, because as I told Christina Rex one time, all I want to do is wander the countryside in a robe and preach to people for food. Not money, food. I mean, I understand we have to use money in order to keep Towel fed and alive, but if I could just do that, which I kind of do, I get to, sit here. I'm disabled, so I can't really, it's hard to do things. I really hurt myself after golfing a few minutes last week. I couldn't get up for 3 days. It really hurt. I could not get out of bed. It was very painful. So, my point is, I do get to do that, and I'm grateful. I feel like I'm living up to my eudaimonia. And I don't think this could exist in the absence of your compassion. No corporation would fund, an autistic man, just researching things and telling people how he feels and giving you real-time information about war. They'd be like, no, we're not putting that on the air. How are our other anchors going to feel? They're not going to like that. Oh, Mary, God bless you. Mary sent 10 memberships. If your name is Dirty Bug or It Just Did or Odd, Old Enough to Know or MIP617 or Newground156 or DogMom54, a great username, or Believe Truths or Tamarania, I can't say it, 6633, or KK Lord, or Shannon Burrier. You just unlocked towel emojis. That was very kind of you, Mary. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. We are not of this world, just in it to make a difference for good. We are not of this world, just in it to make a difference for good. I agree. So I've always just felt very alienated by the pursuit of advancement. I never understood the point of it. I thought we were here to just try to make things better and work collectively to allow people to flourish. I never understood this notion of just striving to be selfish and hurt people for individual gain. I hated it. And I never understood why people liked it. I just tried to, so my whole life, I've just come into people's lives. It happens all the time. And then I help them, and then I move on, and then I go into someone else's life and I get to help them. And it makes me so happy. It makes me sad and melancholy when I have to leave their life, but it's generally for the best. I think I will be with one person forever. Tell girlfriend's so wonderful. But for the most part, I'm meant to come into people's lives and kind of help, and then I keep going. And it's bittersweet, I know, but don't feel bad. It's wonderful. I'm able to help, and we get to help, and everyone feels helped, and then I gotta go. Don't feel bad, and don't try to hold on. It's not a good idea. Just let me go. But yeah, I'm always around. I'm always accessible. For example, if you have a safe word, that's a good thing to use. If I ever said that to you in the case of an emergency, you should use that safe word. I gave it to you for a reason. Things like that. But I gotta go. There's other people who need help. And that's what makes me feel fulfilled. I don't think we're done here, but I think we're very close. I'm going to take this through to fruition. You're damn right I'll be at every day of that trial. And whatever comes next. But, we're damn close. And I'm so thrilled for you all. I'm so happy. All I wanted was for this to stop. The nonsense online, the tormenting of people, the targeting of children, the abuse of children, the prostitution. I just wanted people to find their happiness outside of that system. It was making them miserable. So, together. And everyone played their part in this. Do you know how much it must have tormented some people who knew about this to stay quiet? They still can't say nothing, I assure you. But at least they're sitting there with a big smile on their face damn. Well, even if I can't tell them, at least they know. Now they know how I felt this whole time. Those poor people. Do you understand how much they suffered? The people who knew about this and got read in. They were slaughtered online. They were led like pigs to the slaughter. A lot of them. Not talking about the artificial drama, but talking about the people who really got read in. They were brutalized. Some of them barely made it out. Seriously, some of them barely made it out. And frankly, I don't know who the hell was running who at this point. I have some idea. But, whoever was running these people, some of those informants almost lost their mind. What they did to those people, oh my God. Jessica Hyde's smart enough to do it. You see the type of person you have to use? If you're going to run an informant, use a good one. Use a genius. Think about it. Think about it. Do you really think a low-level, street peddler can keep up the act? No, bro. He or she is going to get loaded up on some drug that completely suppresses their GABA-1 receptor, and they're going to say something stupid to the wrong person. You know who's never going to do that? A digital forensic expert on contract with the federal government. Oh, God bless you, Mimi. I feel God put you in my life. Mimi has a little baby goat named Ellie. It's so great. How you doing, Ellie? Ellie's a baby goat. I love baby goats. But my point remains the same. I just don't understand. I really don't understand the mentality of these people that did this, okay? Why, when you knew the federal government was hanging around, would you ever try to take them on? Because of course, do you think their response is going to be like, yeah, we're coming to get you. You know, we're coming to get you. Like, openly, we're coming to get... No. They're going to build a case on you. And whether it's RICO, I don't know. So, to prove RICO, you have to prove RICO predicates. I don't know. I think obstruction is one of them. I don't know if perjury is one of them. We would need something like... Because remember, they lost a RICO case. SDNY lost a RICO case. Was it Puffy? P. Diddy, whatever? I think one of the charges they lost there was RICO. RICO used to be a slam dunk. It's not anymore. So, yeah, you know, and I don't really know. I don't know what they're trying to build here. It seems to me it's obstruction of justice. That's the best thing I can understand. You got to have some kind of federal hook to even investigate them. I think because Morrissey was a public official, he had like a public duty, so that probably is enough to get him. Same with the state police. But I just don't see, even I can't really see what they're building against these people. It must be really bad. To deploy something like that. Crazy Brazilian says, Grant, I'm so happy you came to the right side of the justice. Corruption is real. You know what? It's true. No one was like, Grant, there was nothing that came out, right, when I started to figure this out that made me turn. There was no one who was like, oh, Grant, like, look at this. Like, nope. It was just a slow process of looking at the evidence. And I figured it out long before Proctorgate came out. And what tipped me off was that, I think in the fall of 2025, that edited Canton PD Sallyport video, then the text between John and Higgins, like it all started adding up. But the point remains the same. Yeah, I don't really care about myself and whatever and all this, but I'm thrilled that my gut told me something was wrong before this all went to hell. Because I'll tell you, I'd still be standing up here right now, basically being like, oh my God, I was completely tricked. Like, I can't believe that happened. We're back. I did not feel dumb, okay? I felt betrayed, manipulated, emotionally manipulated due to my autism, but I did not feel stupid. I felt like I figured it out. If I did not figure it out until now or after Proctorgate, I would feel incredibly stupid and ashamed. And I'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe those people tricked me into like going down with them. I'm so glad I didn't take that money in the parking lot. If I had taken that Chick-fil-A money in that parking lot, God only knows what would have happened to me. God only knows. Seriously, they would have owned me. If I didn't live it, if you told me this as a reporter, if you called me and were like, listen, and when someone calls a reporter who's very serious, they don't like send a very long message. They're just like, I need to talk to you. Just so you all know, if you ever really need to talk to a reporter, you don't send them like this long ass message. You just say like, hello, I'm this person. I don't want to say anything. I need to tell you something. Where can I meet you? That's how you do it. That's the flag that something like very serious is going on. If you had come to me as a very serious person, I'm talking like someone high in government, and you did everything right to make me think you were legit, and you met me somewhere and were like, Grant, just listen to what I have to say. Which is oftentimes how these stories will come, actually. Just listen to what I have to say. And then you told me everything that I just told you over the past 3 hours. I would not believe you. I don't care if you had every document in the book. I don't care if you were taking me through everything that I just took you through. I don't care if you had primary sources for all of it. I would say to you, I don't believe you. I firsthand lived this case, this cacophony of chaos, all these cases, some of them, from 2023 onward. I don't believe this. That's wild. This is going to take 10 years to unravel. Do you understand? It hasn't even started yet. When the Globe figures this out, which they will, I promise you. Hello. Hi, boss. Hello. You're wonderful. How you doing? When the rest of the media figures this out, Grant is water under the fridge is done with work. He was here this morning before work. The guardian of the Great Lakes. Grant is number one. Nightbot is not number one. I hope y'all's day is good. It's been a wild day. Water under the fridge. The expert from the Karen Reed case about the 2:27 a.m. phone search, who was very vociferously pro-prosecution, state police, pro-Jen McCabe, is actually a cooperating witness for the DOJ in the Matthew Farwell case, the Sandra Birchmore case. We found out today. It's been the craziest day. I know a lot of you are just tuning in, and you're like, he's made it through maybe he's made it through a lot of this, but he's only got through like one word on a document and then like 3 emails, and this has been the wildest thing I've ever heard. Yeah. Yep. Oh, old enough to know. I agree. Listen, I agree with you. It was more than just me. There were people out there who sniffed this out during the second trial, especially about Brennan. And remember, I don't think Hank Brennan likes the state police. I'm sorry. He might not like the DOJ, but I don't think he likes the state police, man. The state police screwed Whitey really hard. Why? In fact, the state police are the reason that Whitey ended up in jail, even though the FBI arrested him. The state police forced the FBI to do that. Do you know how that went down when Stevie Fleming and Mataramo and Whitey got arrested? Do you know why Whitey was able to run? Because the FBI was like, we'll take care of Whitey. We'll get him. You go arrest Stevie Fleming. They arrested him on the street in Boston. They got Mataramo in Florida. The FBI was like, we'll get Whitey. The state police called the FBI and were like, where's Whitey? They were like, we lost him. We don't know where he is. How about them apples? All right? So there's no love. I think Hank Brennan, that documentary I watched, I'm sorry. I need to talk to Hank Brennan. I don't really want to because I think he's a Mason. And, bro, I'm sorry. I'm not into that shit. But my point is, I need to know. I think that documentary was a modified limited hangout. I think Hank's real enemy is the state police. I think he just did a good job hiding it because he didn't want beef with the Italian mob, which, can't blame him. Neither do I, frankly. Also, but I live by, I don't know, my Nana raised me under different rules. And the rules were no civilians, no innocents, no women, no kids. So every rule in the book was broken. Every one of them. All right? Every single, and I'm not talking about drug trafficking. I'm not that old school. Okay? Some people might be. I'm not. I think we should regulate the drug trade like I helped do in Massachusetts so that it would be safe, tested, etc., etc., tax revenue. Everybody's happy, etc. But what I don't support, and what I never will be quiet about, is involving innocents, civilians, and children or women. What are you doing? And that's why I don't think it was men of honor. I don't believe that. No. I think this was something worse. Maybe this was like a legacy of that, whatever. I've always heard it said the intelligence community and the mob are just two different heads of the same dragon. Maybe. I don't know. But even still, like, where's the honor? Like, do what you gotta do in other countries, but where's the honor? There's no honor in what they were doing. Seriously. And I think we're for the better as a society talking about it. Like, if we just don't buy prostitutes, all of us, if we all just talk about it and we're like, stop going to those brothels. Like, if your buddy's like, oh, I'm going to call the escort, and you're like, no, dude, no, don't. Why would you do that? We can fix this. Because what was feeding it was not the corruption. The corruption is a symptom of the disease. The disease is blackmail. And that comes from prostitution and abuse of children. So stop doing those things. And I realize I can't stop the evil people in the moment from hurting children. I can make sure that they're juridically held accountable. I can't stop them in the moment. What I can stop, though, hopefully through a public awareness campaign, is people buying prostitutes. Because you're feeding the machine. Every time you go to a prostitute, there's a chance that they're going to blackmail you. Not the prostitute, the person running the operation. Not today, not tomorrow, but 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. So stop going to prostitutes. Stop buying prostitutes. Stop calling escorts. Stop going to those massage parlors that are clearly not massage parlors. Stop doing that. You understand that's what lies beneath here, right? Is everybody ready to have that conversation? Are we really ready? Because that's what we're going to be talking about in October. I hope the mainstream media is ready for it. It's not going to be a choice. We're talking about it. What do you think are going to be some of the questions asked at Matthew Farwell's trial? Where did you and Sandra hang out? Who did Sandra owe money to? Who threatened her? Who paid for her apartment? Are we really ready to have these conversations? Because we're going to have them. All of us. And the choice is going to be what we do with the information. You can't just bury your head in the sand and pretend that this wasn't happening. You have to look it in the eye and banish it. And you don't judge the people involved, the girls in particular. They didn't do anything wrong. But you judge the men that trapped them in that open air prison. Do you know how scary it must be to go around in public knowing at any moment your pimp, who's a cop, can put you in jail on fake charges? That is not the country that I was raised in. That is not what I was told this country is. That is darkness at noon Kessler stuff. And I won't stand for it. That's what drove me to stop this. I saw what those girls went through firsthand. And if you think I'm mad, imagine how the mostly women-run U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston might feel. Who knows way more than me. They're going to get these people. I've said it from the beginning. I told people to believe me. I just didn't think they were going to do it this way. If I'm right, they got these people nailed to the wall. Watch all the cooperation now. Watch. First of all, watch how silent it goes. You're going to hear a frickin' penny drop. It's going to be great. Social media is going to be glorious. Just listen. Can't you feel it? There's something in the air. Notice? Notice the energy? It's very light. It's so quiet. You could... Right, I have a... Wait a minute. Let me make the point. That was a great demonstration. This is a glorious day. I want a record of this. It's 3 hours later. I'm still astounded and completely full of adrenaline. Oh, they're good. Listen, there's gonna... Listen. I don't know how to make predictions about this situation. I guess I'm the person who should. There's going to be a stampede to cooperate. Are you kidding me? If there's even a 60% chance, which I think there is, that Hyde was an informant, dude. Run. Run. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have a song for this moment. Hold on. So, I have this beta that allows us to play certain preloaded licensed songs. I have a song that I think is apropos. I don't have snippets, I have the actual song, so let me find it. It's a really good song. It's from a movie, I think. I forget which movie it's from, but the song is just called Run. And I think that's very apropos right now, and it's a little upbeat. And I didn't play any GOAT videos for you because I forgot to do a super chat goal. So instead, I'm just going to play a song for you. The song is called Run. But I have to... I have a lot of them loaded up. This one, though, is a special one. I think this was like part of a movie or something. I forget what movie it was part of, but I think it was part of a movie. I'm going to find it. Oh no! Wait a minute. Who is that? Nicholas, no all caps here. Alright? I'm not giving you a wrench until you can prove you're not going to use all caps. Night Bucket's all made. Oh, Brown Irish Eyes, this is one you are definitely going to watch in depth because Jessica Hyde, the stalwart, quote-unquote, defender of the state police, and Jen McCabe and Adam Lally and Hank Brennan, was actually cooperating the entire time with Leah Foley's office on the Matthew Farwell prosecution related to the Sandra Birchmore cover-up by that same state police unit and DA's office, which means this song is apropos.
Live fast, young and hungry. Brand new whip, getaway ride.
Run. Run.
Break out, find our freedom. Hands up, gonna touch the sky.
Touch the sky.
Run.
The theme song.
Run.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We'll take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run. Run.
Can't stop stealing glances. Crack the code, tell me what's inside. What's inside?
Run. Run.
Red dress, black sunglasses. We disappear into the night.
Run. Run.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We'll take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run.
Hey, I'm just giving some free
Run.
advice.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We'll take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run. Run. Run.
This is called Run, Bonnie and Clyde by Dark Minds. That's going to be DARKMINDS, all caps, Run, Bonnie and Clyde. So, if you're new to the stream, every couple hours, 2 to 4, when we go really long streams, I will do a music break. That was, your music break, just to get you ready, just to give you a little decompression. It lets people kind of breathe a little bit. You can't do 4 hours of intense case coverage. Your brain literally will become traumatized. I was reading some literature, whether it's war or intense cases. Every 2 to 4 hours, if you have like 3 minutes of a buffer where your brain just is happy, it will actually insulate the brain from long-term trauma, or so the literature says. I'm not a doctor. I just have to study that stuff, because the only way to do war coverage is, in my opinion, in a way that doesn't traumatize the audience. So when I was showing people a lot of war coverage, I read the literature about how to do it in a way that would break it up. That's where the goats came from. Shh, don't tell them. Mary, thank you so much for upgrading to a Super Towel membership. You have a wonderful penguin emoji. God bless you. All right, so that was your... Yes, I'm staying hydrated, Marcia. Grant set a new goal. I didn't actually set a goal. They switched how goals work. So since we'll go a little bit longer, I have more to say. We haven't even covered the motions. I will set a goal. I'll play a song and also say God bless you. All right? So we'll have a great time if we meet our goal. We've already hit our goal, though, so you got a song already. We also had a chat going. Excuse me, not a chat. We have a poll going. Let me read out where the poll's at, and then let us get back to our analysis. I have to get back to the emails. What I really want, I don't think we have them yet, although we potentially have them, is I want to see the emails when Jessica Hyde initially got hired. Maybe they're farther down in the document. Your poll, almost 500 of you have voted. The Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, plus Sandra Birchmore, Matthew Farwell cases have collided. Your thoughts? 41% of you said stunned towel. I'm stunned. 26% of you said towel is on one right now. 16% of you said damn it towel. And 16% of you said towel put down the goat. That's hilarious. Alright, let's go back to our emails. Oh, God bless you, Turtle Power, and God bless you, Thomas, for becoming a member. You're both wonderful. Yes, the coverage here can be a little bit, intentionally broken up, but I like it. All right, let us go back to our emails. So, Jessica Hyde emails that she is going to send over the agreement. Adam Lally on Wednesday, October 16, 2024. So remember, this is after Karen's first trial, heading into the retrial. Thank you so much, Jessica. Very much appreciated. On the agreement, whatever is easiest and cleaner for your purposes. Either is fine with us. Thanks again, Adam. Okay? Deep coverage for the win. Thank you. Jessica Hyde then says from Hexordia on October 16, 2024, and she sends this to Adam Lally, Nick Garino. Mind you, this is very important. Oh, U.S. Lily, thank you so much for that $20 super chat, just because. Well, God bless you, just because. You're so kind to support Towel Channel. Thank you for your support of independent media and also Towel Channel. You're all wonderful. We're having nighttime with Towel. Emily C. and Boozy Beauty are going to be like, wait a minute, Grant doesn't stay up past 6:30 p.m. That's a violation of intergalactic towel law. His bedtime's like 6 o'clock. How's he going to get up at 3 in the morning and monitor what's going on in South Lebanon, in Yemen, in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Kuwait, and Iraq? He's the one who monitors what's going on in Erbil. Most people, listen, the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy like supporters and like Orbit know more about northern Iraq than any other group of Americans. You can actually ask them about Erbil, and they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, what drone attack do you want to know about? You want to talk about the Ferris wheel? I can tell you about the nice Iraqi men on the ground. You know, they have the pilgrimage, the Aberdeen pilgrimage going on now. They are, listen, you don't want to mess with the Free Karen Reed and Free Turtle Boy crowd, because they also follow geopolitics in the Middle East, and they'll tell you about Kuwait, they'll tell you about the Houthis, they'll tell you about that time Mr. Houthi went up to a cave because he got expelled from the Yemenis parliament. Then they'll link it to James Joyce and Hegel. They'll just run train on you. It's great. One time I was trolling the ops, you know, like the private intelligence ops, and I told them that someone was going to run train on them, and the only person who laughed was Esty. So even though, you know, I'm sorry, Esty, you know, much love, but your choice this week, bruh, you never go full Kate Peter, because that means you're an operative. You know, never go full Kate Peter. What are you doing? All right? Let's see who cancels now in light of this information about Jessica Hyde. But still, never, ever, ever go full Kate Peter. It's literally, listen to me. When you walk in to, like, the Towel School of, like, counterintelligence operations, okay? The very first rule, it says it, like, right on the doorway. Never go full Kate Peter, okay? You write it down. T.A. Sarah's going to quiz you on this. You just never do it. What are you doing, Esty? All right? But I still one time told her someone was going to come rhetorically run train on them. It was the funniest thing I've ever said in my entire life. You don't understand. It was so great because it was so out of, like, the norm for me. I told this, like, X space, I was like, listen, he's going to come run train on you, B-words. That was the funniest thing I've ever said in my life. It was only funny because it was a joke, and the only person who laughed was Esty. The other people on the call were like, oh my god. It was great. Oh, we used to do these X spaces. So I was kind of lining things up. You know, I like to play chess. So, but the form of chess I play is kind of across history. Like, I don't play chess in the moment. That's so boring. Why am I playing chess to put you in checkmate on an inconsequential board? Like, we're gonna do it, bro, we're gonna play like a Tesseract, all right, bro. We're gonna, like, go span space and time. You know, we got stuff to do here. We're trying to imprint footprints on the sands of time. So anyway, my favorite part of this, just to give you a little side story, was there was a time where I would do these X spaces and just kneecap people, not like rhetorically, and they would come up on the X space, and it was before I was really mole hunting, so they didn't really know what was going on, but I had been waiting to expose them for a while. So I would just tee them up individually for like an hour or 2 hours and just rhetorically kneecap them over and over and over. And some of them liked it too, and they couldn't keep their lies straight. And I'll cross-examine you. I'll put you right up there and I'll cross you. Depending on my mood, I'll either like go hard or like give you a little bit of grace, depending on if I thought you made good moral decisions when no one was watching. Yeah, I keep track. And it comes out in the nature of my questioning to you during those sessions. So anyway, my point is, I was having so much fun. They kept like coming on to the X spaces, and they kept taking the bait, and I would just like, it was like teeing up a softball, because I had been holding all this intel back, just waiting for him to come on the space, and I would just kneecap him. I only ask questions I know the answer to, so I'd throw up a question, they'd think they could answer it, I'd kneecap them, and then I'd do it again, and they're like sadists. They couldn't leave. They just had to stay because they were watching it slip away. Now, they didn't see me coming, though. It wasn't just me. But they didn't realize, not only was I mole hunting, but I had a sense at the time that this was bigger than just like me exposing their moles. This was not some drama thing. This was a very large federal operation clearly targeting obstruction and cover-ups. And so I was like, oh, I don't even need to go hard on these people. I'm going to pull back. I knew September 1st, 2026 was going to be the big moment. I didn't think it would come early, but I knew Deitch running for Norfolk DA, I just knew it was telegraphed, because I was at the Monica Cannon Grant sentencing when Dustin Chow did the sentencing argument in front of Judge, I think it was Talwani, I want to say. And when Dustin Chow was doing that argument, the boss lady from the U.S. Attorney's Office, I'm talking the boss lady, was in the gallery, and so was her entire staff. Everybody but Leah Foley was in the gallery. And that was when I knew Little Law Girls had stones, because she just walked up to Deitch after he was talking to those people. Now, she didn't know who they were. I did. I stayed very far away from them. You don't mess with the boss lady. She's the boss lady. But the point is, they were embracing him. They were hugging him. I knew at that moment. I was like, wait a minute. Abnormal situation here. Like, nobody leaves their position as a federal prosecutor, even if the political headwinds change, to become a DA in the area they were investigating like a year ago. Like, what? And then I saw them hugging him, and then I realized what was going on. And that was and then I saw the leak. So whoever leaked Aidan Carney's phone, that was the stupidest thing anyone could have done, because in that extraction at some point, or whatever it was, somebody posted online a message from Dustin Chow in 2022 being like, Aidan, the office reads your articles, we're a big fan, and like multiple of Aidan's cases that he covered resulted in federal charges through Dustin Chow's division, which is called the Public Corruption Section. Okay? Everybody get it now? Everybody get it? Aidan was petitioning the government way before he was writing about Karen Reed. Every article he wrote, in his mind, he knew the federal government was reading. In fact, I think in the summer of 2023, the federal government was doing a lot more than reading. So anyway, my point is, it remains the same. I saw this coming. I didn't see the full picture, but I knew what the feds were up to. I could just sense it. And I couldn't figure out what, I really couldn't at first. It didn't make sense to me until about, I'd say, today. I had an inkling. I thought it was Hank. And I'm still thinking Laura McLaughlin and Hank. There might be more than meets the eye there. Seriously. There's a reason they let Laura McLaughlin handle the messages in Proctorgate in 2024, but not Tully. But I didn't actually see it until Jessica Hyde's name showed up, if you're just tuning in the Matthew Farwell documents today as a witness for the federal government against Brian Tully's State Police Unit and Farwell and the Norfolk DA, because that's really who's on trial. Why would, and I hope you all know this, to be a federal witness on that level, you have to be read in on some very, very serious information. I know a lot of you are going to say, but Grant, what about the protective orders and the state trial? Yeah, I know. I'm still telling you, you don't understand. To practice in federal court, in some cases, you actually need a security clearance. I promise you Kevin Reddington has one. He's a wild card in all this. He's a wheeler and a dealer. Darlene asks, how does Judge Cannoni fit in? I think, so my opinion of this is that Judge Cannoni figured this out before the second trial. You notice how different she was? I think she figured this out. She's no dummy. And like, if you're really smart and you're asking around, You could put this together if you were a judge and you had the right friends. I think she figured it out. That's why she changed in trial 2. She was like, damn, they got they're going to get him. And she, like, if I were her, just so you know, if I were in her position, Judge Cannoni's position, and I figured out what I figured out today, before Karen's second trial, I would have got out of the firing line. I would have been like, damn, I'm out. Like, I'll do this, but I'm out. I would have said that to whoever in Morrissey's office or whoever was connected to me. I would have been like, I'm out. I would have been like, you're on your own. I'll do the trial, but I'm out. And I think she probably did. That was probably her best option. What other choice did she have at that point? She had to do the trial, but she was very different, Judge Cannoni. So, all right, circling this all back, we're talking about the implications here, which I cannot understate, of Jessica Hyde being read in on compartmentalized, highly secretive information in the Matthew Farwell case involving the very state police unit. In these emails, she was emailing, it's Garino, it's Brennan, it's Laura McLaughlin, and then it's Brennan's assistant. This is wild. And listen, what I'm wondering about Garino, okay, is Garino in 2023, after the Farwell, I believe, we're going to have to check this. I think as all this was going down, Garino in 2023 was doing a detail near exit 123 on the Mass Pike in Watertown. I don't know if anyone was ever charged for this. He got hit by another driver who was ostensibly drunk. No, I don't think anyone was ever charged. I think someone tried to kill him. And if you were Nick Garino, why would you be loyal to anyone in that orbit? Oh no. I think I've always said from the beginning that I thought Garino was a potential cooperating witness against the state police. He was the low man on the totem pole. He was most intimately involved with the digital forensics. John Fanning was pressuring him, and Tully, I bet, and Yuri. Nick Garino is young, very young, and he's got a family. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but if he shows up as a witness against MSP, it would not surprise me. And I would guess he's very well protected. I would guess anyone that has provided information to the federal government related to these cases they're keeping an eye on them. Because I think they are worried. I would imagine the only reason this is starting to come out is it's a message to not mess with their witnesses. Think about the Donna McNamara lawsuit, right? That was last Friday that she submitted her amended complaint. Last Monday, or whatever it was, maybe Tuesday, Donna McNamara, the chief of the Stoughton Police, reported that she was retaliated against by the town manager, who may well know Michael Morrissey. Okay? I haven't confirmed that, but it's possible. Okay? Certainly would have been near the State House at a similar time. The town manager of Stoughton allegedly, according to Chief McNamara's complaint, tried to constructively fire Chief McNamara, force her out of her job, because she did a second IA report into the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, which has never been made public to this day, 2024 IA report, and because as of July of 2026 and June of 2026, McNamara was cooperating with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and during that cooperation, McNamara revealed to the town manager of Stoughton that there would need to be more internal investigations about current and former members of the Stoughton PD. Hello? Hi, you sound like Higgins, bro. Great username. Towel, forensic examiner Garino is a civilian employee of the Norfolk DA's office, having served in that capacity since April of 2026. He is a witness for the feds. Yeah. Yeah. So, in terms of how this is going to be prosecuted, it will stop with the state police and Robert Devine. Maybe some Democratic politicians, but it'll stop there. It doesn't need to go any higher. It really doesn't. What, are you trying to destroy the country? As long as it stops, it doesn't need to go any higher. And that's the point. Watergate was not about the break-in of the DNC. It was about domestic CIA operations. Richard Nixon fell on his sword, so that wouldn't come out. These people are loyal Americans, and they'll do what they're told. Because the country is more important. And frankly, this is what I telegraphed. This is what I, not directly, but on stream, I advised to, the powers that be, the White House, whatever. I says to them, on stream, through the stream, listen, this is the perfect opportunity to do a modified limited hangout. It's just like Watergate. You can have this unit, you can hold them out there, and be like, listen, these guys were the problem. The Democrats in the state enabled them. They looked the other way. It's called a modified limited hangout. For me, it's a zero-sum equation. So if the behavior stops, the prostitution, the abuse of children, the cover-ups, the unalivings, I can accept that. I want answers. I think all the victims and their families deserve answers. But if what we're going to do is hold up this unit and the John O'Keefe cover-up and the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, we're going to hold, and what happened to Turtle Boy, if we're going to hold them up and be like, they were the problem. Okay? Was Richard Nixon the problem? Probably not. Is that how history remembered it? Yeah. Were these guys the whole problem? No. Are they a big enough part of the problem that holding them out there and making an example of them is going to raise any objections from anyone? No. They did a lot of bad stuff. But you got to understand, they want the top of the top. They want, Devine, I would guess. And they want Billy Farwell, who's out in Nevada. And they probably want Yuri. And they probably want John Fanning. I think John Fanning is probably the big fish. Maybe Tully's a wild card. I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like Tully's too nervous, so he must have done something bad. Anyone who went to the poker nights, I think, is in trouble. And that's all I'm going to say about that. If you know what that means, you're probably in trouble. Because nobody should know what that means. As to their, informants, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I think some were more complicit than others. Some of the PI firms and stuff, I think might have some liability. That's my, speaking broadly. I think the fallout from this, you don't understand. PI firms can be sued civilly by the people they spied on. And when this goes bad, it's going to go really, really bad. For a lot of people. I don't even know what to say. Never seen anything like it. You're almost talking class action level bad, but I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. There were a lot of people who were harmed. And a lot of people sold out. Which is just sad. A lot of people are sitting around right now, like actually thinking about like what they've done over the past few years. You know you've done nothing wrong if your reaction to this is, oh my god, that's brilliant. If your reaction is, oh shit, I'm in a lot of trouble, yeah, you probably did something wrong. Yeah. No, I do think some of the people MSP hired could face some questions. I think Sean on the Gulf is probably going to face some questions. This is my opinion. I think the government might want to ask some questions. I don't know what the Congress wants to do. I don't know what the legislature wants to do. I think that's where you start. All right? If you really want to find out, not necessarily what these guys were doing in 2014 through 2022, but if you want to find out how they reacted to people being on to them and you want to roll up the small fish, you start with McDonough. Give us McDonough. I can tell you right now, so my soul is at peace, but I can tell you right now, because of what I know, that there is panic. There are people who are melting down right now, who are probably crying because of the implications of Hyde. Even, it's not 100%. We don't have that smoking gun saying Jessica Hyde, was informing on the MSP, but there's a lot here. There's enough to make people lose it, literally break down. I can't even imagine what Kennington is like tonight. I can't, dude. These people, their whole world just collapsed. I mean, I feel great. I didn't do anything wrong, so I feel liberated. I was abused, taken advantage of, and then I figured it out. Okay, as did a lot of other people, some of whom cannot speak about it, I'm sure. But I promise you, they know. It's over now. We'll call this a victory, Chicago. It's over now. It's not the end, but we're at the beginning of the end. They would never allow this out if it weren't almost over. It's almost over. Grib, when did you talk about your Switch? Microdot asks. Oh, I can tell you about it now. Richie, how you doing? By the way, did you all see that they tried to bang Richie up on charges? Higgins did, because that weird YouTube show put a weapon up to Higgins' head on a picture, and they tried to blame Richie for that, which I always thought was an op. I always thought that was a bump. What that show did with Higgins, I thought it was designed to catch Richie up on charges. But anyway, my point is, Microdots, God bless you, good to see you. How have you been? I hope you had an interesting weekend. I thought that was all fascinating. That was, of course, in the new FOIA released on Friday last week, just a few days ago. If you missed it, you can find my coverage on Twitter. So Microdots asked about what made me sort of see the light. So you can see all this. What I'm about, as you know, is I'm very transparent. So I may authentically believe something, but if I, at all, have, an inkling I was misled, I'm going to dig even harder to find that out. So if you look at I'd say late summer and fall of 2025, we got something new. I believe it was a release of the Mystery Man video, as you probably remember, the Canton PD Sally Port. When that first came out in Karen's trial, we only got to see it played on the screen in the courtroom. So all I had, although I did render it up, was an upscaled 4K render of the Court TV pool cameraman, who's a G. He's really good at what he does. That dude sits on a no back chair, just doesn't move for hours on end, just perfect shots. He got the shot of the video, but it was at an angle, and even correcting it, it was low lighting, and you were watching a camera film a screen, which was terrible. So in the fall of 2025, we got the actual source file. I forget where it came from, through a FOIA or something, of the Canton PD Sallyport. There is a reaction video of me realizing that the mystery man, like right as he's walking away from Karen's tail light, there's all this post-production editing that was very obvious. You had like a blur blend, you had blur boxes and blending, hand drawn. You could see the 1 pixel when you really zoomed in, the 1 pixel blur along the mystery man's frame. And I was like, shout out Colleen Crawford, you know what I'm saying? Then I found out that Colleen Crawford and John Fanning used to own a company together, and it had connections through all these other strange, like, links to, I think it was O'Connell, if I recall, which of course has links to Morrissey. So then I'm like, wait a minute, something's really wrong. Then I read Rosemary Scapiccio's Now We're motion in the Miles King case, because of course Kyle Sharkey and Dee Dee and I follow the dockets. So I, in July of 2026, was reading, no, July of 2025. Oh my God, it was right after Karen's second trial. I put this together quick. July of 2025. I was researching the Miles King case, and I noticed that Judge Krupp had issued an order that then got expanded by Judge Doolin. And I was like, why? Like, what's going on? I already thought Judge Krupp was a little, like, weird. I didn't know he was in the Epstein files at that time. Turns out he is, long story. The point is, Judge Doolin then issues this order expanding the nature of discovery, and Rosemary Scapiccio keeps hinting that there's something in Proctorgate, in Michael Proctor's messages, that is like virulently racist. She's not saying what it is because it's under protective order, but she's like hinting at it. Not openly in court yet. She does that later. This is the summer of 2025. We don't even have the 12-year extraction. Rosemary's just hinting that there's potential racial bias. She doesn't say what it is, and so she's arguing for Judge Doolin to expand the protective order to 12 years. Michael Proctor's lawyer, on July 12th and July 28th of 2025 or something, 2 different dates, tells the court in Norfolk Superior Court in the Miles King, Giovanni Dos Santos, etc. case, that he does not have any responsive records to Judge Doolin's order because Proctor got rid of his old phone in November of 2024 and then got a new phone that auto-deletes every 30 days. Now, I already was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? And that's not what phones do. Like, did you set the damn thing to do that? Like, what are you running Tails? Like, maybe apps do that, bro, but not entire phones. Like, what operating system are you running that does that? What would do that? So anyway, I'm like, what the hell? Maybe like Graphene OS or something. I'm like, what the hell is this dude doing? And then in, I would say, August of 2025, we get the bombshell that Proctor turned over 12 years of his records. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Oh God, this is really, really bad. What did they do? Because now I got the mystery man next to Proctor and the tail light at like 5:37, which is right before the first pieces of taillight are found by CERT at 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022 at 34 Fairview. So now I got that. And I got this very concerning development about Proctor. And I'm screaming from the rooftops at this point. I'm like, wait a minute. There's no way that Michael Proctor perjured himself unless somebody trapped him. And then I remember, wait a minute. Didn't Michael Proctor get interviewed by the federal government in February of 2024? Oh, but they told him they only had 3 years of his messages, or 3 months of his messages, or whatever it was. Oh. They cloned the phone. Do you understand? There was no iCloud backup. I saw the attachment A to Rosemary Scapiccio's unsealed motion to dismiss in the King case, the renewed motion to dismiss. That was a forensic extraction. That was not an iCloud backup. I saw the variable path. I saw it. It had raw cell phone number data in the extraction path for each message. It was an extraction. Michael Proctor said he got rid of his old phone in November of 2024. Why would 12 years of records that stop, probably right around February of 2024, we need to get the exact time that they stop. Nobody knows. How much you want to bet those records stop right around the time Michael Proctor testified at the federal grand jury? Now, Microdots, I'm sure you're still listening because I'm sure you're enthralled by this. You may not know that Little Towel was a graduate student at Boston College in 2013. You may not know that Towel was at mile 21 during the bombing, actually. It was very traumatizing. We had to be escorted to the dining halls by the Jesuits. BC's plan was to throw, because remember the bombers were on the loose. BC's plan was to throw the Jesuits as human shields in front of us to save us. I thought it was very noble. People run their mouths about police all the time. I'm like, bro, I watched those Jesuits come down from St. Mary's and literally walk us to the dining hall like they were going to throw their bodies in front of the bullets if those people came onto campus. I'm not kidding you. I saw it with my own eyes. Anyway, setting aside that trauma, which I'm sure was even more horrifying, and I pray for those people that were at the finish line. I can't even imagine how scary that was. Setting all of that horrifying day aside, what happened next was even more horrifying, as you probably know, because you had two terrorists running around Boston, which is a very small area, like Cambridge, Arlington, Belmont, Watertown, Chestnut Hill, Brookline, Somerville, Medford, Charlestown, South Boston, Dorchester. It's very small. You might think it's big. It takes a while to get around, but it's very small geographically. You can get anywhere very quickly. So, these dudes are just roaming the streets. Now, I live, at the time, I'm going to school at Boston College, but my family home is in Belmont. Watertown, where they are captured, is between where I'm going to school and where I live. I literally drive down Lake Street, like over that route, like near the IHOP or whatever, and then I go through Watertown to get home, okay? In fact, where the second guy was caught, that boat area, like, I used to drive by that all the time. That's a shortcut, actually, to get to Storrow Drive if there's a lot of traffic in the morning. Shh, don't tell me. So anyway, the point is, as this is going down, okay, I know people in the area. I was a graduate student, and I was not really a journalist. I just knew people. So a few things happened. One, there was just really weird developments. If you're in the area, you know that night, and there is a point to this story about phone cloning, by the way. You know that the brothers, after they were in the MIT area and shot Officer Collier, they then fled. They stopped at a Shell station far, like down the street from MIT. Someone corrected on me on that exact timeline, and I want to be very specific, so that is the right order of events. They carjacked a man at the Shell station on Memorial Drive, and then they fled into Watertown. Okay, they fled down Memorial Drive into Watertown near the 7-Eleven. They get out on a side street near the 7-Eleven, and they get caught, okay? The older brother, I know this for a fact, because there's WBZ footage of it, and I have it, got taken alive, naked, and arrested. He was not dead. The younger brother got away and was found the next day in a boat, as you know, and captured. Well, if you're in the area, or from the area, you know that that night they said that they were going to take those brothers to Mount Auburn Hospital. Now, Mount Auburn Hospital is right down the street from Watertown, where they were, near the 7-Eleven. Literally, you go down past the Star on your left, you go past the graveyard, you take a left at the Fork, you go straight, you'll hit Mount Auburn, on Mount Auburn Street, literally. It's like a mile. But that was fake. They put out a report of that so the media would go there. They actually took them to BIDMC, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. When they got there, they set up pods. They set up bays. It was 8 emergency room beds. That's the specific number. With like a secure perimeter. I'm going to tell you a few things that only someone who was at that hospital would have known. I was not there. But clearly I know people. Every person who went into that hospital had to have their phones cloned. Everyone that was working had to have their phones cloned in real time by the FBI. That's how quick they can do it. Every single person that went into that hospital that night, every one of them, as they were going in and out, they had their phones cloned. That's how quick the FBI can clone a phone. Okay? Now I can tell you some more stuff, which I've talked about. In particular, how the ambulance drivers that night talked about receiving the older brother dead from another ambulance. Or how the younger brother had precision shots when he was taken in through his femoral artery, through his hand, and through his tongue and cheek, described as a precision shot to stop him from talking. Anyway, the point is, that was 2014. That's how quickly they could clone a phone. If you think it's impossible, they cloned Michael Proctor's phone when he was being investigated, you're out of your mind. It's not impossible. They absolutely could have done it. I don't know. Nobody knows to this day. There's a bunch of vaguely worded court motions that describe the Norfolk District Attorney's Office coming into possession of the Proctorgate extraction, or the phone, they say. No one to this day has explained where they got it from. So, to wrap that all up, I'm seeing this play out in the Miles King case. I'm seeing the Mystery Man video. Then we get the FOIA release. It was really the discovery FOIAs through Emily C. and Kyle Sharkey and Corey A. Hopkins, Marbury v. Madison. And you can see this live on my streams. Like, this was all happening in public. None of this was behind the scenes. I was literally saying, oh my God, look at these new FOIAs. Look at the messages that Higgins was sending to John about the prostitutes, or John was sending to Higgins. Look at what was going on here. Look at how this evidence was being manipulated. Then we got the time-stamped video of the exterior Sally Port, and I was able to figure out 90 seconds from 5:37:23 or 5:37:03 to 5:39, whatever it is, was missing from the Sally Port at the very moment that Michael Proctor and 2 unknown men were walking around there. And who swiped into the Sally Port right around that time? Wouldn't you know who won the pony? Ken Berkowitz. So now you see the mental image I'm constructing. I got all these pieces that are starting to not only make sense, but make sense in the context of a cover-up. And then I got motive, because I get the video of John, that Karen recorded on John's phone, of the drug deal. Then I get the Kevin Albert audio of Kevin Albert calling the station and being like, Johnny confronted this dude, and the dude kept doing it, and he's just kind of laughing about it. And I'm like, okay. Like, John clearly, like, took on something he didn't understand. Well, I've been around, you know. I don't know nothing, but my point is, I know a little something, and that struck me. That was enough for me to be like, wait a minute. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then I realized what was happening. I knew exactly what was happening. And then I was like, all right, now I got to figure out what the feds did about this. Because I knew the Rachel Rollins thing was a variable, right? Like, oh, God bless you to the person who sent coffee money, you're so kind. I get the alerts. I set up my phone. It doesn't do all of them, but hopefully it tells me now. I asked it to send me notifications on towel donations. We'll call them towel chats. Jolene, what does she call them? JoJo chats or Joe chats, and Turtle Boy calls them turtle chats. So we'll call them towel chats. All right, Turtle Boy set the trend. You know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, etc., etc., etc. Unless it's Kate Peta, in which case she's just a weak imitation. So those things over, I'd say, the summer of 2025 through, you know, winter 2026. I didn't have as much time during the war, especially the hot war, to cover the cases. So I already knew, like, once the Epstein files came out, I knew everything. As you know, I had put it all together. The last piece of the puzzle I needed was, what were the feds waiting for? And then Adam Deitch announced his candidacy. Oh, Miss Clutch, it's so good to see you. God bless you. Thank you for your super chat. Late night towel today. I'm clearly on one. Then Adam Deitch announced his candidacy. And then I'm like, wait, so I know, as I told you, I got recruited by the DOJ. I did turn them down, not because I don't like the work they do, because I just thought the antitrust section was a little too political. I'm like a pure ideological purist. You don't want me, like, doing work for one administration that I really care about, and then the other administration comes in. I might like them, but they tell me I can't do that work anymore because it doesn't align with them politically. No, absolutely not. First of all, I would just start yelling, and I would inevitably get fired. I would have like a Saturday Night Massacre moment, you know, like like Ruckle House and the rest of them. I'd be like, I'm not doing this. No chance. Goodbye. And I can't do that. So I can set policy, but I can't work in the machine. But my point is, so I know a little bit about how the DOJ kind of thinks about things. And I was like, what are they going to do here? And then I saw Deitch run, and I was like, oh, they're going to do them hard here. If they're sending Deitch in there to run for Norfolk DA, their plan is to get all their records. They're going to roll them up big. Oh, God bless you. May the force be with you, says you're holding court, and I love it. Hashtag towel court. Yes. I have an idea for an internet-based court. God bless you. May the force be with you. Hashtag towel court. It'll never be Judge Jolene. I was watching Judge Jolene today. She's hilarious. But yeah, I then put together that if the feds were going to do something, it was going to require something novel. And then I thought about Reagan Communications and their role with David Traub in December of 2024, and the state police spokesman who both went to Reagan Communications at the same time that, like, Leah Foley was coming into office after President Trump won in November of 2024, okay? And Hank Brennan was about to come on this case, and this is also obviously right when Jessica Hyde's, now we know in hindsight, starting to get more involved in the second trial. I'm thinking, like, oh yeah, like, they set them up. And then I started looking into the jurors, and I realized that they were all somehow, at least some of them, connected to especially Paula Prado. I mean, shout out Paula Prado, the poor thing. I felt so bad for her because, like, she was clearly on the side of the good guys, but she was like, Grant is just a lot. Like, once Grant gets going, like, get out of Grant's way. Like, he's a lot. God bless her heart, though. She seems like a nice, God-fearing woman. God bless her. But anyway, I started looking into her father-in-law. And God, that's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. What is it? Ahmed Sergdaline or whatever? Bro. I started looking into that dude. He gets rolled up on the theft of U.S. missile defense secrets in 2021. And rolled up on a child SA abuse charge. Like, taking pictures of kids in, like, locker rooms in Attleboro in 2021. And guess who represents him in Attleboro? Kevin Reddington. Dude gets an 18-month plea agreement, concurrent, on the theft of our missile secrets for Egypt, and on the child SA charge. You can see the docket in Attleboro District Court. Dude gets banged up and only goes down for 18 months in federal prison concurrent. So I start looking into him. I find this patent from the 1980s when he was at the University of Idaho, I think. Same university Koberger was at. I know because I called their computer science department, and as soon as I started asking questions about this dude and the other dude on the patents, the nice 85-year-old head of the department called me. You don't understand. The head of the department, and she's like, oh, I forget, it was she didn't ask for off the record, so I can talk about this. She was like, oh, what, are you a journalist? And I was like, yeah. Like, I'm just trying to, like, there's this guy who wrote this research paper under, like, your institution. Like, he associated himself with your institution with the patent. And it was in, like, 1981. And she was like, oh, can you just tell me, she was clearly testing me, can you tell me a little bit about the patent? And I was like, oh yeah, so it's fascinating. It's like a corollary to natural language processing, but in like the form of echolocation. And I traced the patent to the shoulder-mounted Raytheon Boeing Warrior X system that's used to detect incoming missile fire. And she was like, okay. Well, I wasn't here in 1981. Let me go speak to some of the emeritus professors who are over 90 years old. Maybe they remember this man. Because remember, I'm not calling for anything that's confidential. This man associated himself on the patent with their institution. So they have an obligation. If he committed fraud, for example, and didn't go there, they have an obligation, and most universities will do this, to tell you, like, we either have a record of this guy or we don't, because you can't just put out there in an academic paper or a patent that you were associated with an institution when you're not. So I'm, like, trying to figure this out. I never get a call back from them, so I just move on. And eventually I find this Saudi man. Okay, so I got this Egyptian intelligence asset who clearly flipped, okay, for a deal after getting caught selling our ballistic missile secrets. And then I find this Saudi man on the patent with him. Now, I know what I'm looking at, and I already had traced down the evolution of the patent to the Boeing Warrior X system, which was in the field at the time. And so I'm already really concerned about this. And then I find on the patent this guy who was from Saudi Arabia. But the problem was, and he was at like the King Fayed University of Petroleum or something. I was like, wait a minute. This man changed his middle initial on the patent in the 80s. Now, back in the day, changing a middle initial was a common spy tactic. It's a great way to hide an identity. Lots of people have the same first and last name. It's the middle initial that'll get you. So just change it. Just change the middle initial. It's very easy to remember as a cover identity if you just have to change the middle initial. Well, this dude was clearly Saudi intelligence. Now, do you understand why this is so dangerous? I immediately was like, wait a minute. Why were we wheeling and dealing with these guys? And furthermore, in Sergdalin's 501k cooperation agreement about the ballistic missile secrets theft in 2021, he had to disclose everything that he knew about compromised U.S. intelligence that he was privy to. I don't think he told him about this Saudi guy. I don't think anyone knew. This product was in the field. And the way it works is you like preload MD5, like fingerprints. It's like a signature on a file. Missiles make, you know how you can recognize an Iranian Shahed drone from the sound of the motor? Your ears are good. Acoustic detection devices are better. Every missile makes a sound based on what part of the launch sequence it's in and how far away you are from the missile. So that's how Israel is able to detect missile launches from Iran. They're using echolocation, which is more refined than the human ear. Well, here's the problem. That only works if you have pre-programmed MD5 hashes for like Quorum Shahar 4s and Sigils and whatever Iran's going to fire. If a country knows the pre-programmed acoustic signatures, the MD5 hashes, in your ballistic missile interception technology, they could develop a missile with an acoustic signature that is masked in a way that your system can't detect. Thus, I had to call the FBI because I was like, bro, it takes 40 years to get this type of thing into the field, from patent to product, okay, when you're selling it to the army or the military. This is in the field now. I called the FBI and I was like, listen to me. I actually told them the patent number. It was a fascinating conversation. It was a very high division of the FBI. It was very intense. And he was like, what's the patent number? Smart dude. He was like, what's the patent number? Told him the patent number. And then kind of looks it up. He's like, what's the name? Told him the name. What's the guy's name in Saudi? Told him the guy's name. He was like, how did you find this? And that's when I knew I was in deep. Because I was like, well, I'm a journalist covering the Karen Reed trial. So, you know, I was researching the juror and found the father-in-law, and one thing led to another. And I found the 501k cooperation agreement and the federal, you know, papers, and read through all the etc. All right. He's like, okay, I have to make a call. And then he hung up on me. I never heard back. Never heard from them again. I imagine that product is not in the field anymore because it was compromised. But I don't know. Anyway, my point though is that once I started seeing stuff like that, I was like, wait a minute. What are like federal informant and adjacent, like spies, basically, doing on Karen Reed's jury? And why would Hank Brennan let this woman on the jury? I'm not a moron. It took me 5 minutes to find this all out about her. So then that's where I figured out that Hank Brennan must have been involved. I don't care what anyone says now. I know we haven't been able to confirm it. Hank Brennan did not let those people on the jury. That was fixed. Are you kidding me? Either Hank Brennan is the biggest idiot on the face of planet Earth, which I do not believe. He's a genius. I've listened to him talk. Or he's in on it. It was a federal sting. Right? Because, just listen, okay? Do you know what juror voir dire is like? For any seasoned, forget about prosecutor, defense attorney, like Hank Brennan. Dude, they're looking those jurors up before they get into the box. Alright? They know everything about them. It took me 10 minutes to find Ahmed Sergdalin. Okay? Paula Prado is still married to the dude's son. You're telling me Hank effing Brennan didn't put together that her father-in-law was a federal informant? Nope. Not buying it. He was in on it. 100%. That's why him and Karen, that was fake. You think they hated each other? They were acting. He got her the result she was happy with. She and him knew the result of that trial before that trial happened. Now, I think Hank was going to make it a little more performative, you know. I do think he had plans, but especially with the rebuttal and Welcher and the X-ray screwing that playing up. But I think Hank was in on it. I'm sorry. I think that's the natural conclusion. There's too much here. You would need someone to run cover for you to really pull that off. Because remember, Lally was not in on it. I think Lally's a target. When I say it, I mean the federal sting, if there was one. You would need someone to run cover for your people. And Hank Brennan's the perfect person to do it. And it just explains so much. It really does. It explains the jurors. It explains the outcome. It explains Hank's like weird like smile towards me. He knew I was going to figure it out. So did Karen. Karen's a G. People don't understand. I think rightfully, because Karen's, where's Karen? Right? I mean, she's very well known, national, internationally, etc. She's inaccessible. But I don't. So most famous people, okay, we're used to this celebrity culture that's vacuous. Karen is the very rare exception, like a public intellectual who's famous. But she hasn't flexed yet. We're going to see her flex. It's probably going to be with Alan through some movie project. I don't know which one. We got to find out what, not Matt Damon, but the other dude. Who's his writing partner? What's the dude's name? Ben Affleck? So I think Affleck went to Cambridge Rindge in Latin with Higgins. I can't confirm it because I can't get the yearbook. I do think Higgins, I can find a record of a Brian Higgins going to Cambridge Rindge in Latin. I cannot confirm that the dude that's partners with Matt Damon, whatever his name is was there at the same time as Higgins. If they were, you got to just look into that. You got to run it down. Something worth looking into. But my point is, Karen hasn't roared yet. Do you think that interview with Rotten Mango was her roaring? All she did was drop one hint. Did you catch it? The big hint? Karen said that between February 2nd, 2022, when she first was arrested, and June or July of 2022 when she was indicted, she thought that Brian Tully's State Police Unit, and she said this to Rotten Mango, was going to come and do her like Sandra Birchmore. Do you know anyone who talks like that? Other than me? Imagine her and I talking. That would be a fascinating conversation. That you could sell tickets to, but it's not happening. See, she really earned this. Turtle Boy did too. They get to tell this however they want. You know what I'm saying? Like, they fought the battles. That's kind of how it works. They probably have NDAs, but it's almost 10. You can tell it's almost 10. They really set these people up hard. And what's funny is, it was like a reverse work, okay? It was like a reverse Montreal screw job. The state police and the private intel people and the witnesses thought they were setting Karen and Eden up. But really, it was the other way around. And it was really the feds coordinating the whole thing across administrations, which is incredible. But yeah, I think Hank Brennan was in on it, folks. So, that was a very long answer to Microdot's question. I hope you appreciated it. And that's how I got to the position I'm at now. There were some other things in there as well. Like Tully's behavior was what originally tipped me off that this unit was dirty. Oh, actually, you know what else did? So, a few years ago, and this was always in the back of my mind, and this will, if I ever write about this, this will be the first part of the book. Someone said to me, very high up, it's multiple people maybe, who knows, quote, summarizing, paraphrasing, it's not Michael Morrissey, it's the guys around him. Whoa. So that was in my mind the whole time. And I'm thinking to myself, what could possibly be the origin of this? Well, now you know. It was the guy, Michael Morrissey was a problem. Is a problem. I don't know what he was doing, okay, but it's not cool. But it's because he was doing weird stuff that the people around him were enabled to do bad stuff. And they were worse than him. Which is frankly why, I don't know, he's old. I would wheel and deal with him. I'd also wheel and deal with Carino. I would wheel and deal... Who else would I wheel and deal with? Yeah, that's probably it. Maybe Farwell, but not for anything more than BOP WITSEC and life in prison without parole. He's never seeing daylight. He can go into WITSEC in the BOP program, but he's not ever seeing daylight. That would be my opinion on Farwell. But I would wheel and deal with Morrissey. He's old, and he's like 75 or 80. What do you do? What are you trying to accomplish? Okay, what he knows is more valuable than putting him away. It's the younger guys in the command and control, and if anyone can give up the people in the state police chain of command above Tully, that's what I think they really want. Because I don't think Tully did this alone. Devine might have been the ringleader, but they didn't do this alone. FBI DOJ corruption survivor is going to ride the state police horse down to the ground until it literally collapses. He just can't help himself. He literally cannot. Anytime anything comes up about state police corruption, he loses it. I don't even know what he said. I just can already tell you. He just loses it. He can't deal with it. This has been a trend for like a year and a half with him. He just cannot come to terms with the fact that the state police may have covered up some of these crimes. He can't. And it doesn't even make sense. Because it's not mutually exclusive. The federal government can have done bad things elsewhere, and the state police could have done bad things here. And frankly, who do you think's going down for the behavior of some of these guys? It's not going to be the feds. It's going to be this unit. They're in the crosshairs of the DOJ, clearly. Clearly. All right, let's recap. Let's continue with our email reads here. All right, so Jessica Hyde sends this to Garino and Brennan and Laura McLaughlin and Lally. All right. Thank you for making things easy. This is the same SOW as before, just with a period of performance from today till June 30th. The existing MSA and rates will stay, just updated SOW to expand the period of performance. I put the report being provided by November 17th. Please return a signed copy and we will get to business. I will be traveling for the next 1.5 weeks overseas, so we'll have limited availability during this time. This woman's a boss. Every other week this time she can't even say where she's going. Do you notice that? The previous time she was like, oh, I'm going to whatever country for like a few days. This time she's like, I'll be traveling overseas for a week or so. Okay. How many stamps how many stamps should you have in your passport that aren't actually in your passport? Let's say that. This lady's a boss. Oh my God. Dude, people seriously underestimated her. Oh, dude, she probably wasn't even disturbed. I bet she was actually pleased that people thought that she was dumb and that they mocked her. She was like, all right, cool, guys, great. I can go back to my work now. Like, you all missed... Like, she probably breathed a sigh of relief and was like, they missed the boat there. Great, mock... Oh, that's why she wore the headband. She's so fucking smart. She's a G. Dude, she could have presented herself any way she wanted in court. Okay? Any way she wanted. She's clearly very smart. She did that so you would mock her. Hello? Pay no attention to the woman behind the towel. Yeah, no, she's just some, dumb woman, flaky, wrapped in, some, hair dress that we don't recognize. She's ridiculous and stupid. Oh, Microdots, God bless you. I'm glad you enjoyed the answer. Microdots says, great show, Grant. I'm honored. God bless you, my dear friend. You're wonderful. I must say, I think it's making a lot of sense now. She played all of us. She's a stealth assassin. Oh, she's 100% a DOJ spy, in my opinion. Kudos to you, ma'am. Hats off. Tip of my hat to you. Oh, who got yelled at by Nightbot? What did you say? You think Higgy pick at fundraiser? Oh, we don't use all caps here. Okay, so you can't use all caps, but you can try again. Oh my God. People sit... When you read this, when you read these messages, like Great Expectations, from the perspective that Jessica Hyde was spying on them, oh my God. Oh my God. She played us all. She played us well, too. She was laughing all the way. She's an intel asset. She's good. She's really good. She's never going to be able to do this again, though. That's a shame. You know, now that I think about it, that's probably why they would really prefer this stuff, like, not be in the public. But I'm sorry. Come on, it tormented people for so long. Like, I'm so glad somebody made the decision that we get to know about this. The poor woman, though, I mean, she must be very well off, but she's not going to be able to do this again. Damn. Wow. That's a high-level asset. Highest I've ever seen. One of the highest I've ever seen. One of the slickest I've ever seen. Most impressive. Brilliant. It'll be next week. I'll still be stunned by what I've seen today. Yeah, so I can see why she teaches. I think, so what folks need to understand, there's something called non-operational, non-official cover. I don't know why, I don't understand all of it, but she fits the profile. And the greatest part about this is to do this work, ideally, you're unassuming. But being unassuming in a high-profile case can actually lead you to have attention paid to you. So think about what's even more brilliant. Present yourself as the subject of ridicule. Oh my. I'm so impressed. As long as I live, I will never see anything this impressive again. We don't even know where it's going. How did they not see it? They must have just thought she was some high-connected, like, power person. Dude, it was staring them in the face. Oh, they're good. They're so good. Best I've ever seen. And we haven't even seen the full picture yet. This is the best I've ever seen it done. It's beautiful. It's better than any painting. I've seen some of the Dutch masters' paintings in person. This is better. It's more awe-inspiring. It's 5 hours in. I'm still awestruck. Take a bow, seriously. Give them all the awards. This is why I told you. Make her Attorney General. If this is true, even though it was probably Josh Levy's idea initially, Leah Foley made it happen. Okay, she could have chose to end this. She didn't. If this is true, this is brilliant. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I'm never going to get over this as long as I live. I just want this to be recorded. I just want a record of it. I'm going to be like 70, and I'm going to be telling people about this day. I'm going to be like, you don't understand. Everything that came after was really important. But it was that moment. It was that moment. Okay. And then Adam Lally says, back on the 17th of October. Will do. Thank you so much, Adam. Okay. And then, all right, we find out she was in Australia. Monday, October 21st, 2024. Hi, just as a heads up, I ran into Dr. Matthew Sorrell here in Australia at an academic digital forensics conference where we are both giving workshops. He let me know that he is working as a digital forensics examiner for the defense in this case and will be in the US next year for trial. He is located in Adelaide, Australia. Just thought I would let you know. Of note, his specialty is usually in Apple Health data. Here his workshop is on cell site analysis. Regards, Jessica. Oh. Try to look helpful to them. You know, let them know a little bit about what the defense is thinking about doing. Hello, most talkative. Good to see you. It's been quite a day. Very interesting. Adam Lally writes back, thank you. And then, unprompted, Jessica Hyde writes back on October 24th, I would say it is probably important to look at Luke Jennings' research papers pertaining to health data, specifically step count data. Luke just submitted his PhD dissertation and works for Matthew Sorrell, and during the presentation of his paper stated the research was being used in an active high-profile case he cannot discuss. See, she was showing that she could be of use to them. Remember, she's got to blend in. If we're right about this, she's got to look like she's really helping them. Is she giving them much of use there? Probably not. Alright, so that's the end of the Jessica Hyde section there. Hold on one second. Want to make sure I see every Jessica Hyde email. Hold, please. Alright, here we go. So I have some more here. Wait. Alright, so this is from March 28th. This is during the trial. Alright, here we go. So this is during the trial. This is from Lally to Hyde on March 27th, right before the trial. Hello. Hope all is well. Please find attached summons for the above referenced case, scheduled to commence with a jury trial in Norfolk Superior Court on 4/16. Your presence will not be needed on this date. We anticipate the trial will take several weeks and may last into early June. Our trial schedule, once we begin, will consist of 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 4:30 on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Jury selection will begin on April 16th. However, we cannot say how long that process will take to complete. We have a number of different witnesses in this case and should be able to accommodate any scheduling conflicts that arise. Let us know. This seems to be a form email. Please let us know of any assistance you may be required in regards to travel lodging. Jessica Hyde says, hello. This has been received. Thank you for the details. My calendar is a bit complex over the next few months. I will send a schedule later today with my conflicts from mid-April through mid-June. Travel and lodging accommodations would be greatly appreciated. I live near blank, but depending on the date, may be traveling from or to a different location. Regards, Jessica. Okay, and that was sent to Lally, Laura McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Kristen Collins, and Brian Tully. Okay, and then Lally says, hey, hello, Jessica, thank you very much. We will certainly work around whatever you have in your schedule. Travel and lodging is not a problem, and we could certainly cover that and work that piece all out. Thank you, Adam. And then Jessica says, Adam, I'm available the following dates: April 19th, May 2nd, May 6th through 8th, preferred, May 23rd, 24th, June 10th through 14th, preferred, June 24th, 28th. Thank you. Apologize for the complex schedule. Depending on the dates will affect where I will be traveling to and from. Okay. And then Kristen Collins, Lally sends to Karen Reed trial witness prep. Not to her, but about her. Here, see the attached revised list for the trial. Kristen and Steve, I'll CC you both on all the emails I send to lab people, experts, etc. for travel issues, expenses. For my availability during meetings, blank. Anytime. Okay. Alright. Let's see if there's anything else about her. Hold, please. Okay, here we go. I found the 2023 emails. This is great. Oh, you got lucky if you stuck around. I know. So I have a lot of information to tell, but actually going through the documents, and Kyle, you were right. It is in here. I just had to go through it very slowly and methodically. You are looking at the original May 23rd, 2023 email, okay? Probably not the original email that led to Hyde being hired, but this is before the first trial, okay? This is what we wanted. Okay, so we're getting there. So, is this an email to Tully? Wow. So on May 23rd, 2023, well before Karen's first trial, actually, right before the federal grand jury was about to start. Wow. When did they originally get her? We're going to have to find that out. So she wrote the report before May of 2023. Brian, the defense attorney called me telling me he read my report and asking to speak. I said I couldn't, that I was heading into a meeting. He said he would have his associate email the schedule. Redacted. Was surprised they would call. They did not email. Regards, Jessica. Tully says back the next day, May 24th, 2023, they are an aggressive bunch. Thank you for the heads up. And then on May 25th, 2023, Jessica Hyde says to Tully, I have received the following voicemail to our VOP account. Hi, miss. Hi, this is Alan Jackson along with Elizabeth Little calling. We spoke briefly yesterday. I'm the attorney from Los Angeles representing Karen Reed on the Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed case in which you are consulted by the Commonwealth. I think we had indicated that we would try to connect today around 2 or 3. I know that you had kind of a busy day. When you get this, would you mind giving me a shout back? I'll be available probably until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, before which I will get on a plane to head back to Los Angeles. My number is redacted, and I shouldn't need more than about 10 minutes of your time. I just want to ask a couple of quick questions about your report and chat with you a little bit about that. So I look forward to chatting with you this afternoon. Thanks again. Bye-bye. This is highly unusual. Should I respond that any case discussions should be arranged with the Norfolk DA's office? That would require me calling him to say such, as there was no email provided. Or should I not respond? If he has questions, a deposition is the appropriate venue. Regards, Jessica. Tully says, why is she sending that to Tully? You know, is she stinging Tully? Hi, Jessica. Thank you for the heads up. I spoke with the assistant district attorney on the case. He offers the same advice as he does with all his witnesses. You are free to talk to anyone you want and remind you that you are not obligated to speak to them. She was baiting them. Dude. Oh, they caught. How did they not? What, did they just think she was dumb? Oh my god. Oh my god. She was trying to sting him. She was trying to get him to be like, yeah, don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. Hi, it's me, Andrea. Oh my god, she's brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, you in real time are watching what is in essence a second read of Great Expectations. Oh, this is so brilliant. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Dude, Tully was the target, huh? Oh, he's screwed. Oh, he's in trouble. She's so smart. Oh, the DOJ, they're so smart. Dude, it's making me weep. I love brilliance. You don't understand. Oh, I'm in awe. I'm in juridical heaven. She was baiting them. Oh, that's so beautiful. God is good. Oh, I bet some judges around the state are like, Grant was right. Damn right I was right. Oh, she's so good. She's so good it should be illegal. Oh my God. I'm actually in awe of a human being. I didn't think it was possible. Now, she definitely had some help. Okay, because that's a very, very good setup. Because she's opening the door for Tully to be like, oh yeah, like she's saying it's abnormal, so, let's just, tell her not to talk to them. Obstruction trap. But you know what's brilliant about it? It doesn't look like her being, oh, pause. Frame drop. I'm back. Frame drop. Oh, Princess Chelsea, thank you so much for becoming a Towel member. You're so wonderful. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, what makes it so brilliant, this question in particular, dude, this is brilliant. That means Alan and Eliza Little were in on it. Oh, I've never been so proud. I've never been so happy in my life. That was a sting. I knew Alan was a federal agent. Oh, come on. Listen, he's not a federal agent. He's just one of these people that, makes things happen. All right? The way I had a friend explain it, not about Alan, but the phrase was, that's somebody who gets S word done. All right? Gets stuff done. Taking care of business. TCOB, you know what I'm saying? Oh my God, they set them up. And Alan was in on it, and Eliza Little. I knew she was more than a skateboard chick. I knew it. Oh, they're probably watching right now. Hi, Alan. How are you, Mr. Jackson? How are you, Attorney Little? Are you both having a wonderful evening? Is the California sunset relaxing? It's a little dreary here. You know what I'm saying? We still have to go to lunch at McDonald's, though. No chance are we going to Narobu or whatever the hell that strange, whatever you strange people in California like to do with all your money. Not happening. We're going to McDonald's. I've said before, I've made it I'm sticking to it. If I have lunch with Alan Jackson, it's going to be at a McDonald's. All right? There will be no negotiation. We're going to McDonald's. You can have a quarter pounder and like it. Maybe if we're in California, I will consider In-N-Out. Maybe. I'll think about it. Alright? You're going to have to do some serious convincing, though. Alright? They're a good Christian company, so I can support them. But my point is, alright, I do think there's something to be said, and they pay their workers well, so you can't complain about that. I do think this is brilliant. I'm having so much fun. This is the greatest thing. I cannot believe it. Of my whole life, I just wanted the opportunity to explain this as if we were reading Great Expectations a second time, and because of Kyle Sharkey, we get to do it. Alan Jackson and... oh, dude. Brilliance. Pure brilliance. And it's such a great way to do it, too. Because she's only emailing Tully. She's trying to get Tully to do it. Remember, because they're thinking that the state police are the ones calling the shots and pushing the DA around. Ah! Oh, Brian Tully's having a bad night. Adam Lally's having a really bad night. Michael Morrissey's having a really bad night. Yeah, we're going to call this Black Monday in Norfolk County for the Morrissey machine. Oh my God, I watched it happen live because of one word. Oh, this is great. So this was what the big secret was. I knew it. So all those times I was saying, The trials were the investigation, and it's a sting. That's why everybody was smiling and so nice to me. Eh. The only person not read in to figure it out. I can claim that mantle. Everyone helped, all right? But I get to claim the mantle of the only person not read in who figured it out. That's it. I'm taking a bow. All right? That's it. Hello, Dolores. You came in quite a day. But you came out of nowhere. This is so incredible. Top echelon informant program. My butt. I'll show you a top echelon informant. Excellent. Excellent. Truly. Just excellent. I just want to bask in it. I want to bathe in it. I want to live it in this feeling forever. God bless all of you. I'm so sorry this happened, but I'm also so impressed with how they dealt with it. They stung him like a bee. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Take him down. Glorious. Beautiful. The greatest thing you'll ever see. You'll never see anything like it again. It can only be done once. A generation. It's historic. It's great. It's epic. Oh, listen. The way this story is going to unfold. Oh, my word. Oh, my. So first of all, it's got to take a little time. Like, all of you have been following this. You know all the primary sources. You're so good you were able to pull up this primary source within like 5 minutes. Okay? The news, it's going to take them probably like 3 weeks, maybe a month, to actually figure this out. But what's going to immediately get them tuned in is that these two trials have linked up in a way that makes no effing sense. No sense on the surface. Why would one of like the most vociferous defenders of Jen McCabe and the state police, this specific state police unit, and Michael Morrissey during the Karen Reed trial have been working as a federal witness in the Matthew Farwell case the whole time for U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, maybe even for the U.S. Attorney before her. Bro. Oh my God. It's 5 hours later. I'm stunned. My whole world has imploded on itself. And I was the one who was right. Well, other people were right. Let's be clear. Got the shirt on. And Karen. Okay? Multiple people were right. But I was the one telling you all this. I was saying, listen, the way you can tell that I don't work for anybody is no one else would be allowed to just say this. If I was actually working for someone, they wouldn't let me say this. Anybody, government or otherwise. I am blown away. Jaw dropped. Stunned. As long as I live, I will never, ever, 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 ever experience a moment like today. I'm grateful that we all got to experience it together. I'm going to cover this trial. I still will not experience... I probably will. There's probably going to be some ridiculous things that happen. I will never experience a moment like today, though, ever again. It's impossible. So watch it. Drink it in. So what you're looking at here is a message. So it actually plays out. It's right after Jessica Hyde initially gets hired. Okay? She gets hired sometime in late 2022, early 2023. It's unclear based on this. We'll figure it out probably based on other emails. Jessica Hyde gets hired by the state police and the Norfolk DA. But she sends an email, okay, unsolicited, on May 23rd, 2023, which is way before Karen's first trial, but is right before the federal grand jury. Right as the federal grand juries are really heating up. In fact, she's sending an email to Brian Tully being like, hey, Karen Reed's defense attorney's calling me. He wants to speak. I told him I was heading into a meeting. I'm surprised they would call. They didn't email. And then Tully's like, oh, they're an aggressive bunch. Thanks for the heads up. And then she pushes it more. She's like, because she didn't get the response she wanted. Remember, she's baiting him, if we're right about this. So then she follows up with, oh, I received this voicemail to our VoIP account. It wasn't an email from Alan Jackson, though, so I don't know how to respond. And it's Alan Jackson saying, like, will you reach out? And then she says, this is telling, it's like a bump. This is highly unusual. Should I respond that any case discussion should be arranged with the Norfolk DA's office? That would require me calling Alan Jackson to say such, as there was no email provided. Or should I not respond? If he has questions, a deposition is the appropriate venue. Regards, Jessica. Lally didn't see it. He must have thought she was dumb. He must have been overloaded. I would have been tipped off by this. I'm sorry. I didn't see it at the time. But because I didn't think, like, Jessica Hyde's retention or being brought on was even that important. I really didn't. I thought maybe it was going to lead to some intel link to, like, Matt McCabe. And I was just like, I don't care. I should have, I mean, but, you know, they're good, bro. They hide stuff. So you got to think, but at the time, I was not reading this looking for that. But if I were on the case, dude, if I knew for a fact that witnesses were free to talk to anyone they want, and I had a witness coming to me saying the defense is trying to talk to me, coming to my lead investigator, who's not a lawyer, saying the defense is trying to talk to me, do you think I shouldn't talk to them? This is unusual. I'd be like, bro, is this witness dumb? Is she inexperienced? Or, if I were a smart man, I would think, is she setting us up? And frankly, I'm a little bit like trust but verify, as you know. So my first instinct is always going to be it's a setup. Always. Bro, I don't trust anybody. Sorry, I love you all dearly. But, like, in terms of, like, very important secrets and stuff, no. Like, I have to verify who you say you are. And stuff like that. You can't just be like, I know this. Okay, well, how do I know you're the person you're claiming to be? I have to verify it. So I don't trust anyone in my line of work. But what I'm very good at is, like, identifying where someone misfired on that. Oh, Turtle Power says, hi, Grant. Keep it up. Love the work. Don't forget to stay hydrated. Eat some food. Oh, I'm definitely going to I'm staying up late tonight. I have baffled everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I am up way past my bedtime. But as you know, once the adrenaline hits, especially if I have a second energy drink after 1 p.m., we're just in it. So you're here to see this unfold live. You'll only ever we'll do it again multiple times as we cover this. You'll only once get to see me read these emails with this lens in real time, having discovered all of this. And I'm telling you, it's wild to me. Now that I'm looking at this, this was a setup. It was a sting. And Lally missed it. Lally, because the feds are smart, Lally didn't think, oh, thank you for those jewels, Linda. You're so kind. God bless you. Lally did not think this is a sting. He thought this woman's dumb. Oh my God. Brilliance. Brilliance. Dude, their heads are spinning right now. Dude, I think people might have fainted. I'm not kidding you. I think it's legitimately possible that some of these people fainted. No one, other than the people who were read in, saw this coming. No one. She wasn't even on my list. I'm being very direct with you. She was not even on my list, and that's how I know it's her. Respect. Listen, game recognized game. Alright? She's got game. Oh my, I'm blown away. The implications of the, oh my god. Oh my god, it's like a nuclear bomb going off, like by analogy, in the Commonwealth. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't. Oh my god. Oh, this is so brutal. Oh, they got these guys dead to rights, huh? Dude, they were inside their prosecutions. Oh my god. I don't even... all I can do is appeal to my God right now because I don't know how to process the implications of this. I just took you through everything about this and I don't know what to say. I'm stunned. Dude, it's right there. It's right there. She was stinging them. She was saying stuff she knew was wrong to bait Tully into telling her to break the rules. To see if they were screwing around with witnesses. It's a sting. Oh my god. Oh my god. History just changed. Wow. I can't believe I lived. I did get the email that was just sent. I'll be keeping an eye on that. Now, let me just say, piecing this all together, okay? Any one of these things in isolation would be big. Looking at this in hindsight now, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. There is no doubt in my mind. Zero. I'm way past 60% now. You can never be 100% about anything. I'm at like 99.8. My towel alarm is ringing off the hook right now. It is going 1,000 miles an hour. It's ringing so loud, I'm pretty sure the adrenaline is through my brain. Tully was the target. He was the target. He really was. I didn't believe it. They were in their prosecutions. Oh, yes, this is why. That's why she went right to Tully. It was a bump. Oh, my God. This is going to be the biggest story since Watergate. Oh, my God. I can't believe this. I don't know what to say. I didn't think it would get more intense. It's right there in black and white. She was I know what a bump looks like. She was pushing Tully to commit illegal acts with witnesses. That's exactly what he was doing. Oh my fuck. Oh, dude. Oh. Oh, God. I think my whole life just changed. Oh my God. Dark Passenger says the only experts to testify in both trials were Arca, Whiffen, and Hyde. Yeah. So some things I cover, I want to be clear, they're very important, as you know. But they're part of stories, like larger stories. So I cover the development, I link it in to the larger development, and I have to go to the next thing. I have to. This is what you saw tonight is not a one night thing. This completely changes everything in my life about this case. My life will never be the same again if this is confirmed. Oh my God, no wonder they were threatening me. Not the DOJ. No wonder I got that. Dude, when I got that visit from my house, I bet the DOJ was effing pissed. I bet they were like, how dare you? On a live stream. I called the Congress. And then the reason I knew people were protecting me is I got a retweet by a congresswoman on her official account after that break-in happened on live stream. Oh, Standing Stones, Grant, this will take time to absorb this and understand. Free the goats. God bless you, Standing Stones. You saw it all. Now we know why there was all the pressure and the threats and the attacks on Little Towel and others who got Clan Turtle Boy and Karen and anyone that got close, and Attorney Melanie Little and Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. Gretchen Voss picked a bad night to go to war with David Yannetti. Let me tell you that. I'm sorry. Gretchen, I adore her soul, okay? She's not a bad person. But, dude, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing? That's all I'm gonna say. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're in way too deep. You know that scene from the West Wing where C.J. Craig has to call the press conference about the president lying about MS, and she calls and needs like 90 minutes or something of the network's time, and the head of NBC or something is like, CJ, friend to friend, are you over your head? And she's like, I'm right at the level. Yeah. What are you doing, Gretchen? That's all I'm gonna say. So anyway, going back to this, okay, if this is confirmed, and I expect it will be eventually. Ah, she did mention pizza. That was a little weird. She's smart. Dude, she's on another level. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe it's time for Towel. Like, I don't know how to... I know how to stay safe, okay? I have a lot of cameras. Most of the cameras, like some of the cameras, you wouldn't even know about. So I just keep that, like I keep myself relatively, like, surrounded by security. But the reality is, I'm a prominent American journalist that covers the war and has a reach across 182 countries and multiple government agencies, federal, state, local, or otherwise, have accepted my information in the context of investigations that have led to very important regulatory, legislative, or otherwise enforcement. All right? So I've always felt that if this country is going to survive, then being an American journalist on American soil has to mean something. And if they get me, then they've taken this republic from us. So Not to mention there's 400 million of us. And what I have taught you all is not what to think, but how to think. And God forbid anything ever does happen to me, then take what you've learned here and take how you learned to think here and apply it in the same way, because clearly whatever I was doing was making a big impact in correcting some serious systemic wrongs. And that's what I want you to do if anything happens. And also be nice to each other and kind, and find people who are vulnerable and well-meaning and support them unconditionally. Also, Jesus is pretty cool. I like Matthew 25:31 through 46. So, keep thinking about that. So, with that said, I like this country a lot. I am stunned. In a good way. Everything you all wanted was true. Everything and more, in my opinion. They did them dirty and well and hard. And we're all better off for it. I want to see how they respond to this. What are they going to do? So if it's Tully, Proctor's got a way out. Because they don't really care about Proctor. Wild. How about that for a turn of events? I always felt Proctor was the fall guy anyway. So it was all about Tully. I knew it was all about Tully. And I think it actually is Coppenrath and some other guys that were a little bit higher than Tully. But seriously, who do you think you are? Some of you. Come on now. Smarter than the Feds. Smarter than Leah Foley. Seriously. Chauvinistic pigs. All of you. Seriously, you know who you are. You deserve every bit of this. That whiskey ain't gonna taste very good tonight. You deserve it, though. You deserve it. It should taste very bitter. I bet that feeling is the worst feeling. Oh, God bless you to the person who sent the donation. You're very kind. I don't announce them unless you ask in the chat, for just because I never know, okay? And some people don't like that. So I just assume, unless you say it in the chat, that then I will of course say directly thank you, but otherwise I just say thank you. That's my standard. Some people have asked why, and it's because one time I read a donation and someone was like, oh, it was only $5, and they were like, oh, I just wanted to keep that, it was just a gift to you, I don't really announce them. And I was like, oh, I'm really sorry. So I never did that again. So it's nothing personal against anyone. I just would rather not take the shades. It's just a respect thing. So thank you for your understanding. Okay, so back to what I was saying. I've always suspected that Brian Tully was actually the target of this investigation, the federal investigation. Although I think Devine is very high on the list, I actually think it was the state police unit. I think that specific Norfolk County DA, I think it was a thing that got handed down. That's the best I can understand. Okay? I can't confirm it. And so I always thought Tully was the target. And he's not a good man, in my opinion. He's just not. I'm sorry. I saw him do some effed up stuff. Some stuff that, in a decent world, would have seen him jailed a long time ago. Alright? If I will, petition my government for redress, it is mostly about Brian Tully. Now, it wasn't really what he did to me personally. I think that was more Proctor. I don't really, it is what it is. I'll deal with it juridically. But it was more Brian Tully's, evil. I could feel it. I never met him, but I could feel it on him. I could just sense it. There was just something wrong. And he was too nervous about the federal investigation in the fall and winter of 2023. Early winter, he was terrified. Him and John Fanning. So they must have done something really bad. It must have been Fanning, because remember, Fanning was Tully's first officer. like executive officer. He was second in command. So it was them two. Dude, if either of them don't make it, you know why. If anything happens to them, like immediately after all this, then you know why. This is the trigger event. They're going to know. Dude, they're going to know. Tully might not have remembered that email from 2023, but the minute you say, hey, Jessica Hyde might have been a federal informant, dude, he's going to go read all of them. Every communication he had with her, he's going to realize she was trying to set him up. Because I realized it reading it once. And I didn't talk to her on the phone. These guys don't... Someone asked why will that be confirmation? Because they don't have a way out. This is a... Do you understand? I believe that although Farwell released the name, this was coming out eventually. You have to declare you're expert. You don't just bring Jessica Hyde up on the stand as a surprise at Farwell's trial. You have to declare her. The second the feds declared her their witness in the Farwell case, the Norfolk DA was going to know. Farwell just leaked it early. My guess is he's trying to influence the Norfolk DA's election. I think this was supposed to be... you really shouldn't release this before an election. This is really brutal. The DOJ didn't release it, though, so they didn't do shit. It should have come out after the election, though. After the primary. It's really bad. I mean, it's really bad. It's going to have serious consequences for Michael Morrissey's office politically. I'll tell you, the governor definitely knows right away. Her press team is very astute. They all know. Everybody knows. All right? Everybody knows. The mask's off now. Everybody knows. So how they... I think this was probably supposed to be a bump closer to Farwell's trial, is my point. Bumping them now... I mean, I don't really understand. The government probably knew they were going to have to do it. By bumping them now, they're going to burn everything down. And they're going to lose the election. Because they're not going to be able to focus on the primary. Because they now know that, if she was spying on them, dude, anyone could have been spying on them. She's a sleeper. I'm good at what I do. I did not see her. Nope. Missed it by... I will be the first to admit it. I missed that by a country mile. She slid right under my radar. Now, it's shocking to me that she must be really important because they're going to use her in the Farwell trial. They can never use her again. It's shocking to me. She must have him dead to rights. Dude, whatever she found, I don't know what she found, but it must be bad. It must be, and mind you, that would mean Jessica Hyde knew that these dudes, Tully's unit, covered up a murder while she was playing this character. I told you, DOJ don't come to play. Stacy Q, I have heard a little bit of Pat Rogers, the story of John O'Keefe's partner. I have not looked into it. I heard it is a little bit suspect. I do know he was related to, or previously had a relationship with, maybe a child with, one of the Sullivan sisters, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, pulling this all together, what do we have here? We have a situation where it is very possible you are looking at emails where Jessica Hyde... Now look at the evolution of the bump. This is going to be studied forever if this is right. Jessica Hyde, after having been in communication with the DA's office for months, working on a report, this is May of 2023, right as the federal grand jury into the Karen Reed investigation is starting, she emails Tully directly, CC'd only to Tully, and says that Karen Reed's defense attorneys are contacting her, saying they read a report and they want to talk, and she's trying to imply to Tully that he should tell her not to do it. He doesn't take the bait on the first one. It's very vague, okay, this wording. She's like, He said he would have his associate email. She just says, I was surprised they would call. They did not email. Okay? He doesn't take the bait. Tully's just like, they're an aggressive bunch. Thank you for the heads up. So she tries one more time, and this had to have been coordinated with Alan and Attorney Little. Now Jessica Hyde's like, but Brian, I received this voicemail and Alan's trying to get me to talk to him. This is very unusual. Should I respond that the case discussions should only go through the DA's office? That would require me calling Alan to say that as such, and there was no email provided. Or should I not respond? If he has a question, a deposition is the appropriate venue. That's wrong. Okay? She's an expert. She knows that's wrong. I'm starting to think that, Chat Mom Lynn. Hello, independent thinker. It has been quite a day. So just so you understand what you're looking at here, Jessica Hyde should and could email the Norfolk DA's, ADAs, Lally and McLaughlin, and all of them on this, just like she did with all the other emails. I'm sure we're going to see that in other emails in 2023 as well. On this one, she only emails Tully, and when he doesn't give her what she wants, which is an instruction not to talk to Jackson or ignore him, she follows up and pushes the issue. Now, she is so direct here and so wrong as to be a bump. She's trying to say to Tully, who's not a lawyer, hey, there's something really wrong with them trying to do this, and she's implying he should say back, ex parte, without talking to Lally, should I, ignore them? Seeing if Tully will take the bait in writing, mind you, an email. And Tully's like, hi, Jessica. No, thank you for the heads up. I spoke with the ADA on the case. He offers the same advice as he does with all his witnesses. You're free to talk to anyone you want, and we remind you that you're not obligated to speak to them. Oh. So then the real question is, did Adam Lally at this moment think that Jessica Hyde was dumb? Which is possible. Oh, she's just not familiar. She must think about the plausible, because you got to think on multiple layers. How's your target going to think about what you're doing? So Hyde says something that a lawyer from Massachusetts might plausibly think is a rule in another state. Oh, maybe in the state where she does a lot of her expert witness testimony, they can't, and they have to do depositions. It's just enough for a lawyer to think that she's dumb. Not dumb, just not accustomed to the rules. In reality, I believe she knew the rules damn well and was bumping Tully to try to see if he would, without telling Lally, try to manipulate or tell her in writing not to respond to Jackson. They passed the test here. Do you see what I'm saying? They passed the test. It was a test. They got him in other ways, but this was a test. Just wow. And how does Hyde respond? Jessica Hyde then responds, thank you. That's on May 25th. Okay. Now on May 26th, Tully follows up and says, hi, Jessica. The DA's office is working on payments before July 1st. Can you submit an invoice for the work you have done so far? I'm sure we'll be hitting you up for more, but would like to pay as much as we can in the fiscal year. Okay. Jessica says on May 26th, yes, we will have an invoice to you by Monday. Jessica then says, Brian, just as a follow-up, we submitted an invoice to Deborah Leahy May 30th. Okay. Now we have that same email chain repeated. Okay. Now we have another chain, same chain repeated, with even less this time. Okay, what's this? Ah, yes. Lenny Coppenrath, that name comes up. Alright, so this is right as, that's May 24th, so right as she's talking to him. Okay. What else do they talk about? A shift back towards reality. Alright, more with Jessica Hyde. Whoa! Whoa! Tully forwarded it to Proctor! Now, Jessica Hyde didn't know that they would do this, but there you go. Oh, wow. So, and this doesn't even show up when you control F Hyde. I don't know why, probably because of how this text was done. So in this one, it's the same message, just the initial one about the forward, and then Tully at let's see, 5:44 a.m. So the very next morning when he wakes up, literally gets it at 10:40 p.m. Eastern, he's probably sleeping, wakes up at 5:44 a.m. and forwards it immediately to Proctor, who wakes up at 6:35 a.m. and says, well, that seems a little odd. They then forward it to Lally. Proctor then, wait a minute, hold on. So Proctor forwards it to Lally, and then Lally sends something back to Proctor that's redacted. Huh. Rachel says, I'll bet you're a cute little washcloth. Thanks for the time you put into all your reporting. Oh, God bless you. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. Whoa. Just, wow. This just keeps getting more intense. So Lally, Proctor and Tully, if they had been left to their own devices, would have gone along with it. Lally was the one who had to intervene. I wonder what he said here. That's fascinating. Lally said that at 7:58 a.m. Oh, she sent that late at night too, 10:40. Everything about that was tactical. Wow. Oh my, and this is it. You can't even control F this one. This one was hiding. The forward to Proctor and then Lally. And they're in two different parts of the document. These effers think they're so smart. Oh, you think you're so smart? I'll show you smart. What do you know about smart? Please. What are you, the DOJ? Segmenting emails across, like, out of order with multiple duplicates? You think I was born yesterday? I've dealt with the Cannabis Control Commission. How does the Lally roast that got delayed for a year play in? Nobody pushed for round 2 until 6 weeks ago. Oh, yeah. I imagine Rosemary Scapiccio is going to have some questions for Mr. Lally. Oh, yeah. Oh, my. So if you're just tuning in, I've uncovered what, with the help of all of you, I've uncovered what I can only describe as a shocking set of documents. So Tully replies at 5:54, and then Hyde responds while Tully's trying to talk to Lally and Proctor. And then Tully follows up and says he talked to Lally. I think they bumped him. I think this is just one example. Stunning. Wow. Change is going to come, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, I'm going to play a song for you for a second while I use the bathroom, if you don't mind. I'm a one-man operation. So you earned this song. What song are we going to play? I don't even know if I can play a version of this. I'm going to see if we can. Hold on. We need like a good version of it. It's got to be soulful. It's got to be like folk and also R&B and soul. And it's got to really reflect the original version. Let's see. Here we go. I'll be right back.
I was born by the river in a little town, yeah. Just like that river, you've been running ever since. It's been a long time, yeah. Oh, it's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Yes, it will. It's been too hard living, yeah. And I'm afraid to die, 'cause I don't know what's up there. I don't know what's up beyond the sky. Oh, it's been a long, 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 long time. Such a long time coming. But I know a change is gonna come. Yes, it will. Yes, I went to my brother and I said, brother, help me, please. And he said, sister, I'd like to, but I'm not able. Please understand me. Oh, it's been a long time. Oh, such a long time coming. But I know a change is gonna come. Yes, it will. And I went to my brother. Yes, I went to my brother. And I said, brother, won't you help me, please? Yes. Oh, and he said, my God, pushing me to carry on. Oh, it's been a long time, a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. Yes,
What a nice song. That's definitely one we'll listen to again. Alright, let me cut a report on this. Alright. Before we do that, let me show you another fascinating update from tonight. Alright. The government also has new evidence in the Matthew Farwell case, okay, from Walmart. Alright. And it says that the Walmart document is a record of a transaction that occurred January 24th, 2021, approximately 7 days before Sandra Birchmore died. I'm so glad YouTube decided to feature this episode. I'm honored and grateful. Thank you all for your support of Towel Channel. Alright, so new evidence in the Birchmore case. Farwell is also fighting the introduction of DNA evidence that links him to the crime scene of Sandra Birchmore's death. But what we're talking about tonight, what's on everybody's mind, is two shocking revelations. One, that Jessica Hyde, the state witness from the Karen Reed trial, the ardent defender of Jen McCabe, of Brian Tully's State Police Unit, of Adam Lally and Hank Brennan and Michael Morrissey, is a witness in the federal prosecution of Matthew Farwell by Leah Foley, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. And if you're thinking, oh my goodness, is that why you've been going for 6 hours, Grant? This is absurd. This is mind-blowing. Yes, it started there with that revelation because the implications of that are so shocking. But then it went to this document, which I'm going to overview in a second. But if you're just tuning in before I cut my report and then go about, my day, it has been 6 hours. I think I should use this adrenaline to, I don't know, listen to music, relax. I have a toothache. Do you understand? I'm between major dental surgeries. My tooth is throbbing so much that my gum is swelling, and I managed to ignore it for 6 hours while talking to you. I am in so much pain. I can't. It's like the worst possible pain too. It's like the gum is just being it's just throbbing. Okay, every second of every day, and I couldn't go to my dentist, so I had to wait for another appointment. It's just chaos, and I'm in so much pain. I can't even put it into words. Okay. But my point is, the adrenaline apparently stops pain, because I at least was able to ignore it, and God bless all of you for that. So thank you for all of your support. You're all wonderful. But I don't even know what to do. Okay? I don't know how to feel. I'm not really sure. I need to sleep also. I need to eat and then sleep. And I need to process all of this, because the implications of it are wild. And there's certain things where I would have said, okay, let's all put the brakes on here, and then let's not let this train leave the station. But everything that I kept seeing only was the train further leaving the station. Okay, there's a chain of emails where Jessica Hyde very clearly, ex parte, tries to reach out to Brian Tully in May of 2023, right as the federal grand jury was starting, into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed investigation. And she tries to bump him and have him reach out or tell her that he should not talk to Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, who had reached out from the Karen Reed defense about her report she did for the Norfolk DA. Hyde had already talked to Lally and the other members of the prosecution. This is a year before Karen's first trial. How weird is it then that when Tully responds only with, "They are an aggressive bunch, thank you for the heads up," Hyde responds a few hours later with, "Oh, Jackson called me again on the voicemail. This is really unusual. Should I respond that all the case discussions should go through the Norfolk DA? I'd have to call him, though, to do that. There was no email provided. Should I not respond? If he has a question, a deposition is the appropriate venue." She's wrong. She's gum. Pack your gum with whole cloves. I absolutely will try that. She's wrong about that. She's trying to bait Tully into telling her to do something wrong. Tully goes to Lally. First he forwards it to Proctor, who thinks it's shady, what the defense is doing. And then they forward it to Lally, who says something redacted. And then Tully gets back to Jessica Hyde and is like, "Thank you for the heads up. I spoke with the ADA in the case. He offers the same advice as he does to all witnesses. You're free to talk to anyone you want, and we remind you that you're not obligated to speak to them." How about that? She bumped him. All right, let's get a report so I can because my initial report was only on Hyde being a witness for the federal government. Okay, so I'm going to cut a report on the implications of these emails, and then I'm going to bed because my tooth hurts. I did not, Milady123. I will try to look into it. I'll save your comment and take a screenshot. But I did not see that. Oh, okay, it's gone now. But if you want to retype, I don't know if you made a typo, I'll definitely try to take a look. All right, let's continue. So I'm going to cut this report, and then I'm going to bed. It's been 6 hours. By the way, I'm supposed to do this every 2 hours, not because I have to, just because my dear friend Triple Bob reminds me it's good. If you want to support this stream, there's ways to do so. We have a Discord, by the way. We have, you can join that if you want to learn more about Towel News. We have rules here. We have 182 countries, and then we also have a way to donate. I forgot to put the information pinned to the top. I'm really sorry about that. But if you want to help support this service, please don't feel obligated to donate. There are ways to donate in the description, and you can also now find them in the chat and the pinned message. There's a Cash App, money sign Grant Smith Ellis, is Venmo at Grant-E1, and then there's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. I'm trying to determine a budget for coverage of the Matthew Farwell trial. I'm trying to do lots of things. God bless all of you for your support. Chat Mom Lynn says, "Thanks, Grant. This stream was fire." You are wonderful, Chat Mom Lynn. God bless you in every way. Chat Mom Lynn is so wonderful. She loves penguins, by the way. So if you like penguins, now's the time to post them. Thank you for your support, Chat Mom Lynn. I adore you in every way. The towel cleans up all the dirt. You're wonderful. Pick a handle. Here we go. Let's begin. All right, what time is it? 9:14. Let's start it at 9:14. Let's start it at 9:15. All right, 20 seconds. Step in the booth and take it, you know. All right, here we go. 7 seconds. Oh, we're going to delay our start. The Trav Abide says, "I do custom leather work, would like to make you something." Oh, God bless you. First of all, that sounds like a very awesome form of work. Please email me anytime. I would love that. Grant Smith Ellis at gmail.com. So my name, Grant Smith Ellis at gmail.com. Thank you so much to Travel Abides. That's so kind of you. Oh, custom leather. That is going to be so epic. I cherish every gift. I'm going to put that. I have towel shoes from my wonderful friend Chris. They're towelly shoes. I got to get a special box for them. I don't have it yet. So right now they're very protected. I have them in their original box over in a cardboard box. But I need to get a glass box to display them. Yeah, that was a good delay. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, 9:16. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis with Towel News, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. It's just after 9:15 p.m. on the East Coast here in Boston, and there has been, over the course of today, a major development in the case not only of Matthew Farwell, the former disgraced Stoughton cop, and Sandra Birchmore, the young woman whose life, along with the life of her unborn 8 to 10 week old baby boy, was so mercilessly taken, alleges the federal government, by Mr. Farwell on February 1st, 2021, between 9:27 p.m. and 9:53 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That development is that in a moment where worlds collided, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial expert witness for the prosecution in both Karen's 2024 trial that resulted in a hung jury and her 2025 trial where she was acquitted for the death of John O'Keefe. Shout out to Linus, love how you piece everything together, constantly amazed, God bless you. Where Karen Reed was acquitted in 2025, the state witness by the name of Jessica Hyde, who was the forensic analyst, digital forensic analyst for Hexordia, that went to bat for Jen McCabe, the state witness on the infamous 227 verse 6:23 a.m. House Long to Die in Cold Google search that made international headlines around the world. That very witness, ladies and gentlemen, is a witness for U.S. Attorney Leah Foley in the case against Matthew Farwell that's scheduled to go to trial on October 6, 2026 in front of Chief Judge Denise Casper at the Moakley Federal Courthouse in Boston, Massachusetts. Towel News will have full wall-to-wall coverage. Now, why is this so shocking? Because, ladies and gentlemen, in a motion today uploaded on the Matthew Farwell federal docket, from Farwell announcing specifically his intent to call an expert witness to rebut government witnesses, okay? You will find on page 2 of that document, which is under docket number 124CR 10259DJC, document 175-1, okay? You will find on page 2 that the reason Farwell wants to call an expert is because the experts for the state against Farwell, the U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office, the federal government, are Christopher Beckstrom and Jessica Hyde. Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica Hyde, the digital forensic expert, was clearly working with the federal government for an extended period of time investigating the very same police unit, Brian Tully's state police unit that worked for the Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey, that had First Officer John Fanning and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan and Trooper Michael Proctor and Nick Garino and Matt Duane and Connor Keefe and others. That same state police unit is the very same one that in 2021 cleared Matthew Farwell somehow for Sandra Birchmore's murder. In fact, John Fanning, who used to be a police officer in Stoughton, was the man who wrote the report exonerating Farwell for Sandra's death, ladies and gentlemen. Well, in a moment, as I mentioned, where worlds collided and imploded upon each other like a commodious vicus of recirculation manifesting itself in a Wagnerian opera worthy of a Hegelian screenplay as manifest in James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, those worlds imploded upon each other when I and others took a look back at the documents from when Jessica Hyde was initially brought on as a state witness in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case in particular, a few months after Hyde was initially brought on and wrote her initial report about the infamous Google searches and otherwise. Miss Hyde, right as the federal grand jury into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case was starting up over the summer of 2023, right before the Matthew Farwell grand jury started in the fall of 2023, August of 2023 to be specific, Jessica Hyde emails not Adam Lally, the DA, but Brian Tully. Okay? And what does Jessica Hyde say on, what is it? Let's check the exact date. May 23rd, 2023. Jessica Hyde says to Brian Tully that the defense attorney called me telling me he read my report and asking to speak. I said I couldn't, that I was heading into a meeting. He said he would have his associate email to schedule. I was surprised they would call. They did not email. Regards, Jessica. Well, Brian Tully only says back, mind you, she emails at 10:40 p.m. Eastern on May 23rd. May 24th, the next day, Tully says, they are an aggressive bunch. Thank you for the heads up. Mind you, immediately after that, Hyde emails again and says, I got a voicemail this time from Alan Jackson. And I received the following voicemail to our VoIP account. Hi, miss. This is Alan Jackson along with Elizabeth Little calling. We spoke briefly yesterday. I'm the attorney from Los Angeles representing Karen Reed on the Commonwealth v. Karen Reed case in which you are consulted by the Commonwealth. I think we had indicated that we would try to connect today around 2 or 3. I know that you had a kind of busy day. When you get this, would you mind giving me a shout back? I'll be available probably until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, before which I get on a plane and head back to LA. My number is redacted, and I shouldn't need more than about 10 minutes of your time. I just want to ask a couple of quick questions about your report and chat with you a little bit about that. So I look forward to chatting with you this afternoon. Thanks again. Bye-bye. Then, going back to Jessica Hyde, she says, this is highly unusual. Should I respond that any case discussions should be arranged with the Norfolk DA's office? That would require me calling him to say such, as there was no email provided. Or should I not respond? If he has questions, a deposition is the appropriate venue. Now, why is this so explosive? It's going to turn out this is wrong. She is bumping him, trying to get Tully ex parte, without Lally on the chain, to tell Jessica Hyde to not respond to Alan Jackson. Well, it turns out Tully says to Jessica Hyde at 11:43 a.m., "Hi Jessica, thanks for the heads up. I spoke with the ADA on the case, the Assistant District Attorney. He offers the same advice as he does with all witnesses. You're free to talk to anyone you want, and remind you that you are not obligated to speak to them." Well, now that you know that Jessica Hyde was cooperating with the federal government and working on the Farwell prosecution, and read in on a lot of derogatory information probably about this state police unit, right as the federal grand jury is heating up, a federal grand jury that would culminate with interviews of Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan in February of 2024, it seems like Brian Tully was being bumped here, baited, so to speak, in writing, to see if Tully would tell, with a little bit of nudge, wink and a nudge, Jessica Hyde, oh yeah, you're right, that's not allowed, don't get back to them, which would be an obstruction of justice. Because the actual rule is that she's free to talk to whoever she wants, but she's not obligated to. She's a very renowned federal expert witness across multiple states. So she's a state level witness, federal witness. She knows. She was, in my opinion, attempting to bump Tully, which would imply strongly that Brian Tully was being actively investigated by the federal government. That is shocking. Absolutely shocking. And it gets even more interesting, okay? Because if you look at the next series of emails, okay, they eventually have to do with payment. There's some repetition of the same email chain over and over. But you find another email a little bit higher up the chain, okay, where that very morning, okay, at 5:54, Brian Tully forwards that email from Jessica Hyde to Michael Proctor, who responds at 6:35 a.m. Well, that seems a little odd. And only at 7:58 a.m. does Adam Lally respond with something redacted. And then Tully responds back later that morning with the correct response, which is, you're free to talk to whoever you want. Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't everything. It's not the complete picture put together by any way, shape, or form, but it is a huge hint that what I have been saying on this channel, and others have also been saying all along, at least for many months, was that the Karen Reed trials were actually investigations of the state police and the Norfolk DA. And furthermore, that it's very possible now, looking at this, that the federal government during that investigation had their people inside the prosecutions pretending to support the Norfolk DA while actually getting information to use against them and their people. The implications, T.A. Sarah, it's good to see you. The implications, ladies and gentlemen, are mind-blowing. It took me 6 hours to come to terms with this. It felt like 5 minutes. 6 hours during today's coverage on Towel News to actually be able to put into words what I just described to you, and I only scratched the surface of how dangerous this situation could have gotten. Because when you actually look in to the cover-ups, the Sandra Birchmore case, the Tiffany Overstreet case, when you look into these cases, you will find a pattern of vulnerable women and children being abused and silenced with fake criminal charges, and sometimes murdered, in order to keep up an operation that may well lead down some very dark roads. And but for, I believe, the intervention of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston over multiple administrations, seemingly the only bipartisan thing that can get done in America these days, both Josh Levy and U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, probably with the blessing of U.S. President Trump, God bless him. He was nice to my grampy, so I have a soft spot in my heart for him, always will. All right, just how it is. And my grampy's a working class guy, like Mr. President. Okay, he was Mr. President, didn't have to give him any time. He was very nice to him, gave him 3 hours of his time. That's just how it is. Long story, don't have time to explain. Involves Mar-a-Lago, Bill O'Reilly, my mother, complicated situation. Anyway, I find myself in weird situations. My point is, probably with the blessing of Mr. President Trump and the DOJ, Main Justice, I think this was a multi-year operation that was centered around examining obstruction of justice in the context of the Karen Reed case and potentially the Turtle Boy case as well. And I don't think we were supposed to find out about this yet. I don't. I think this got out because Farwell released the motion. The U.S. government, the federal DOJ, was going to reveal. Hyde was their witness eventually, but it was not supposed to be today. Farwell revealed it because he's clearly working on getting his own experts lined up. The trial is October 6th, October 5th, or October 6th, 2026. So, you could see, this was not supposed to come out. This was a closely guarded secret. No one on earth, outside of the DOJ and maybe Farwell's lawyers, until today, knew that Jessica Hyde was a cooperating federal expert witness investigating and working against the very state police unit that she had ostensibly helped in both Karen Reed trials. And who were the only experts to testify in both Karen Reed trials, as the Dark Passenger reminds us? ARCA, federally connected. Hexordia, Jessica Hyde, federally connected. Ian Whiffen, federally connected. ARCA helped Karen, and it seems, and then remember, the 227 Google search is not really that important. It didn't really matter that much in the end. It gave the feds the perfect cover to go in there with digital experts and get all the information they needed from people who the Norfolk DA and Brian Tully State Police Unit thought were sympathetic to their cause. Boom, as the youngins would say, headshot. And this is only the first one that we know about. The feds play to win, and they play for keeps. And if they can get approval to do it, they will do it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Also in in motions on the Matthew Farwell docket today, we found out from the federal government that there is further evidence still to be revealed. This was in a motion for admission of evidence from U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. There is new evidence from a Walmart purchase on January 24th, 2021, just 7 days before Sandra Birchmore's murder. And I will remind you all that on February 4th, 2021, just 3 days after the federal government alleges Sandra was murdered, the Canton police did a wellness check because Sandra didn't show up to work on February 4th. When they went to Sandra's apartment, they found her hanging from a door, and her 8 to 10 week old baby boy was also dead. She was pregnant with him, okay, unborn. In 48 hours, the Canton PD and the Massachusetts State Police, Brian Tully's unit, collected information that Farwell was the man at Sandra's apartment on the security camera at the time of her death. Okay? And they got information that he was the guy who moved her into the apartment. And they got information that Farwell had been going around telling people if Sandra insisted on carrying the unborn baby boy to term, Farwell was going to, quote, take care of the problem himself. And yet they covered it up. They were targets from the beginning. Everything else was noise. Turn the static to noise ratio all the way up. All the way up. Make as much chaos as you possibly can. And furthermore, the state police were creating their own chaos with their own private eyes and weird operations. It was low level. All right, so while they're doing all that, turn the static up even more. Play right into the circus atmosphere. Dress up the witnesses. Make them look ridiculous. Make them the subject of ridicule. No one will ever see what they're really doing. Genius. And if I'm right about this, ladies and gentlemen, mark my words, this is only the first domino of many to fall. If this is right, and I have no reason to believe that this is not, especially after reviewing like reading Great Expectations the second time and realizing that Magwitch was Pip's benefactor. Okay? That's exactly what this is, in my opinion. When you read those emails from Jessica Hyde to Tully, when you look at it with the new lens of her being a cooperating federal witness, it looks like she was trying to bait Tully into a obstruction trap. Oh, if you run into any sound issues, you're doing the sound warning. There's no loud videos. That's funny, Francine. But yes, much like Great Expectations, those emails between Hyde and Tully in May of 2023 are no coincidence. That was a tactical bump. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she was probably working with Alan Jackson and the feds when she did it. It was too stylistically perfect. She was fiending that she didn't know the rules, baiting Tully, and hoping that would lead to Tully telling her not to have contact with Jessica Hyde, that is, not to have contact with Alan Jackson, which would be wrong. That is not the rule. That would be obstruction if he did that. She was baiting him. And that's why this is so impressive. If she was cooperating against them, that means tonight the apocalypse has happened in Norfolk County, especially in Canton. There are people who, barring some kind of GABAergic, would probably not be able to sleep tonight, and not in a good way. This is apoplectic, if this is true. If Jessica Hyde was cooperating, because think about it, why would you ever help the unit on just some obscure 227 search, right, for Jen McCabe, who's Brian Tully's friend, by the way. They talk on the phone, or talked on the phone. Why would you ever, in a million years, ever have Jessica Hyde help you with the Matthew Farwell prosecution unless she was on your side the entire time if you're the feds? There's only one reason. Now, of course, I think listen, everyone knew, if you've been following the Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell case or the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case, everyone knew there was an unspoken elephant in the room. Everyone was heading in the right direction. And something I want to cap this off with, without the authentic movement politics that Karen Reed and Turtle Boy created, and without the resiliency of those movements in the face of CONTELPRO tactics, none of this would have ever been possible. Nobody did it on their own. Nobody. Not me, not anyone in the chat, not anyone involved in this. Everybody did their part in different ways, and we weren't all working for the same purpose even. We just all authentically, I think, tried to find justice in our own ways, and as a result, we created something that brought down, with the help of the U.S. Attorney's Office, something that was bigger than any of us and bigger than anything we could have imagined. Think about when you first found these cases, ladies and gentlemen. Did you ever think, ever, that we would arrive at this moment? No. Mind you, this is the first. Everyone knew, to get back to the point, that the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore trial was going to expose something huge. When Stoughton Police Chief on leave, paid leave, Donna McNamara, revealed last week in a civil lawsuit against the town manager, Thomas Coulter, and the town of Stoughton, that she was retaliated against, Donna McNamara, for writing a 2024 investigation into a second IA investigation into the Birchmore cover-up that is still not public to this day. McNamara says in her lawsuit she was told to destroy it but refused to do so. And then, in paragraph 26 of that lawsuit, McNamara alleges that in June 2026, she told the town manager of Stoughton that McNamara was cooperating with the FBI regarding the investigation or the upcoming federal trial of Matthew Farwell related to Sandra Birchmore's murder, and that as a result, McNamara was going to have to open up a new internal affairs investigation against current and former members of the Stoughton police. Almost immediately, they tried to force Donna McNamara out of her position as chief. So everyone knew something was coming. There is not a soul on earth that was unless they were read into all of this, that knew that Jessica Hyde was potentially able to pull off something like infiltrating the Norfolk DA's office to gather derogatory forensic information and otherwise, and evidence of obstruction. That means more is coming. The Farwell trial is just the beginning. Deitch has to win. Deitch has to win. Adam Deitch was the federal prosecutor involved in the investigations of some of these cases, the grand juries. He is now running for Norfolk DA. The primary is 30 days away. I don't know why Matthew Farwell released the fact that Jessica Hyde is Leah Foley's forensic expert in the Farwell case. Maybe it's some kind of canary from his lawyers trying to last ditch get it out there. But I'm telling you, Adam Deitch is the key to all this. It's the capstone. This is an early preview. Once Deitch gets into office, it's over. For anyone involved in those cover-ups, they're going to use that office to run joint prosecutions with the U.S. Attorney's Office, clearly. But what's going to happen is we're going to find out exactly what was going on with the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, with the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case, and a lot of it's going to come through testimony clearly in Matthew Farwell's case. And to sum this up, my name is Grant Smith Ellis for Towel News. These are the two biggest cases in the history of Massachusetts, bar none. Not the Sacco and Vanzetti trial, not the Angiulo trial, not the Whitey Bulger trial. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case and the Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell case, as of now, are the biggest cases in the history of Massachusetts. And they have collided together in an unimaginable way that will take the news media weeks to catch up to. But once they realize what this means, which they will, they'll need to rhetorically kind of be beaten over the head with it, this will become the biggest federal trial in the history of Boston. It's almost unfathomable how these two cases collided. It looks like it's just one forensic analyst, but the implications of Jessica Hyde testifying, not just testifying, being an expert witness against the very same state police unit and DA, in effect, that she worked for in the Karen Reed case. No coincidences. You're looking at history in real time, in my opinion. God bless you, my dear friend Mimi says, I love this bond we have through our friendship and respect for Grant. Well, Mimi, it is mutual. I love and respect you, my dear friend. So, This is actually a summation at the end. We're not done with our stream, but I'm just noting. I started at 9:16. This is the summary. So, if you're following this and you're putting this all together, you have just seen in one single person, a very important person, someone who works for a company called Hexordia that has a lot of money in federal contracts, very clearly operating in a way as to get information to use against Brian Tully's state police unit. I'm telling you, Vico couldn't write it. James Joyce couldn't write it. Dick Layer couldn't write it, and God knows Truman Capote couldn't write it. Aristotle couldn't write it. The reason why you can't write nonfiction is because it's actually, when you peel back the layers of the glass onion and look at what actually happens and tell history for what it really is, it's wilder than anything you could possibly imagine. Not necessarily because it's some fantastic, it doesn't involve dragons or, well, maybe metaphorically, that'd be dragons. Outside of 128, there's only dragons. It doesn't involve mythical creatures or like magical powers, although I'm pretty sure some people like worship the occult involved in all this. I just think that's a sideshow, though. It's not like real power. I have to go back and listen to my own speech because I was so interested in what I was saying. I forgot what I was saying. Hold on, we're going to listen to me talk. I can listen to my own speech. Because I was so interested. I'm telling you, Vico couldn't write it. Oh, right. You couldn't write something like this. I have my own DVR, so I can just listen to what I was saying. I never forget what I'm saying on stream because I can just play my own words back. It's great. Sometimes you have that moment you were like, what was I saying? Imagine if you're just constantly able to go back and listen to it in real time. It's great. So you can't write it because it's stranger than fiction. And in being stranger than fiction, it becomes history, which is the only way you can describe it. It's cliche to say history is fact is stranger than fiction, but it's true here. Not because it's fantastical, not because there's magical beasts or, casting spells, but because when you know these cases and you have that moment where you see it all coalesce and it can only mean one thing. It's often said that the tragedy of human cognition is that a lie can run around the earth before the truth can put her clothes on. And I've always said, and this is true crime manifest, call it whatever you want, a pursuit of justice. No, it's true crime. Okay? It is serious criminal acts that occurred and the search for answers. Justice is part of it. But it is about solving complex social problems that manifest in criminal behavior, oftentimes hidden under the surface. The genre of true crime was condemned to cyclical, propaganda-based manipulation by Truman Capote when he went into Kansas and lied to the world about the Clutter family murder. And if you don't believe me, read And Every Word is True by the son of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation officer who investigated that case. That was Truman Capote lied. That is why he almost lost his mind and had to write Harper Lee, who wrote To Kill a Mockingbird, every day. Because the reality is the Clutter family murder was a political assassination. Okay? It was written by Truman Capote as a robbery. Nonsense. The Clutter family patriarch was on President Carter's Agricultural Advisory Board. Okay? Truman Capote knew it. He knew it. And he chose to write it as a robbery. Because he couldn't let the truth get her clothes on. He let her run around naked and ashamed, and I wasn't going to let it happen here. When I found out, forget about manipulating me. I don't really care about me. I don't really need a lot. Like, I just want to, I can get by. I'll figure it out. I don't really care about myself. I really don't. But what I care about is the vulnerable. Listen to me, if you go read my coverage on patreon.com/Grant Smith Ellis, it's all free to access. You will see 7 years of relentless coverage of the Cannabis Control Commission because their leadership was abusing vulnerable women and silencing them. And just because they were doing that, I pushed it to the point where, like, the OIG got involved, the auditor got involved, the legislature got involved, and they literally passed a law to reform the internal functioning of the agency, mostly to prevent it from becoming a campaign issue in the treasurer's race, but also because it was that bad. All right? That was because they did that to those women for no other reason. I was righteously angry. They made me mad. And I roared. It took a long time. I was relentless, methodical. It got to the point they tried to ban me from the press conferences. I sued them. I tried to use an interlocutory appeal. I should have used, because it was a review. I had no other remedy at law. What I should have used was a petition for a writ of certiorari, because it was like an administrative action. The point is, that's how relentless I was. This case, let me tell you, I know everyone has their reasons for being so interested in seeing justice done here, but I want to tell you what got to me was how some of the powers that be in this state and in that county treated the vulnerable. They treated them like they were trash. Autonomy is the most important thing to me, and Brian Tully disrespected people's autonomy, and he made an enemy of me as a result. And he should know he's the reason that they fell. Everyone did their part, but his actions brought them down. A little bit of Michael Proctor, too. And Kay Peter. And Michael Morrissey. But what tipped me off that this was a problem was Brian effing Tully. And that's exactly why I think they stung him. He enabled it. He was at the center of it, in my opinion, and I think the feds know. That's why he was sweating buckets in the fall of 2023. He wanted to know who the target of the federal probe was, because it was him. That's why Laura McLaughlin wasn't allowed to give him the messages. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I want to let you all know that however this all plays out, whatever we find out in Matthew Farwell's trial, there are people tonight, just because of the name Jessica Hyde being in that document linked to Leah Foley's office, who are facing an apoplectic moral reckoning. They are pale as as a zombie. Are zombies pale? I don't know. I've never seen one. The point is, they're pale. Every single bit of fight left in them has drained from their souls, and they deserve every second of this reckoning. They brought it upon themselves with their hubris, their disregard for other people, their hierarchical nonsense, their sexual proclivities, their racism, their bigotry, their anti-Semitism, their virulent and abhorrent treatment of prostitutes. Let's be square here. They treated prostitutes like prostitutes were slaves. And if you did that, I don't know how you sleep at night with a lot of Xanax, I imagine. Shame on you. Burn in hell. May God condemn you. It's not my job to do that. And I want to be clear. My moral indignation has been ramping up for a while. I think what these men did was so abhorrent as to almost make me lose faith in the justice system. Do you understand, if they won, I was never going to be involved in the justice system again. ever. I was done. I think the powers that be could sense it too. I was fed up. I was losing faith in my own government. I love this country. I love my government. I love the American Republic with all my heart. I think other countries are nice too, but I love this country. I was taught that the Constitution is sacrosanct. The reason why, do you understand, when I read Arthur Koestler's Darkness at Noon, when I was 19 years old, it fundamentally changed me. And I said, that will never happen here. Ever. And they built an open air prison. And I'm glad that they're going to fall. And I'm glad that all those resources were committed to it. And now everyone deserves to know that if you do that, you can and will be infiltrated by the federal government and they will bring you down. Nobody's above the law. Now that is a good use of federal money. Miss Missy says, excellent analogies and reporting today. Great Grand Towel Grant. Oh, God bless you, Miss Missy. You know, I wouldn't be able to sleep anyway right now, so I am enjoying staying with you all. I'm not tired. That's how I know this is real. I can feel it. They unleashed it. Do you feel that energy in the air? They were just like, all right, it's time to go. They knew Farwell was going to file this document. They could have objected. They were trying. Did any of you know? Even the best reporters in the world didn't know. The only people who knew about this clearly were the people read in. I bet Turtle Boy knew. Now, you know how people are like, oh, Turtle Boy just runs his mouth. You know where I gained some respect for him? When I realized he actually did know how to keep certain things. Not because someone told him to keep it quiet. He actually knew how to keep things quiet because you can't screw up the investigation. I realized that, and then I was like, oh yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if he knew, and I think Karen Reed knew as well, and I think Alan Jackson knew, and David Dinetti knew, and I think Melanie Little knew. Who else? And I think, who else? Seligson knows, definitely. Who else? Oh, Rosenberg definitely knows. Who else? Who else has that look in their eye? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think that's a good list. It's very... Oh, Betterow and Bradel. They all know. There's a certain list of people. And the thing is, that makes me think all the judges know. So is the... Oh, think about this. I'm going to have to cut this summary off at some point. But think about this. What if the real reason for all the secrecy and protective orders was to actually protect an ongoing investigation? Wouldn't that be novel? The system working correctly. The implications are astounding. They really are. You could sleep on this. You could talk about this for days. This is just the beginning of a tidal wave. You must understand, notwithstanding whatever Jessica Hyde was doing, okay, which I'm sure is going to be fascinating. Donna McNamara, don't forget about her and her lawsuit. And don't forget about the current and former members of the Stoughton Police. Do you see where this is all going? It's happening. Happening status equals happening. Or it's really happening. You were all right. Turtle Boy was right. Karen was right. The Free Karen Reed movement was right. The Free Turtle Boy movement was right. Everybody was right. What do they do now? Dude, what do they do? I think we need some apologies. I'd like to see some contrition. I want an apology. Listen, everybody needs their own apologies. I can't speak for other people. But I want an apology. First and foremost, I want an apology for what was done to my mother and what was done to me through her. I want an apology. I'm not really sure from who. I just want one. Somebody give me one. Not you in chat. That doesn't count. You have to have actually been responsible. So that's what I want. I don't really want very much out of life, but that I want. Somebody, whoever did it, is going to apologize to me. They're going to say to me, Grant, that was wrong. I'm sorry we did that. That's all. That's what I want. I want an apology to my face. I want you to look me in the eye, whoever it is that did it, and I want you to apologize. Then I can move on, to other people's problems, which are far more important. I'm going to get that apology. Mark my words. Mark my words. Whether it be in the form of a supplicant or otherwise. And I'm not a man who will ever use force. I will get that apology. I will find one of the people responsible. I don't care if it comes in the form of a legislative committee, a DOJ charge. I will find those people and I will get my apology. Because you made it personal and you made me mad. Alright? But even if that day never comes, alright, I will still make sure that this gets taken through to fruition. I didn't have anything to do with this. I just figured it out. But I'm going to watch this till the end because I owe it to you all. And listen, even if these are 1/100th of the victims that were targeted by this ring, their stories will be a deterrent. Like Iran using Khorram Shahars, alright? This will never happen again. We owe it as a collective promise to all of the people that were hurt, to the people that are afraid. And I don't mean the people whose color drained from their face when they realized that Jessica Hyde was a cooperating federal witness. The victims, they are scared. We owe it to them to, one, make sure they actually feel safe because all of us are watching. Everyone deserves the feeling that I have, that you all, because you're watching and all the governments are watching and etc., that I am safe. We need to give that to every person. It's our collective responsibility. We will do it. And we need to fix this. We also need to set up a system of deterrence so it doesn't happen again. Short of that, I won't stop. In turn, this day, okay, is setting up for what is going to be a wild 60-day period. We are 63 days from Matthew Farwell's trial, 62 to 63 days. We are 30 days, less, 28 days, from the Norfolk County District Attorney primary, and there is no Republican. So you win the primary, you win the general. And no, you can't really win as a write-in. So, folks, if there's such thing as a starting gate to the finish line, we're there. All the horsies and the goats and the turtles and the ducks and various other animals are all lined up, okay? The gate has just gone up. Now, don't stumble, okay? I know it's very overwhelming. But we actually have to run now. The gate is lifting. They're telling us, somebody's telling us it's coming. And we now know. I think the pieces have all fit. We understand what this means. How it's going to play out, I don't know. I really don't. I can only imagine what the DOJ knows. And now everyone's panicked. John Fanning's panicked during the IA investigation of Proctor. Proctor's panicked. Tully's panicked. Yuri's panicked. All their panic makes sense. They weren't panicking about Turtle Boy. That's who they stupidly took it out on and thus fell into a wider trap. They were panicking because of what they did. Just wow. What kind... Oh, God bless you, Talcum. What country do you think Jessica Hyde's in right now? She's probably somewhere in the Mediterranean. I got a good song for that. It's almost bedtime. That was a good report. We went till 10. Wow, I went 40-something minutes on that overview. This has been one of the craziest days of my life. Especially because I know that this component of it is like the tip of a very large iceberg. Because you can't just bring up what happened in Stoughton in a vacuum. If you try Matthew Farwell, you will inevitably uncover what the state police unit did, and what Robert Devine did, and what other members of the Stoughton Police Department did. All of them, including John Fanning. So, if you open this door, which they're running full steam into it, we all knew this. The question was, how did they do it? And now we know. Dude, the 227 thing was fake. Jen McCabe was probably so confused. I mean, it was real, don't get me wrong, but do you all understand what happened? Think about the 227 search. Think, pull back. What is the relevance of that? Did it play any role? I know it has a big relevance to what happened outside the house, but think about the trials. So think about the forensic analysis, the amount of hours that were spent on that search. That's what I'm saying was artificial. If you can't baffle them with brilliance, dazzle them with BS. Or something like that. And that, folks, makes a lot more sense. It really does. It just makes it all make sense. There was no reason to spend that much money defending the 2:27 a.m. search when Karen's on trial. It played a very small role. Think about what the jurors said in the second trial. Age of Nefarious, welcome to the channel. What a username, Age of Nefarious. I love it. Think about the role that search played in the trial. It didn't. It didn't. It absolutely eviscerated Jen McCabe's credibility. But what role did it really play? Zoom out. Think about it. It was a minuscule evidentiary point that was hyped to get Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen in there. Genius. Work with the hand you're dealt. Who do you think actually found that WallDB thing? I think Richard Green attributed it to himself in his report. Who do you think actually found it? Who do you think came up with this idea? That sounds more like a DOJ thing. Genius. Create the problem, offer the solution. Oh, the Reed defense is really harping on this 227 thing. We got the perfect experts for you. Have you heard of Jessica Hyde? I love it. Hey, they wanted to play ball. If you go back, you know what's wild. Listen, as I've said, you can read the text on the screen. It does not say Jessica Hyde was spying on the Norfolk DA in the Karen Reed case. I know. No one said that in the comments, but I just want to reiterate. If it said that, I don't think I'd be able to stream. As I mentioned, I'd be running around in circles. What this is a very, very open flag, like red flag, telling you, like telegraphing to you, that you should be ready. That everything that's happened to now was the prelude. And if you followed these cases, that should blow your mind. It should be impossible. Do you understand why they're all freaking out? All the people who are now jumping ship. I was right. Multiple people were right. The rats got to jump off the ship. Well, Kirks, you know what's fascinating? How much do you want to bet we're going to find out that Jessica Hyde's main job, like in time, we're going to find out was not being an expert witness. She's a good expert witness, but that's not her real job. And frankly, I'm kicking myself a little bit. Do you understand how smart that woman is? Now, have you ever looked at what she actually does? Oh my God. So I have spoken at the Internet Archive, okay? I've spoken there. I know Brewster, personally, okay? I've been there. I've spoken, I've given a speech on Hegel at the Internet Archive. It was fascinating. It was great. I know Cory Doctorow. He's really smart. I know lots of cool people, okay? My friends, have been around. My point is, so anyway, I know a lot about the internet, all right? I just understand computers. I don't know what to tell you. I just speak their language. If they speak my language, I speak their language. Whatever you want a computer to do, I'll make it do it for you. I don't really like the dark web. I don't really get involved with that stuff. I just understand computers. When I was 12, I was coding in Lua. Okay? So I just speak that language. Alright? So in that regard, when I was looking at what Jessica Hyde actually does, oh my God, she's a savant. I don't know any other person, and I know a lot of tech people, with her skill set. Alessi told Lori, Hyde was his favorite witness to cross. Bob Alessi. Nice little tip-off for us, my dear friend. Thank you, Amanda. God bless you. Now, part of the art form of all of that is, of course, playing a role. And if you think back to Jessica Hyde, none of you saw it. None of us saw it. Did you really think the ice cream truck or black SUVs or helicopters were going to come to Canton? Don't you think they would see him coming? Do you know what it means to actually not see him coming? Real G's move in silence. Whatever that. Dude, before you even know what's hit you, you already are done. Cooked. It's the reveal. The prestige. That's the fun part. Now, Farwell took their thunder. They're probably so mad. By the way, Jessica Hyde being an expert for the government wouldn't be a big deal. It's because she's an expert in the Farwell case. It's a huge deal. It's earth-shattering. I don't know what to tell you. We all saw this together. I still don't know what to tell you. I think I want a song. We've hit some pretty good songs tonight. I've enjoyed them. This has been after. I can only imagine what Karen feels. Because you realize the only way they could have pulled this off is if Karen knew, right? Everybody had to be in on it. Is everybody in on the same joke? Everybody but me. And, that worked out. They played it perfectly. They nailed it. I just need an appropriate song, How can you find an appropriate song for such an epic moment? In the Farwell case, Hyde is testifying about surveillance that Colleen Crawford took custody of from Sandra Birchmore's apartment complex. Shocking. Just shocking. I'm getting ready for bed. This has been a wild day. We'll talk more about this. There's going to be a flurry of motions in Limonene now. I wish they had Who Will Stop the Rain. I looked for that the other night. They don't have it, sadly. They have pretty limited options. There are a few gems that I have found. Let me do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 while I'm looking, by the way. So this is where we test my mental acuity at the end of the long stream by having me list the presidents in order. All right? Triplet Bob loves this one. So this will go President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren, William Henry Harrison. I don't know 10. 11 and 12 are Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, so that's going to be Polk, Tyler, Taylor. Then it's going to be 13, which is Van Buren. Millard Fillmore is at 13. Then it's going to be Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William R. Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? All right. What's an appropriate song? F Black Bear, but this is what I want to play because it really is a hot girl summer or a hot towel summer, you know what I'm saying? I was reading someone on Twitter being like, did towel age backwards? Hashtag towel Benjamin Button.
I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention. This that throw up in your Birkin bag, hook up with someone random. This that social awkward suicide, that buy your lips and buy your likes. I swear she had a man, but she ain't different when it's facing like that. College rap your music, every day like this. Your friends are all annoying, we go down here. Think I on the table just so we can be secluded. In the pocket, they diluted. One more line, I'm superhuman for you and you and you. I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention for you and you and you. Fuck you and you and you. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention for you and you and you. I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through. This that hot girl bummer anthem, turn it up and throw attention for you.
Oh, I got another one. Oh, actually, this is a little vulgar, so I'm going to skip the first part.
Fall, sneaking through your window, taking diamonds off your dress. I got your sweet keys, plus the beat and the end of weed on the seat of your Jeep and my mullet at his feet. Hold up, baby, I smell.
It's a little vulgar. Just want to warn you.
Left the dude silly while you staring at my ass.
It's a good song.
Teeth lying on bloody concrete. I lay back, licking my pop, ripping the beat. It take 10 men to fucking apprehend me while I'm sitting in lotus position.
Ready for it? It's gonna read chorus. Here it comes. Yes, Garino did retire.
Shriveled up like a grape, said I'm stepping on a watermelon in my mouth while I'm kissing on 'em. 2 crocs, 2 step while I'm tripping on me. Stained up linen sheets, Pellegrino spilling, and the sweet boy sit while he fucking pissing. Blue jeans, iced out, pussy dripping, kitty milk in the rhythm of rocking in a fucking prison. Get dark out, woman queen, superpower hitter. Fuck with the girl. Yo, bitch, I'm a god killer. Fuck with the girl. System is the split.
right, a few more. This is bringing people to the days when we would have dance parties. We would go for 12 hours covering the war, and then I would play songs to, speak my mind, because you have to speak your mind.
You have to speak the truth. You have to speak your mind. Every time I speak my mind, I'm lyrically critical. The pinnacle of being revolutionarily pivotal. Beyond anything ever studied that's metaphysical. Man, fuck a minority. I'm not politically minimal, but obviously terminologies that are statistical are manufactured to be unequivocally subliminal, transmitted by monopolized media visuals. So I riddle hypocritically pitiful criminals, habitually utilizing typical rituals with false pretense in attempts to be spiritual to individuals who believe in biblical miracles instead of themselves, cause they're not thinking original, and the color of their skin makes them feel invisible, like microscopic miscarriages lynched with the umbilical. Only a fucking imbecile would think they're uncorrectable, cause you're susceptible to becoming more than a spectacle. Remember that your flesh and blood and your body's dissectable. I'll beat you until you're a vegetable and wake up in a hospital covered in poisonous chemicals, in a fetal position with your face sewn to your testicles, thinking that you were kidnapped by extraterrestrials. You got heart, I'm the blood that pumps in your ventricles. Technique, I'm like your soul, nigga, indispensable, with no respect for those who cower at the hour of revolution, because the government owes my people restitution instead of sedatives like cocaine and prostitution. Conclusion is that you'll have to violently silence me, cause I raid the airwaves at cutthroat piracy. In school my teachers blinded me, but now I can see. Now I'm mentally and revolutionarily free, broadening horizons about what my people could be if we wasn't set up to get shot, locked, to OD. You see, families bleed because of corporate greed, and monopolizing weed is virtually impossible, so it won't be legalized, and that's another obstacle. But I'm still rolling up pocketfuls of tropical. The government's involved directly, so it's unstoppable, like a nuclear rocket full of biochemical toxins that invade the ecological. Improbable that the average intellect could understand, so I encrypted this into hip-hop that's in high demand and spread it through the ghetto of every city like contraband. Stomp a man of any complexion with a devilish nature, cause I'm trying to save the earth, but you're just getting in line to rape her.
Alright, we can have one more, then I'm going to bed. This one's from my dad.
This one's for my father, he's here tonight. Dreamed he shone like the sun, now your son is said, hey dad, grab another cigarette, ashes fall like an unpaid debt. Come on everybody, place your bets. In 7th grade, he dug his grave, trying to be cool with the cool kids, hey. Follow everything they say, you might fit in if you misbehave. At 16, he promised he'd be clean. You didn't mean, but you shouldn't leave. You do not deserve this. Hey, Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I heard about you, son. It's hard enough to hide your scars in small town USA. Sweet Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I read about you, son. Don't blame yourself, you raised him right. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. At 21, you found his gun. Hey dad, it's just begun. The times that bond, they come on down. Come on everybody, just for fun. At 24, you find him on the floor. Decadence was all he wore. You do not deserve this. Hey Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I heard about you, son. It's hard enough to hide your scars, small town USA. Sweet Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I read about you, son. Don't blame yourself, you raised him right. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. And na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na. write his eulogy, insincere apologies. You do not deserve this. And all the papers and press aside, hey, just another suicide. You do not deserve this.
Let's hear it, guys.
Sweet Mr. Wilmington, yeah, I read about your son. Don't blame yourself, you raised him right. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. And na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na.
Remember that when you can't sleep at night.
Na 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 na. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. Remember that when you can't sleep at night. Remember that when you can't sleep at night.
What a nice way to end the day. You know, I don't think I ever did make him proud. My dad, that is. The last thing that I ever heard, after he passed, one of his friends, his wife, who I'm sure is watching right now, said, I watch you religiously every day. And this was back, oh God, probably in the summer of 2025. And the husband was like, yeah, you know, every day I come home and Grant's on the TV again. And she said, we were out to dinner with your dad, and it was probably like 4 months before he passed. And so maybe like early 2025, late 2024. And she said he looked up from the table during dinner, and he was like, so what's the deal with the towel thing? So, you know, I think he knew. I did get to see him one time before he passed away. It's a story I'll tell another day. It's a very sad story. But the point is, it was very hard. My father, say what you will about my mother, like, very cruel human. But my dad was a very good man. Just very humble. Very, like, everyone loved my dad. He was renowned throughout the state. And he really inspired me. He was a corporate class action lawyer. Really cared about, like, helping people. But he used to say to me, like, Grant, like, I have staff. Like, I can't just take cases because there's a problem. Like, I have to be able to, like, feed, like, my staff. And I was like, but Dad, like, doesn't the principle matter? And he was like, yes, but I still have to feed my staff. So he inspired me, but I still rebelled to the extent that I never did anything for money. And he was baffled by it. Just, like, couldn't understand it. And so it was very hard to make him proud. Like, I would get very good grades. I would try my best. But, like, because I didn't care about money, him and I just didn't speak the same language. And so he was just, like, universally baffled. But I'd like to think if he could know now that, like, David Yannetti and things like that, like, in the government, like, talk to me and enjoy my reporting, I think he would be very proud. But he didn't get to see that. He passed away right at the end of my third year of law school. So it was right during Karen's second trial. It was very hard, actually, on me. I feel very guilty about not spending more time with him, but we were estranged for various reasons. So I only got to see him one time before he passed. Needless to say, I like to think he would be proud, and I don't care about myself that much, but it was just important to me that I did something that, like, reflected the, like, work he put in. He was very poor growing up in Northampton, Longmeadow in Western Mass, and he went to Hampshire College and then to Harvard Law, and he was the first person to ever do that, and he made it from nothing. And I was just very inspired, so I wanted to live up to that. So, I don't know. Thank you for listening. You're all wonderful, and I was obviously a lot of the work that I do. It is centered on other people, but I think without my father's without watching him do what he did for so long, like it really wore him down. But without watching him do it, I don't think I would do what I do. And he had like 30% family time. I have like none. I don't believe in that. Towel girlfriend and I are very good. Like we both work well together, but like I don't do that. So he could never understand that. Like I am just 100% on all the time, or I'm sleeping. So yeah, but he was great. He really inspired me. We had different values, but I loved him dearly, and a lot of the work I do is in his honor. So if you ever have benefited from my work on Towel News, it's really sort of an homage to sort of his selfless, very reserved character. And I just felt he didn't get enough accolades while he was alive for many reasons. He didn't like it. He thought it was weird if like people talked about him. He was very shy, and so he really didn't like he thought it was odd to be in the newspaper. But like he would also like to do like high profile, high impact litigation. So I was like, I don't understand. Like, what are you doing? And he just had his way about him. He loved Marlboro Reds and Bud Heavy. That's how many lawyers do you know that exclusively drink Bud Heavy and smoke Marlboro Reds? Almost none. So I think that's kind of like why I really like adored him. He would just go into these like high profile, like very important like meetings, and all he wanted was like a Budweiser Heavy and a Marlboro Red cigarette, and he could just rip them all to shreds. He was one of the smartest class action litigators in the country. He could rip them all apart, and he won almost all the time. It was great. So God bless all of you. Thank you for listening to that story. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Yes, I was, I don't smoke cigarettes, but back in the day, Marlboro 27s. Actually, one more funny story about my dad. So, my dad, God bless his soul, he was not administratively proficient. Like, the way he made his secretary take handwritten shorthand notes and then type up letters from the shorthand. He would only let her do it that way. She had to come into the office. She would write by hand the shorthand and then type it up and bring it to him. He would review it and make edits, and then she'd have to edit it. It was great. So the point is, my dad, God bless his soul, I went to England to study in Bath and Oxford and various places in 2009. And when I was there, if you've ever been to England and you smoke cigarettes and you're from America, you will know England is terrible. Okay? Like Camel Blues, Camel Yellows, whatever, dude, they're all the same. They're all the exact same thing. You try to tell me the difference between a Camel Blue and a Camel Yellow in England. Nope, I don't believe you. There's no difference. So I was being tormented because I liked Southern Cut 27s. And I didn't want to bother my dad because it was really hard to get over to England, and it was just a lot. So I didn't want to bother him, but he wanted to send me like one package. He was insistent. Like, he was like, I want to send you like something from America, you know, cigarettes, whatever. I just want just a few packs. So I was like, okay, if you really want to do it, like I'm going to accept it, but I want to let you know, like, I only really like 27s. So if you're going to send me cigarettes, just please, like, don't burden yourself. Please don't even rush. But, like, if you're going to do it, like, if you're insisting, I just want to let you know, like, 27s are the only brand that I really like Marlboro 27s. All right. He doesn't say anything. He's like, okay, fine. Like, I got stuff to do, but I really want to do this. It's important to me. I'm like, okay. And he's working at the time, very busy lawyer. About, like, 3 weeks later, he sends me an email. He's like, okay, I'm so excited. Like, I did this. I managed to do it on my own. I went to the 7-Eleven. I bought the cigarettes. Like, I got you some candy, too. And I put it in a box, and I mailed it. He was so proud of himself. And, listen, I never had the heart to tell him, okay? The box gets there, and it's Marlboro 72s. Now, those of you who don't smoke, you're going to be like, Grant, that's not a big deal. Marlboro 72s are mini cigarettes, and they are not 27s. Marlboro 27s are like a thick tar, like southern cut cigarette. 72s are like regular Marlboro Lights, like very small, like mini cigarettes. God bless his soul. I almost lost it, like, because England is rough. It's fun to live there, but you got to adjust, and the culture's different. And I just wanted my cigarettes. I never told him. I was just so grateful because he tried so hard. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I smoked 27s. He eventually, now I didn't pull a fast one. He's not a moron. Eventually, like, I was home for Christmas or something, like during college, and he did see me smoking a 27. This man, do you know how smart this man was? He saw me pull the pack out of my pocket and was like, "Oh, you smoke 27s?" I was like, "Yeah, I'd never had the heart to tell you." I love that man. So he tried so hard. I could listen. I never said, he was the one who figured it out, and then I couldn't lie to him. So I was like, "Yeah, but you know, they were still American cigarettes. It was, you know, it's what I needed." But like, if he was with me in the room when I actually opened the box, like the face, oh, it would have crushed him. Because I wasn't like broken, but I was just, all I thought about for 3 weeks was, oh, I'm finally going to get 27s. Oh, that was a great trip, though. No, and you really can't complain. Like, the only thing that really went wrong that whole time, and this is, like, I'm very blessed for this, is that, like, I didn't get the American cigarette brand I want. That was a great trip. I learned a lot. I got to study at Univ in Oxford. My professors were, like, from Sandhurst. I got to travel around England. I got to see I went to all sorts of, like, places. We went to Stratford-upon-Avon for a little while. It was fascinating. Now, let me give you one more story. You know, I always talk about the big issue. One, it's because my dear friend, LS, it's important to her, so it's important to me. Second, when I was in England, they wanted us to work for, like, the government. And, you know, dude, I don't want to work for the government. Like, that's cool, but, like, no thanks. So, me, you know, if you're going to do cultural immersion, bro, I don't need to go work at the Lib Dem office. I'm just going to take... This was very frowned upon at my government-connected program. I would just go down to the middle of Bath, okay? This, like, very posh Victorian, like, spa town. It was actually a Roman spa town that eventually got developed in the 1600s. Did you know that Bath's architecture was modern when it was first built? Did you know that? I learned that the other day. Towel Girlfriend and I were watching a show, as one is wont to do, about architecture in England. You know what I'm talking about? So anyway, the point is, I lived in Bath. I lived behind Nick Cage. And I was up on Northampton Street, behind the Royal Crescent. And, you know, I didn't want to work for the government. So, first of all, I just didn't like that idea. I wanted to live among the people. I've always wanted to live among the people. That's why I don't really like money. So, I went into Bath, and, you know, you talk to the people selling the big issue, you know, then you make a new friend, you know, I don't ever, you know, I really like England. I wanted to talk to the people who were impacted, like, by social problems. I wanted to learn about the country. No one told me I couldn't just go down and talk to people experiencing homelessness who lived in the Julian Roadhouse. So I did. And I befriended a bunch of people, and they became my friends. Now, you can imagine Little Towel, when he was a little bit younger, speaking in the third person, hypothetically, Little Towel was very, like, you know, morally, like, righteous, and it would not misfire, but just, it would, you know, I wasn't working on policy, I was just a 19-year-old child, so it would just, like, misfire in social situations. And let's just say, like, people in my program didn't appreciate that I befriended people experiencing homelessness, and they would try to run their mouth at me. And so then I, in response, started reading Jane Austen novels so I could label them in a derogatory manner various characters from those novels when they would be drinking on the weekends with me. So, yeah. I don't know what to tell you. I've always been a little bit of an odd duck, but it's hilarious. Like, there's no better reason to read Jane Austen. Well, one, Jane Austen spent some time in Bath. Her father's actually buried near where I got my tattoo. By the way, did you know I have a tattoo on my back? Do you know what it says? You want to guess? I got it. So I'm telling you this story because I got this tattoo in Bath. Now, I read Pride and Prejudice, okay, and I thought it was hilarious. Like, I thought Jane Austen was, like, hilarious. So then I wanted to read Sanditon. Now, Sanditon is the unfinished final novel. So Jane Austen's sister tried to burn all her stuff, but she wasn't able to burn Sanditon entirely. So I read that as well. And basically, I came to the conclusion. I also used to go to the Blue Room, which was the club owned by the Bath rugby team. I used to hang out there. I don't know why they let me in. I guess I had a cute face. The point is, all my roommates used to get rejected, even some of the girls, but they would always let me in. It was great. I would sometimes go in sneakers. They would still let me in. I was like, what the hell? But anyway, the point is, what story was I telling? Bath. Somehow I started thinking about the clubs. I'm gonna have to use the DVR. Use it, right? I have it. James Joyce. Hold on. We gotta jump forward a little bit. I have a DVR to remind myself Joyce. what I'm talking about. Hold on. Roommates used to get rejected, even some, and talk to people experiencing homelessness who lived in homelessness. Oh, the tattoo. So, all right. I walked by Jane Austen's father's gravesite after reading Sanditon. And I'm like, you know what? I understand what Jane Austen was going for. Like, these hoity-toity, like, pretentious aristocrats think they're, like, so great, but all you really have to do is learn their ways and then subvert them. Like, Jane Austen figured out that women couldn't really publish under their own name at the time. So she was like, screw it. The power is narrative control. I'm going to subvert the aristocratic structure by becoming part of it and then just writing about it. She like wrote the first like expose of the aristocratic class. So, as one is wont to do, I was walking down, I don't know where I was going. I think I was just walking. I think I looked up a tattoo shop, but there was like a head shop, like to buy like, you know, various water pipes for tobacco and things like that. That was like at this like weird like corner intersection. And Jane Austen's father's grave was right there in the churchyard where there's like this little point. And I walked by it, and then I looked at the head shop, and then I saw the tattoo place. And I was like, you know what? Jane Austen's message was F the haters. Like, she didn't have that, like, ineloquent phrasing. But I was like, to honor Jane Austen, and mind you, I'm a 19-year-old kid in Bath, England, who's spending all his time, like, hanging around people experiencing homelessness while simultaneously being in a government, like, academic program. It was a little weird. So the government-adjacent academic program. So the point is, I go into this tattoo shop, and I meet this, you know, very, you know, burly British man. He didn't really fit in with the rest of Bath. And I'm like, I want to get a tattoo that says F the haters. But I want to get it in a refined Victorian script because I'm making a social commentary about Jane Austen. And he was like, okay, mate. And he just tattoos the F the haters on my back. So to this day, in a Victorian cursive script, I have F the haters in big black letters on my back that I got in Bath, England in honor of Jane Austen. How many people do you know that could say that? Now, if you're wondering, Grant, but have you thought about, like, you're eventually going to have to go to a beach and, you know, various other activities? Yeah, I thought about that. I'm going to do it. I'm still going to go to the beach. Maybe I'll wear like a shirt. You know, I have another tattoo on my arm. I got that when I turned 18. And I have a tattoo on my head. You know, you kind of, just so you understand, you either got to be like completely out of it, which I am not. I have high analytical intelligence. My emotional reasoning, you know, the autism, it affects it. I'm not really there physically. My body's broken. But you either have to be out of it, or you have to like know that you are capable of something. To get your own initials tattooed on your skull without knowing whether the hair is going to grow back. So all I'm saying is younger Towel was a little, what's the word? The opposite of risk averse. When I was a little washcloth, you know, just imagine this brain, but it didn't have the knowledge base or like the geopolitical understanding or the philosophical training. It was just this brain applied to social settings all the time. Imagine that. It was bad. It was not good. Not ideal. This brain should not ever be applied to like a single social group. Why would you ever want that? Oh God. So anyway, yeah, I was the opposite of risk averse. I just did things. It was probably not for the best. I mean, it created this brain. Although I'm pretty much, by the way, I'm pretty sure the reason my brain is this way is I was traumatized as a child. And I think there's this thing where if you traumatize children at a certain developmental stage, I've read some literature about it, you can induce like special gifts. Because like the light went from my eyes. I was a very happy child. And by the time I was like 11, I've seen the pictures, the light is just gone. So something happened, and I was very deathly scared of the dark and needles for like 15 years. I still faint when needles like are around. It doesn't even scare me, I just faint. But the point is, well, it scares me to the point I faint, but I can't even think about being scared because I faint. But I was like not scared of the dark at all. And then out of nowhere, I was terrified of the dark and of needles for like 15 years. So something happened. And I think that's where like a lot of this comes from. I feel like I kind of got close to that world through my parents. And I either, like something happened, or I became privy to it without seeing it. Like I just kind of picked up that something was wrong. And I could never put words to it. So I always felt very out of place. And now I'm starting to see what was actually going on. There's a reason why I grew up the way I did. I was never told. Like, I was this way from when I was a kid. Like, if you did something wrong, I was going to be the person who was going to be like, please don't do that. Now, that's not to say I was always perfect. I misfired sometimes, of course. Everybody does. I think I burned a pile of leaves one time. I felt terribly guilty about that. I was like 7. I don't know why. I don't even know where I got the matches. But anyway, never did that again. But the point is, like I was the type of person who would, even if my parents did something wrong, like I would correct them. Or like if like somebody tried to like give me chicken nuggets behind my parents' back when they told me not to, I would report the person who would try to do it. And I didn't even know why. I just felt this compulsion to always like do what was right. And so, I don't know, that my parents hated that. They hated it. My dad, I think, was okay with it, but my mother hated it. She thought it was very unbecoming. So she never trusted me. She never liked me, really. She really resented that I was just so willing to just always be like, no, we have to do what's right. We have to do what's right, like constantly. So it created this weird upbringing. But yeah, I retained those values. I'm proud of them. I don't know where that came from. A lot of adrenaline tonight for Towel, apparently. God bless you all. Intuitive since age 5 sounds like. Takes one to know it. Oh, yeah, I imagine there's a lot of us. I call them star children. So, if you have a star child or you are one, protect that star child. Don't traumatize them. If they're already a star child, they probably have the gifts. But the trauma is really rough. I mean, it created this. I don't know what I am. I don't understand my own abilities, you must understand. I think this is all very normal. Every day I wake up, and when I do what I do and explain things and just talk, I think everyone does this fluidly all the time. I don't even understand like why you all think it's. I understand why the information's important, but I don't understand why like everyone doesn't just do this. Just explain to people what's going. No, I understand. You all explain it to me, but I don't. I can't contextualize it because it's so normal, but it's apparently not. So I don't know. Is my point. That's to make a long and short of it. That was my personal truth journey there. Thanks for that one. Yeah, my brain goes very fast. Now, most of the time I get tired. Tonight we definitely had some adrenaline from all of this intensity. I need to sleep on this. I need to think. I need to listen to some music and relax. But, yeah. God bless all of you. I know all of you are very protective of me and you want to know more about me, and I very rarely talk about, myself, because I don't really care. But I know it matters to you. It should matter to me. I understand. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn about not like a work-life balance, but more like keeping the soul and vessel healthy so I can do the work and like vocation I love. And that's like, I realize like if it were up to me, I would go 100 miles an hour, not literally, but all the time. Just not physically, but like sit in a chair and distract myself from my agony, like physically, with like just 100 miles an hour thought all the time. But that really wears me down. And what it does is it creates like gaps where then I'm not able to do this as consistently, the work that I love, the vocation. So I have to think about my own well-being and like, what am I doing? Just going 100 miles an hour every single day, 10 to 12 hours a day. Like, I get that it's very productive and there are goals I'm working towards and things that are building. But what am I actually doing? Like, am I hurting myself? I seem to be okay, like, other than my disabilities. Like, I'm not in the hospital. But, like, am I actually centering my, like, well-being? Is the reason I can do this because I don't? I don't know. It's stuff I gotta think about, and I gotta work through. I neglect myself. There's no doubt about it. Not only am I neglected, not from all of you, but, like, I just grew up neglected. Like, I was raised by nannies. Nobody really cared. Nobody really knew where I was, or cared, frankly. But, yeah, so I neglect myself, and I'm not good with executive function, but you all help me. I think I feel like a safety net, being able to talk to you all, and the support you all provide. It means a lot. So, yeah, there was our personal moment at the end of the stream. Oh. Yeah, I've always been in survival mode. No doubt about that. God bless you, it's me, Andrea. Yeah, I've always been in survival mode for a very long time. That's what you do. I thought that's what you just try to survive. One time I told one of the state police officers, or like the troopers at the Karen Reed trial, who was like doing security. We were chatting, and I was like, trooper, you could drop me in the middle of Ecuador, I might have said Venezuela, with like $1, no money, frankly, and I'd probably be okay. And he like walked away and then turned around and was like, wait, Grant, why like Venezuela or Ecuador? And I was like, oh, because I speak Spanish. And then he just smirked and walked away. The troopers used to come up to me at the Karen Reed trial, and they would be like, Grant, like all of them, like groups of them would be like, Grant, will you teach us a statute today? It was so cute. And I'd be like, what? They'd be like, will you teach us a statute? And I was like, you just want my you just want me to like recite statutes for you from memory? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, one day, the best one was I was like, oh, okay. Well, MGL 94G13C, the last sentence, it doesn't apply to medical patients. And the three troopers look at each other. None of them has any idea what 94G13C even is. And one of them, bless his heart, is like, okay, Grant, what is it? They like check with each other to see if they know. None of them know. They're like, okay, Grant, what is that statute? First of all, and it was like, oh, it's the consumption of adult use in public, like the ban on smoking adult use in public. And they were like, oh, okay. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't apply to medical patients. You got to read the last sentence of 94G13C. And this state trooper says to himself, I can see him saying it, 94G13C doesn't apply to medical patients. He like makes a mental note of it. Oh, it was the greatest day of my life. I've never had so much fun. See, among the agony, there is a lot of tragedy. Don't get me wrong. I also cover the war. There's a lot of agony and tragedy that comes with criminal trials, especially when there's a death involved, without question. But without those moments, even those brief windows of levity, things would get really intense. One time the state police put hands on me because they didn't know I was a member of the press. They thought I was just some random man asking Karen Reed questions with a camera. So, like, the Sergeant Haldeman comes up and, like, physically puts hands on me. The video has, like, 200,000 views. I got so mad. I was like, I am a journalist. You can't just manhandle me. He was like, you're not press. I was like, yes, I am. We got into a big argument. I was like, you can't. I was like, the Constitution of the United States says that you cannot impede the free press. He was like, okay. He wouldn't like go inside to confirm I was press. So I got so mad. I very rarely pull rank on anyone. That was the one. First of all, I knew that shit was gonna go all over social media. It got like my video of the incident with him, like the first person view of him like grabbing me, got like 200,000 views, and I tagged the state police because I was pissed. I marched right into that damn courthouse. I was bawling my eyes out. Legitimately, I was crying, and I went. I've never seen the clerk's office react that way. All the women in the clerk's office came over like, Grant, like, what happened? Like, oh, what did they do to you, Grant? And then the chief of security comes running in and is like, Grant, what has happened? And I was like, you don't understand. The state police put hands on me. Oh, the chief ran right out of that building. They had a powwow right at the base of the stairs. Nobody ever put hands on me ever again, I'll tell you that. I was like, they said I was some random man. It was ridiculous. Now, the reality is, yeah, if you're not credentialed press, you probably shouldn't run up on Karen Reed. And that day, I had left the court. I had to, like, go to a doctor's appointment. So I left midway through the hearing and came back as the hearing was ending. Now, Karen was leaving court, so I had to, like, run up. Now, mind you, the state police should have noticed that, like, Chrissy Mello and other people were like, hi, Grant, like, you're back. Instead, they thought I was literally a random man running up on Karen Reed, asking her questions. And I was like, what? Like, how do you not know? Like, why would you ever put hands on the press? Mercury, oh, God bless you. Andrea and PDX, our late night crew, God bless you all. Mercury, thank you for those wonderful 5 gifted memberships, a towel membership parade to end the day. If your name is Mary, I'm getting tired, Marcy Hughes, or Elizabeth McPherson, or Phoebe Beach, or CLOD 1977, or Cap Sharks 21, you just got gift memberships from Andrea in PDX. God bless you for your support of Towel Channel. I frankly can't believe that we're still going. You all have gotten all sorts of information. I'm sure we've sufficiently baffled half the prosecutors in the state. I'm sure the U.S. Attorney's Office is fascinated. I'm sure poor Miss Jessica Hyde is sitting there, you know, being like, well, I knew this day was coming. What a day. And this is just the beginning. We're going to have, like, let me just tell you, I don't really understand why I'm in the middle of this. I get it. I'm a reporter. All I wanted to do was get answers, frankly, and like help people who were targeted and vulnerable. That's it. I don't know how I ended up in the middle of this. I'm baffled, frankly. I'm just trying to help, and I hope I have. I hope by being so close to it, I was able to help all of you understand what happened, and if I've done that, I feel like I've done everything I set out to accomplish. All this other stuff, I don't even know. I didn't think, you must understand, all I'm thinking about when I'm covering this stuff is finding out what happened. I've told you, like, the way I think about critical theory, degrees of simulation, reconstructive hermeneutics. All I'm thinking about is figuring out what happened. It's just very important so that I can understand how the vulnerable were exploited and build systemic safeguards so it won't happen again. That's what I like to do. It's what makes me feel fulfilled. I had no idea that any of this was going to happen, and I didn't even think about at any point in time, what if I was actually right? That was not on my radar. So I don't even know what to do right now. For the first time ever, I don't know what to do with myself or with my life. I have a lot to think about. You're all very kind. By the way, this is Francine's friend, Pete Bunny Towel. I heard a rumor that, and it's not today. I don't want to get everyone's hopes up. There's only a preview. But I heard a rumor, and this is for my dear friend Francine. That's the only reason I'm going to show you. I heard a rumor that Pete Bunny Towel, with a design by Towel, oh, God bless you, that you may soon be able to get a sweatshirt with Pete Bunny Towel. It's actually Bunny Towel on it. Now, it doesn't look exactly like this. I had to, take some artistic liberties. I am a towel after all. But this is what I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. I think my friend Francine is gonna love it. If you're wondering, Towel, did you put Pete Bunny Towel on a sweatshirt? Yes, I did. Now, you can't buy it yet. Okay? You can just, listen, Bunny Towel and Kofi almost lost it, and Bo earlier. They were so excited. Yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is indeed Pete Bunny Towel on a shirt. You can't buy it, alright? You can't. I know, everyone is excited. You can't buy it yet. It's only in the initial phase, but isn't it great? Now, you want to know the coolest part about this, okay? There are color choices, okay? And when you pick different colors, so first of all, there's also t-shirts. When you pick different colors, the bunny's teeth and eyes change colors with the background of the shirt. So, you see, it's great. I was so proud of that. I worked really hard on that. It took a very long time. Longer than I want to admit. And so, there's a white version. Now, and then there's a gray version. Now, it was hard to get the V-neck in a color other than white, this style, but I figured it out. So, that's what it looks like when the background is just white, and then his teeth are white, and his eyes are white. That's Bunny Towel. And then, if you get it gray, it also looks really good, but then his teeth are gray, and his eyes are gray. So, I designed this by myself. So, I did this, Towel Girlfriend was very gracious, offered to help, but I just wanted to, figure out how to do it. It was actually quite hard to get it to look the way that I wanted. It is not ready yet. It will be soon available. So if you are excited, if you love Pete Bunny Towel, my favorite, and I think I get one free sample, I think I'm going to get this one. I think I'm going to get it in yellow. It's my favorite. So, hello, Wandering Lost. It's so good to see you. I know it has been a mind-blown kind of day. Enjoy your towel wrench. Some of you are very excited to get this, so keep an eye out, okay? If you're subscribed to the channel, you will get an alert. I'm not ready to fully set it up yet. I have to think about how I want to do it, the way I can do it. So it's not going to be through me. It'll be through drop shipping. I can do it so every order that comes in, they just ship it out. It doesn't have to be in batches or anything like that. So I need to set that up. There will be a link. I actually got approved as a partner with a really nice drop shipping company. I really like them. So they're great. I'm going to set it up. I'm going to put the link in the description. I don't have it ready yet, but a lot of people were excited in the Discord and on Twitter. So I wanted to let you know about it, especially because Francine loves her friend Pete Bunny Towel. Okay, so you will be able to get these probably within the next week. I don't know. You got to look at the site for how shipping works and everything. It will go live. You will be able to pick your colors. I limited the color selections to the ones that make the printed letters look the best. Review your color selection. Make sure that like the font looks the way you want on the color background. I set only limited colors on each one. You'll see when the store goes live. I really like it though. I thought it was a great experience learning how to do it. And yeah, I thought it came out really well. It was hard. It was not an easy process, but Bunny Towel in particular really liked this design, as did Tiffany Bob. And I was like, you know what? It brought them so much joy that I was like, I'm just going to learn how to do this like manually. It took like 4 hours, but I did it. It was well worth it. It was fun. And plus, that bunny is adorable. So I was like, I have to get this bunny like to look good on this sweatshirt, like just because it's so cute. So anyway, I will let you all know as that progresses. It's not ready yet, though. This is just a preview, building up your anticipation. I don't think it will be a limited run either. I think I'm going to be able to set it so you'll be able to order as many as you want. The only limit is some of the designs are only in one color, and you got to check your size. I did put, some people have grand towels, so I put some smaller sizes for them if the grand towels want a bunny. But I also, one of the things I want to do is work on the back of the shirt. I have some ideas for what the back of the shirt is going to look like. You can actually do both sides. And I think the back's going to say something like, but still fluffy. And have him like that same guy, like the same bunny design flipped. And so instead of being mad on the back, he'll be all fluffy and happy. So, but yeah, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching. My tooth really hurts. God bless all of you. I'm going to bed. Over 7 hours, almost 8 hours today. You can tell something's going on if I go 8 hours and I barely even notice it. You can find more from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis if you want to support the stream. At least for today, there's no way to buy the merch. So thank you for everyone who sent super chats and gifted memberships and jewels. You're all appreciated. There's donation links. I'm sure someone will do the exclamation point donate. If you want to join in the Discord, feel free to hang out anytime. There's lots of towel friends. I check in there in the mornings. If anything ever is going down, especially with the war, you'll hear it there first. If you want to donate, if you want to feed towel, especially after today's long stream, oh, God bless you for that prayer for my tooth. I definitely need it. My gum, until I get this like last part of my surgery, I'm going to be in a lot of pain. But hey, I did it. Going to the dentist and getting like the procedures done is half the battle, and your teeth are important. But yeah, if you want to support the stream, the Cash App's # Grant Smith Ellis. If you want to donate, buy me some food. God bless all of you who did send donations. I'll go through and click all the hearts. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. For coverage of the Birchmore trial, I gotta do an actual budget. We got, I'm very grateful. I got an absolutely wonderful donation. God bless all of you who have been supporting Towel Channel, and in particular that stunning donation regarding the Sandra Birchmore case. I am so grateful. I'm going to plan out a complete budget, and I will let you all know how we're looking. We're more than like towards our goal. I don't know how it's all going to work out. I'm tired right now, but I'm ready. I'm committed to this, and I don't want anything from it other than for you to be informed. Like, I don't like the idea. I need to live and eat, but I don't like the idea of doing news for profit. That's why it says journalism is not an industry. I just want enough to live and eat, and I want you to get like coverage that is worthy of the severity and seriousness of these cases. And that's what I'm going to strive to deliver to you when the Farwell trial begins. Obviously, we can't use cameras in court. I will do my best to live tweet, and then I will absolutely during the breaks and at night have coverage. I don't know how we're going to set it all up or where, but I'm going to figure it out. God bless all of you. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. If you want to pay it forward, do consider a donation to our homeless veterans or service members. The whole point of this channel is to educate, inform, and entertain. 20% entertainment to insulate your brain from trauma, 40% education, 40% information. Therein, engendering coach and public discourse and warding off the usurpation of our representative or otherwise forms of government around the world. So consider a donation to the people who make those freedoms possible. Our service members or our vets, or in particular our homeless vets. There should not be one homeless veteran in the United States of America against their will, or we have failed as a society, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope you'll consider that today. You may also consider a donation to animal shelters run by veterans or that help our veterans or service members. Pete Bunny Towel is not an animal, but he is pretty fluffy. But it's a great way to help our furry friends, and it's a great way to help our service members or vets. You may also consider a donation to animal shelters in general, if you can't find one run by vets or service members. Just a great way to help our furry friends. They're vulnerable, they don't have any voices, they need help too. If you're in the UK, as I mentioned earlier, consider a donation to the Big Issue. God bless the people in the UK who support populations experiencing homelessness. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. In turn, allowing us to pray that the current realpolitik has finally changed from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, a very tired Grant Smith Ellis. Signing off for Towel News. It's 11:10 p.m. Eastern, Monday, August 3rd, 2026. That would make it 5:10 a.m. in South Africa, Tuesday, August 4th, 2026, 6:10 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, 6:40 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Good morning to the Middle East, good evening, good night to the East Coast, and good early evening, late afternoon to the West Coast of the United States. God bless you all. May God protect you all. Thank you for being with me over this adventurous 8-hour stream. Who knows what the next few months will bring and years, but I'll be there, and we will be there with each other, in fact, for whatever may come. Seriously, though, you all made this happen, collectively, under the wise stewardship of various people, whether it be Karen Reed, or Turtle Boy, Aiden Turtle Boy Carney, or David Yannetti, or Alan Jackson, or Eliza Little. People poured their heart and souls into this, ladies and gentlemen. May it reap the juridical rewards, and may it bring the justice that so many have prayed for. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good night. I'm going to bed. Sleep well. Thank you again for your support of Towel Channel. Until we see each other again, good night. 11:11 indeed. The perfect time.